Morning. It's 9 a.m. and out of respect to your time, we want to try to start on time and stay on time. Thank you for joining us again for day 2 of the joint appropriations budget hearings for the FY22 amended and the FY23 budget. 9 a.m. Our first presenter will be the Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court, Justice David Namias, along with Presiding Justice Mike Boggs. I think they're both going to be online.
We're here, Mr. Chairman. This is Justice Boggs, and I know Chief Justice Namias is joined as well.
Yeah. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready to proceed when you are, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both for being here this morning. The room is yours.
Well, thank you, Chairman Tillery and Chairman England and members of the committee. On behalf of the Supreme Court and Chief Justice Namias, we first want to thank you for all that you do to support the judiciary in our state. As I understand our instructions this morning, you want a status report essentially of how the state's judiciary is performing in the current environment, focusing on both the COVID pandemic and the status of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, followed by a brief overview of the budget. And if that's acceptable to you, that's the way I'll proceed this morning. First, I want to say that the Supreme Court, as the head of the judicial branch, has continued to discharge its constitutional duties during this really extremely inordinary time, when also shouldering the impact of extraordinary administrative workload, which has resulted from a now really 2-year pandemic. Our court continues to provide targeted pandemic-related guidance to the 50 judicial circuits in their efforts to address serious violent felony case backlogs, while trying not to shortchange all other criminal, civil, and domestic cases that are awaiting their turn at justice as well. The court continues to assist other judicial entities, such as the State Bar, the Office of Bar Admissions, and the JQC, in their continued efforts during the pandemic to keep matters moving. You're all aware that Arpa funds were made available to the judicial branch, which we hope will address emergency trial court staffing and space needs to allow courts to focus on resolving pending serious violent felony cases. Please understand, however, that pursuant to current guidance that we've received from OPB and others, these funds that we've been given are largely limited to temporary personnel and temporary space to address at least firsthand serious violent felony cases. In addition, as to the Supreme Court, we expect a significant increase in our caseload when the trial courts fully return to normal operations. Our court has been able to maintain normal operations with the assistance of the small but very efficient support departments that we have. All departments successfully planned for and then quickly executed moving the court's official business activities to an uninterrupted online workspace, including fully remote oral arguments, which we held yesterday and which we will resume again this morning at 10 a.m. and tomorrow at 10 a.m. And although we have returned to the preferred in-person oral argument sessions in October and November, we have now had to switch back, but we expect that we will be going back to in-persons after this month's oral argument sessions. All courts throughout the state have had to rely, of course, just like us, on technology to keep courts open and be accessible to the public and to meet their constitutional obligations to be fully operational as required by law. At the Supreme Court, and of course this is true for all courts, members of the committee, the broader use of technology includes extra cost. And for that reason, we and the other judicial entities truly and desperately need a restoration of the funding from the FY21 cuts to ensure that we can keep operations going. For us at the court in particular, we've had numerous unbudgeted costs that have ranged from Zoom meeting licenses so we can hold secure bank conferences for the judges without having to meet in person, secure JNC, Judicial Nominating Commission meetings, which are held in our building. We've had to engage in the expenses of personnel protective equipment, masks, disinfectants, hand sanitizers for our building to make sure that we have a safe work environment for those staff that are on site in the Nathan Deal Judicial Center. So now I want to pivot a little bit to the American Rescue Plan Act funds, the Arpa funds, as I'll refer to them. Many of you are aware that when Governor Kemp announced that he was dedicating these $110 million to combat violent crime and to help support the Georgia's judicial recovery from COVID-19, the Chief Justice established a Judicial Council ad hoc committee on Arpa funding for the judicial branch. I have the pleasure of chairing that committee and overseeing the process of addressing the backlogs of court cases. particularly because we were asked to focus on these cases involving serious violent felonies, not exclusively, but predominantly. The Chief Justice and I have met with all the Chief Superior Court judges to discuss coordination of the grant application process, which is being largely handled by the AOC, to administer up to $96 million of the $110 million in grants to authorize classes of court, prosecutors, and for all related agencies. You should also know that despite $110 million being given to the AOC for this grant process, $14 million of that was siphoned off to go to the Georgia Public Defenders Council for them to administer the balance of those funds for public defender services. In addition, additional funds have been dedicated to public defenders in opt-out circuits. As you know, we have 6 of our 50 judicial circuits that opted out of the public defender system. We've been working very hard, and the AOC and their staff have been working very hard over the last several months to oversee this very complicated process, which, as you know, must comply not only with OPB restrictions and guidance that we've been given from them, but also must comply with restrictions imposed by the United States Department of the Treasury for the use of these specific funds. We continue, and I think this is an important note, we continue to stress the importance of our circuits relying on funds from the counties as well. As you all know, the money that we got from the governor that came over from the AOC is state ARPA money, but there's also ARPA money that is going in large chunks to every county in Georgia in several tranches. The next one coming, we understand, in the spring, and also to municipalities. And while we have some severe restrictions on the use of the money that has been given to us, the counties have less restrictions, and we stress the importance of leveraging the state money with county money so that the communities can use their local courts to move things in addition to the serious violent felony cases, which I know lawyers are really, really concerned about. I will tell you that during the first application period, which ran from November of last year through the end of November, the committee received applications from 28 of our 50 judicial circuits. Those applications totaled a request for $37 million. Those requests ranged from $13,000 for one circuit to $6.6 million for another circuit. In order to move serious violent felony cases more quickly, the committee also elected to award 50%, that is 48 million of the 96 that we had in year one, to front load those services so those cases could get moved more quickly. On December 20th, the committee that I chair made its first round of awards to 26 judicial circuits, totaling roughly $24.8 million. Spending for those grant awards starts this month. So starting next month, those 28 circuits will be sending reimbursement requests to get reimbursed for expenses incurred in those grant awards in January. We have 2 additional opportunities for circuits to apply for grants for expenditures in calendar year 2022. One of the ones prior to that just ended. So we've had a second cycle that just ended yesterday, where we received an additional 23 applications. 14 of those are new applications, and 9 of those were amended applications. So we've had obviously a significant number of circuits that are trying to take advantage of this application process to move serious violent felony cases, and we're hopeful that these funds will help them do that, along with moving other types of cases. Lastly, on ARPA, I simply want to tell you that while anecdotal stories really, I think, abound about how circuits are dealing with case backlogs, and of course, it's nearly impossible to measure case backlogs until courts actually return to a pre-pandemic capacity. You should know the Judicial Council, through their workload assessment process, is continuing to monitor the progress of these. But I want to give you 3, a Metro South Georgia and a North Georgia, sort of anecdotal stories that were gleaned from the applications that were sent in November. So out of those 28 applications, we saw a couple of requests from circuits that I think you'd find interesting. And without identifying the circuits, I'll simply tell you that for one particular Metro circuit, prior to the pandemic, that circuit had never had in 2019 more than 400 state court cases pending. But as of November 29th of 21, that is when that application process ended, they had over 1,800 cases pending. That is a 450% increase in their state cases pending in that particular circuit. In their superior courts, they saw a 20% increase in pending serious violent felony cases. In another circuit in South Georgia, we saw that one particular circuit had a 239 case serious violent felony case backlog, and in the prisons in their circuit in particular had 33 serious violent felony cases pending as of that time. Another circuit in North Georgia saw a 134% increase in pending felony cases and a 69% increase in serious violent felony cases during the pandemic. So those are just some examples representative of kind of what we're seeing in the applications that are coming our way. And while anecdotal, I think they're demonstrative of the fact that these courts are all working very hard to try to dig out of some very serious consequences of the COVID pandemic. We're hopeful that the ARPA funds will help them do that. We're also hopeful that ARPA funds will eventually be expanded to broader uses and that county funds will be used to move the myriad of other cases that certainly need attention. Moving on to the budget, I would simply ask that you refer to page 10 on the amended fiscal year 22 budget. Page 10 of your tracking sheet outlines the request that our court has for the judicial branch. I'm sorry, for the Supreme Court. First, we're asking to provide funds to annualize a daily allowance and commute mileage for an additional justice who was added to our court. We're asking to provide funds to reflect an increase in the ERS rate under the contribution rate for the employees retirement system, an adjustment for agency premiums to DOAS for self-insurance programs, and a salary adjustment for the Georgia State Trooper that is assigned to the Supreme Court. Those, of course, are pass-throughs and required expenses. We're also asking for one-time funds for a newly appointed judge. And then lastly, we're asking for funds to restore operations. So those are the requests that total $327,961. That would encompass a 2.12% increase in our budget from last year. The bulk of that is required and pass-through or restoration. And so we would ask for your favorable consideration of those requests in our amended 22 budget. Our FY23 budget appears on page 11 of your tracking sheets and likewise has an enormous amount of annualized funds, including restoration and pass-through funding. The bulk of it is in those categories. Again, annualizing the daily allowance and commute mileage for an additional judge, annualizing the increase in the ERS employee retirement system contribution rates, annualizing the DOAS self-administered self-insurance program, the salary adjustment for the Georgia State Trooper, a legal research contract, which is a nominal amount, and annualizing the restoration of operation funds. In that FY23 budget, we are asking also for 3 new positions, which we can discuss in greater detail at another presentation. We're also asking for a 3% raise for our law clerks, 12 of which are at the top end of the pay scale. We understand through conversations with the budget analyst in the House that if the pay raise that has been proposed by the governor is included in the budget, that we would be withdrawing that request for a 3% pay raise, which appears on at item 10.1.9 in your budget and constitutes an appropriation of $72,773. We're sending over a change request to our budget. Our fiscal agent is to Brian Groom in the House to let him know that to the extent the pay raise applies to all state employees, which we would expect, and as has been explained to us, we would be withdrawing that request. And then we also have some software request that is included in the budget. So that's that constitutes the entirety of the FY23 budget request from our court. I will tell you that the restoration is enormously important, not only for our court, but for all judicial branch entities and for all parts of the judicial branch. You all know that we're still recovering from the cuts, which totaled $9.8 million. That's when you exclude the statewide business court. 1/3 of that lost funding, $3.2 million, was restored at the beginning of this fiscal year. We hope that the remainder will be restored in the amended 22 budget. We stress really the importance of that. Much of that, at least for our court, is for IT and things that simply cannot be delayed any longer. The restoration of that lost funding will also help the judicial branch continually fulfill its mission and meet our statutory requirements and demands as we seek to address these backlogs. So, Mr. Chairman, Tillery, Chairman England, and members of the committee, I'm happy to answer questions if you have any concerning that presentation, but that comprises what I've been asked to present this morning.
Thank you, Justice Boggs, and Justice Namias as well. Thank you both for being on. I do want to thank you and your court personally for the efforts that you've placed during the pandemic to continue to move cases. We've seen it. We watched what you've done, the steps you've taken, and really do appreciate you guys setting a strong lead at the top to continue to move cases, realizing that life doesn't stop simply because there was a pandemic, and that lives don't stop and that you affect them daily. So thank you personally for that. I want to take just a few seconds and use this time, because you guys are the only court presenting as the top court, and educate our members on a few things about the budget that are going to roll into a few questions for you. Members, just so you understand, because we get questions about this every year, most agencies that come and talk before us are executive agencies. Their budget, before it ever gets to us, goes through a review by OPB and the governor's office, and they whittle that down, figure out what's going to go in before it ever makes your book. There are two agencies, or two branches, they're not agencies, that are treated differently. One is the courts, again, the judicial branch. The other is the legislature. So when those budget recommendations are made, they are never affected by the governor's office before they make it in your book. So they are there just as they were submitted from the legislature, just as they were submitted from the court. So just know that as we go through this process. So some of the questions I may ask next are questions that normally we would have handled, or the governor's office might have handled in their normal process, asking for a little bit of clarity. It's not meant to be tailored to the courts or anything specific about them. It's just questions that the courts won't get asked because they're not an executive agency. They don't fall under OPB. And we get asked that question every year, and I wanted to take a few minutes just to explain that. OPB's already asked those questions and whittled down everyone else. That's why our questions to the court sometimes are a little bit different. Justice, thank you. First, I want to make sure my math's right. On the ARPA funds, $110 million, the governor allocated out of ARPA, 15 million of that went to the Public Defender's Council. Isn't that correct?
14 million went to the Public Defender's Council, and we advocated also, as you'll remember, we have 6 circuits that opted out of the public defender system that are single county judicial circuits. So when the Public Defender Act passed, they were given the opportunity to opt out, and they have to locally fund their own public defender system. But I understand it. I think it was $5 million that the governor has allocated, and OPB have allocated to the opt-out circuits as well. But that too is outside the 110 million, but is also being funded by the Public Defender Council. They're administrating the awards for that 5 million for the opt-out circuits. But essentially, we got $96 million for the courts is what it boils down to.
I thought I had that number right. So 96 million, and y'all have awarded 24.8 right now. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we've got these new applications that we are literally in the process of since yesterday afternoon reviewing. My committee will meet again here in a couple of weeks to make awards for those applications.
So roughly 71 million left that we'll see coming out of ARPA funds for your committee to allocate.
Well, with the restrictions that we have on it, yes, sir. The key is that we're trying to front load those services so that those serious violent felony cases get moved more quickly. We had no idea what backlogs actually were, nor what the needs of particular circuits were. And so the committee made the decision to front load some of those services and front load some of the application periods so that we could get moving more rapidly.
Gotcha. One of the things, and again, this isn't to the Supreme Court specifically, it's more to the other courts because they've written this in their budget as well. Not going to go through all this right now today, but just preparing you for the subcommittee hearings on the lines that we have, like throughout the budget, superior courts, Supreme Courts, et cetera. A lot of the language says provide funds for operations to reflect restoration of budget reductions. I just would like the other courts who are listening to know as well, in subcommittees, we're going to need a little bit more detail than that. So what that money is going to be used for when it's repurposed. If we had to let go 2 people in our front office, we want to replace one of them, or hey, we had to let 2 people go and we realized we don't need those back. We'd like to move those funds over to Zoom subscriptions, whatever it would be. I just want to prepare them to be able to, when they come into those subcommittee meetings, they might need a little bit more detail on those items.
Mr. Chairman, I can tell you, for example, for us, the restoration, over 56% of the requested restoration for us is simply IT maintenance. So that would be an example of where we would be spending those funds on things that we delayed, buying servers and doing maintenance on our IT system.
And that's the 205,000 that you have in
Yes.
FY 22?
That's correct.
So that would be IT maintenance. And the other courts who I know are listening, following your leadership, if they don't mind just being ready for those questions when they come before the subcommittees. That 205 appears again in 23. Are the servers one-time servers or is that people?
Chief?
We have, I think 6 servers, and they're on a life cycle. And so we have it built into the budget to purchase a new server I think it's every 5 or 6 years. We pushed the purchase of one of those, when we had the cut. So it's an ongoing cost that we budget for. And that's why it's annualized. And then the other restoration costs are also things that are typically expenses we bear every year. We just postpone some of them. Some of them are, for example, justice travel costs, which we haven't had as much during the pandemic, but is an item that as the pandemic eases and there's more travel, would come back into our budget.
Thank you. The last question, and then we may have some questions from the audience. Justice Boggs, thank you for walking through the pending cases and the anecdotal numbers for those 3 circuits. Obviously, we understand that those pending numbers may be increased by filings. It might also, you may have had more filings during this time. You may have also had the ability to not clean out a docket, so therefore the pending cases grow. I just want to ask and prepare staff at AOC and et cetera to be ready for questions from the legislature about that specifically, that may be even more detailed than normal, about circuits that have been able to proceed with jury trials, those who haven't, and those who've been able to clear out dockets because everything doesn't have to go to a jury trial for the docket to be cleared out. I just wanted to prepare the AOC and Judicial Council and others for those questions that might be slightly more detailed than they get before. As the legislature wants to, we've seen some examples. I saw an example in Atlanta where they're doing, Fulton County is doing jury selection in a very creative way. We want to come alongside those folks and help them move the good ideas forward and give incentives to others to move to those good ideas. So thank you so much. And go ahead.
We appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And I would simply remind you of one other thing that I think is really integral to this conversation about case backlogs. Cases are cases. Cases are cases that have been indicted, that have not been tried because of the pandemic, because of reasons of not being able to get grand jurors together, or maybe not being able to get jurors together. Don't forget, what we're starting to see a lot of with respect to these applications is that there are a lot of open criminal cases with pending warrants that aren't even yet counted. And so because the law enforcement wasn't executing as many warrants, they had warrants, they just weren't going out and arresting folks and getting them before a grand jury. The open criminal case increase that we're starting to see across the state is pretty significant as well. And it's not really told in a conversation limited just to conversations about case backlogs. It's all of the other stuff too. But I really appreciate your understanding of that. And we will certainly try to get all the information we can to give you a full picture.
Thank you so much. And again, I know you and Justice Namias know this well and work with us closely, but those who don't get to deal with us on quite as often of a time, prepare them for the data requests they may receive and remind them that the timing at the legislature moves so quickly that those requests, we appreciate the expediency that they can provide with returning them.
Yes.
Thank you so much. See if there's any other questions in the audience or online.
We don't seem to have any questions online or in the audience. I do want to thank Chairman Tillery for asking all of my questions. I felt it would come better from a lawyer asking those questions than from a layman. So appreciate him getting all those in. So
thank you for signing that attorney fee contract earlier, and
yes.
The bill will become
Absolutely. We don't appear to have any questions. And I do appreciate both y'all being with us this morning. And we look forward to working with you as the session goes on, as we continue to travel through the budget here.
We all appreciate your support. Thank you so much for giving us the time today, and we look forward to meeting with you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I want to thank the presiding justice for taking the lead on this. And one other point to keep in mind with courts that we always bear in mind is, unlike almost all parts of our society and most government agencies, most people who have to come to court are not there voluntarily, and they don't get the chance to assess the risks for themselves and decide, do I feel comfortable going to court? And so we feel we need to keep in mind that before we force people to come to court, we need to make sure that they are appropriately safe. And that's a complication that most government agencies don't have, and plays into some of these backlogs as we go forward.
Completely understand. Mr. Chairman, you got anything else?
No, thank you so much again for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Our next presenter, we have him in the back of the room here, Director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Director Vic Reynolds.
Thank you. Good morning. I remember those court days Judge Namias was talking about. There wasn't much of a say-so. You just had to be there. So I certainly remember that well. Thank you so much, Chairman Tillery, Chairman England, members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak to you. I know we have some slides today. If we could flip to first one, what I thought I would do. Thank you. What I thought I would do this morning, if it's appropriate, is to talk a little bit about the governor's budget recommendation for amended 22 and FY23, and then show some slides about some things that are going on with the Bureau, particularly that directly involve the support that this committee has given us over the course of the last 3 years since I became chairman, and want you to see what your support has done for us. Moving right into the amended 22 budget, the first item obviously is the recommended $5,000 salary increase for state employees, including the men and women of the GBI. I will tell you that our turnover rate for 21 was running around 9.1% for the total turnover rate. Breaking that down, the special agents ran about 7.5% of a turnover rate. Scientists were a little higher. It was about 9.7%. So we're hoping that this increase will certainly do its job to curb that particular turnover rate. The second item concerns the replacement of older crime lab equipment. That's just equipment that literally has ran its life course. And the governor has recommended, and we're very appreciative of replacing that older equipment. The third item regards regional investigative services. That's the boots on the ground agents. That's the replacement or one-time funding of 107 vehicles. The majority of those vehicles are literally the vehicles that our agents drive day in and day out, although it does include 6 bomb squad tech vehicles and 1 mid-sized bomb response vehicle and 2 crime scene response units. But all of those vehicles are ones that are literally out in the field and the working agents use day in and day out. The last item, I want to make sure I mention that too, was the recommendation of some positions regarding potential election investigations. I do want the committee to remember, and I know you know this, but just gently remind you that at this point, the GBI has no jurisdiction in election fraud matters. For us to become involved in those, we have to be asked. So those positions the governor has recommended at this point would be in investigations that we're requested to come in. In the event that changes, then we'll look at the positions at that time point. But at this point, I do want to remind the committee that the Bureau has no jurisdiction in those particular matters. We have to be requested to come in before we can do anything. Moving over to next slide, please. Thank you. For the FY23 budget, the first item is certainly another item we want to thank the governor for recommending. That's the $5,000 cost of living adjustment for all state employees, including the men and women of the GBI. Again, we believe that will help us on the retention rates I mentioned a moment ago. The second item concerns forensic scientific services. The governor's recommended the funding of 10 positions in the medical examiner's office. The breakdown of that includes 6 death investigative specialists. Those are the individuals who actually help work every autopsy we do. They're the investigative arm of the medical examiner doctors who work with us day in and day out. They're extremely important. And I'm going to do a little bit of a deep dive in a moment into the ME's office and tell you where we stand on all those positions. So you'll know, I know you've been very supportive of us in that regard. And I want to update you on what all we've done and what we're lacking right now. That recommendation also includes 3 additional medical examiner doctors. The absolute truth and candor is, and I'll explain this in a moment in my deep dive, is that those positions are extremely difficult to fill. I'll tell you the numbers that we're looking at in a moment. But I believe very firmly that doctors who are going to be hired by the medical examiner's office are more than likely going to come from fellowships. That's the latest one we've gotten is a young lady we brought on as a fellow. We trained her up the way we do things at the GBI. We offered her a position, and thankfully she took it. I will tell you why I think she took it in a moment. I think most of that appreciation lies at the feet of this committee for the increase in salaries, but I'll do, again, I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. We want to expand that fellowship program. We cannot expand it without additional doctors. They will not allow us to do that. So even if we want to, which we do, to bring new fellows on, we cannot do that with the number of doctors we have and the number of autopsies they have. The committee that eventually approves those fellowships will not approve it unless we have additional ME doctors. And so again, when we focus on the ME's office in a moment, I'll explain that a little bit more in depth, but I did want you to know that's probably the reason why Governor and OPB are recommending those positions, is that increased fellowship potential, and from that fellowship potential, the hiring of new doctors. The recommendation also includes 22 new crime lab positions, including 15 scientists, 5 lab techs, and 2 evidence receiving techs. Again, that would be extremely helpful for the Bureau, and I'll do a deep dive in a moment on the crime lab to show you where we stand there as well. And it also includes the continuation of the number of employees for potential election investigative positions. Again, depending on how or if that jurisdictional issue is changed by the legislature over the course of the session, that will probably depend on how much we get involved in those matters. But again, right now, we cannot get involved unless we're asked or requested by the particular agency that's working it initially. Can I see your next slide, please? Thank you. I did want you to know, too, that your support of our battle and fight against criminal street gangs in Georgia is paid off. I know you've always supported us regarding gang task force members. I want you to know that in calendar year 21, we became involved in 271 gang-related investigations. We opened that many through the Bureau, arrested 269 suspects as a result of those investigations, seized 40 firearms, and seized contraband valued at $19.2 million, which includes drugs and guns and cars and things of that nature. There's a breakdown also just of some of the types of cases that we're seeing drugs in. We work close to 30 death investigations or homicides involving gangs over the state. I'm very, very pleased and proud of the work they've done. We started that GBI task force, and they work primarily from Atlanta north, but we've extended that and now expanded to a Middle Georgia gang task force in the Milledgeville-Macon area. They're doing great work down in that corridor as well, and so we're very pleased with what they're doing in battling criminal street gangs in the state of Georgia. Next slide, please. I also want you to know, too, that our efforts in human trafficking are beginning to pay off. Some of you may recall, I know you were very supportive of us growing our starting and growing our human exploitation and trafficking unit. We call that the HEAT unit. That HEAT unit, since its inception in July of 20, has been involved in labor trafficking, sex trafficking, a combination of both labor and sex trafficking investigations. We've rendered assistance in over 50 cases. What that means is the locals have asked us to come in and work with them in regards to trafficking matters. We currently have 10 active cases under preliminary review. So I'm very, very pleased and proud of the work that that HEAT unit is doing as well. The next slide involves officer-involved shootings or use of force cases in Georgia. We worked 100 officer-involved shootings in calendar year 2021. 40% of those were in the metro Atlanta area. Our Region 10 office over in Conyers is extremely busy on officer-involved shootings. We worked another 24 use of force cases that ranges from everything from physical use of force to alleged use of force on excessive force by tasers. So we worked 124 total some type of use of force cases, with 100 of those being officer-involved shootings all over the state, although 40% of them did in fact occur within the metropolitan Atlanta area. I'd want you to note too, those are extremely labor-intensive cases, and we average 194 hours per investigation on the use. That's just because of the sheer unadulterated volume of drugs that comes through the lab. It's just unbelievable, the tens of thousands of cases that we get year in and year out. We've really utilized our ability to outsource, thankfully, for the support you've given us in that regard. I know this year, from now till around the end of March of 22, we'll end up in calendar year or fiscal year 22, outsourcing close to 1,400 drug cases that we've asked these labs to look at and get back to us. We've also outsourced another 256 cases, which are specifically opioid cases. So we're really utilizing that money on outsourcing. One of the things I am proud of about the lab, I wanted you to know, is that our sexual assault kits, and I know some of you on here, this has been very, very important to each one of you. When I came in 2019, we had 1,758 sexual assault kits backlogged. That means they've been with us over 30 days. As of January 1 of this year, we've pushed that down to 544. So we've made quite a sizable reduction in that. We're still pushing it downward. I'm hoping by the time I see you next time that it'll be even considerably lower than the 544. So I feel very, very good about those. And I think that's headed in a good direction. So we appreciate all you've done to help us with those cases, to help us with a backlog. The last slide I want to talk to you a little bit about is our medical examiner's office. I want you to know, and you need to hear this because it is so important. You all helped us tremendously last year by addressing the issue of salary. I want you to know that at the time you were doing that, we had 3 openings in the medical examiner's office, 2 of which were at headquarters. 1 was in Macon. We had an additional 2 doctors that at the same exact time you all were giving us that money, were interviewing with other offices. I did not know that. And then I found out recently those doctors decided to stay with the GBI for that reason, because you all provided that salary increase. So we are now at full staff at headquarters. We do not need any more doctors. Well, I'll take that back. We always need more, but for the ones that are funded, the headquarters is fully funded with our doctors. The only one that we're lacking is what you know about, and that's the one in Macon. I will tell you that, and I don't say this lightly or flippantly, and I thought about whether or not to say it, but finding a doctor there has been one of the most difficult things that I've taken on as a director. It's been extremely difficult. We worked hand in hand with Mercer Medical School. They've done a tremendous job and a great partner with us in that process. We thought we had somebody keyed in on, and she ended up taking another position. We have went as far as offering locality pay, initially $10,000 locality. We've bumped that up to $20,000 locality. I've went to the doctors on staff and offered even more than that for locality pay. That's the effort that we're trying to get, to find somebody there. I still believe in my heart that I'll find a doctor for Macon. It's my #1 goal for the medical examiner's office, is to find a doctor there. I will tell you that we're losing our chief medical examiner. He's retiring at the end of this month. I have focused on 3 potential candidates. All 3 are interested in the position. I'm excited about each one of those individuals. I will tell you that I should have a decision made hopefully as early as next week on who to make an offer to. I'm confident that whoever we make that offer to will accept it. I think it's always good to see new folks come in with new ideas. One of the questions I posed to each one of those candidates that I spoke to is, what do we do about Macon? How can we find a doctor in Macon? Each one of them have separate ideas, distinct ideas. So I'm excited about their ability to help us in that regard. I want you to know the workload has increased tremendously there. Those doctors have answered the call. In 2017, for example, we were averaging 240 autopsies a year by our medical examiner doctors. Last year, they averaged 357. That's the increase, just the sheer increase in bodies that we receive at the medical examiner's office now. And so it's one of the top 2 priorities on my list to get that office filled down there. Again, we could not have kept the people that we have and have the full staff at headquarters without your help. I mean, that's just the honest truth. We wouldn't have got them. We wouldn't have kept them, but for what you all did for us last year. So again, from the bottom of my heart and all sincere appreciation, thank you for that help. It allowed us to keep those doctors. It allowed us to be at staff, full staff at headquarters. And again, I've committed to you before privately and publicly, and I'll commit to you again publicly that there's no priority higher for me than finding a doctor in Macon. It is my top priority with the medical examiner's office. We'll continue to do everything humanly possible, including continuous tinkering with that locality pay. I have to be careful with it because, I balance that with my doctors at headquarters, keeping them in a work environment that they want to stay in and will continue to stay with us. I'll leave you with this note. I was looking last night. There are about 17,000 medical school graduates annually. Somewhere around 17,000 people graduate from medical school every year. Out of that 17,000, there's somewhere between 30 to 40 of those individuals who become forensic board pathologists. The last time I checked, there were 52 postings on the page they use for job listings in the United States. So even if you take every graduate, put them at work, we still wouldn't fill the positions in the country. And that's not counting the folks who retire year in and year out. It's a problem. It's a true medical issue around the country, and it has to be dealt with. And hopefully we can do everything we can do at the Bureau to fill that position and work with our medical school deans to make that a more attractive position to come to. So that's a little bit, I took a breath and felt like I didn't stop to the end, but thank you for allowing me to do that. I'll be more than happy to address any questions you may have to the Bureau.
Well, thank you, Director, for being here with us. We do have a few questions. I've got one online that I want to ask you from Representative Jay Collins. Looking at a few metro Atlanta counties and how they have changed with regards to their coroner's offices, at what point does it make sense to create a regional medical examiner's office at the local level?
I will tell you that coming from Cobb, where we were blessed to have our own medical examiner's office there, as a former district attorney and as a trial lawyer there, having tried a number of cases, the ability for locals to reach out immediately and have that professional advice there is certainly something that I think is beneficial on a regional basis. I would certainly be open to the discussion of the possibility of regional offices around the state. Again, I don't mean this in any disrespectful sense. I don't mean it in any ugly way. The dilemma is twofold. The first dilemma is the sheer number of folks. Can we get the number of doctors we need to do the job? In a perfect world, I was telling one of the doctors I interviewed the other day, I would give anything if we could have a medical examiner like we used to in Somerville, in Augusta, in Macon, in Moultrie, in Columbus. I can't tell you, Chairman England, how much easier it would make my life. And I don't mean that in a selfish way, but I mean just to be able to tell my friends in the coroners, my DA friends, my sheriff, law enforcement friends that, there's a doctor right there to get the bodies to get the work done, somebody somebody you trust. But again, I don't want to mislead you. It boils down to a sheer number. When we interview a doctor, Chairman, we're competing against Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, DeKalb, but we're competing against New York City, St. Louis, Dallas, Houston, Chicago, LA. That's who we're competing against for these 30 or 40 young doctors who come out of medical school every year. And And I've told friends of mine that if you have a child who wants to become a forensic pathologist, they can work anywhere in the United States, anywhere. You can find a job anywhere because everywhere is looking for them. And so from a practical point of view, I think regional offices are something that would work. I would like to see us have one in all those places. But again, I do think that you run into that same issue about finding the number of doctors to put there.
Okay, our next question's from Dr. Chairman Dean Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you here, and thank you for the work you and your team do for the state of Georgia. You and I have had some conversations about the medical examiner's situation. I've had conversation, of course, with my chairman, and just want to let you know we're committed to work with you and your team and the other stakeholders and providing maybe some innovations along the line of trying to figure out what we can do to get this pipeline stronger, not just for Macon or Columbus or Augusta, but physician workforce issues are significant in all specialties in Georgia, and the pathology may be the forensic pathology may be one of the hardest to fix. But any work we do towards that will also transition to helping us with other things that we need in the state of Georgia. So just know we'll be working with you, Chairman Albers on the Senate side to see what we can do to use some of the creativity we've done in graduate medical education already. And I know it's a challenge for you to have to deal with these doctors because, you know, they are challenging individuals, but know that we understand the problem, but we also are very, very committed to solving it in a very timely manner. So just look forward to working with you on it.
Well, I do as well. And thank you for reaching out to me before. And again, I know I've said it before, but we would not be in the position we're in today where we have one opening as opposed to three, but for the work of this committee. I mean, it's just from both House and Senate side, they reached out to us last year and worked with us. But for that work, we would be looking for additional doctors. So thank you.
And one other issue that's been brought to me by the Maternal Mortality Committee is almost half or more than half of the cases that they're evaluating have not had an autopsy. And again, that's not something that's under your purview, but it just shows that there is a shortage of that, and we may need to look at some of our code to see if there's a pathway to try to increase that occurring in whichever venue it's most appropriate. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next here, I've got another one online. And it's from Representative Scott Holcomb. He says, first, thank you for the continued work on the timely testing of sexual assault kits. Second, of the evidence that is waiting to be tested, can you provide a context as to the percentage or perhaps a real number of the amount of evidence that is related to violent crimes and the general timeframes in which the evidence is tested?
I don't think I can give a breakdown, I'm sorry, of which percentage of evidence is linked to violent crime. I will tell you that one of the things we've implemented within the crime lab is what we call priority cases. For example, if a prosecutor calls us today and says, this case I know it's not at the top of your list, but it's a case I'm getting ready to go to trial on, we will automatically test any priority items. We automatically place them at the top. For example, in our ballistics section, 78% of the testing they do is what we call priority testing. It means that a prosecutor has reached out and said, I need this case tested for court reasons or to make a decision on what to do with the case. So we automatically take that case, even, just give you a number. If it was 133rd on the list, we'll put it at the top. And so I can't tell you, I'm sorry, I can't answer Representative Holcomb's questions about what percentage is tied to violent crime, but I will tell him that in any case, particularly a violent crime nature, if a prosecutor reaches out to us and says, we've got to have this tested, it'll automatically go to the top of the list. And that's not just in the ballistics discipline, that's in any other discipline as well.
Next question from here in the audience is Dr. Watson. Chairman Watson, Senator Watson.
Just Ben, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Reynolds, just want to dive into that a little bit more relating to the forensic pathology. The fellowship program you had mentioned before, maybe in conjunction with Mercer, could you enlighten us on that a little bit more?
Yeah, about our fellowship program that we
Yes.
have? Yes, sir. What we do, Connie, do we have 2 available now? Yeah, we're working with 2 fellowship positions. That's what's been given to us or granted to us based on the number of medical examiner doctors we have and the amount of time they have that they can allocate to the fellows. What I'd like to do, Senator, is to grow that fellowship program and have additional, as many as 4. They've advised us they cannot do that or allow us to do that with the number of doctors we have. I think that's one of the reasons you see in the governor's recommendation, the desire to bring 3 additional doctors on. It will allow us to grow the fellowship program. I've indicated to them, as I'm indicating to the committee today, I'm convinced after looking at this for 3 years, that's probably the way for us to hire young doctors, is to bring them in, train them, let them see how we do the work there, what we do there. And we have a great staff of doctors. They do tremendous work, but so our goal is to grow that, at least to double it to 4. But again, in speaking in spirit of candor and full disclosure, we cannot do that unless we have additional doctors on staff. I don't know, again, you may know more about this than I do. Or I don't know if there's a committee or a group that authorizes or allows fellowships, but I've been advised by the chief ME that, they said, Director, I can't grow it. I keep pushing him to, but he said, I can't unless I have more doctors. So, but the latest doctor we brought on, young Dr. DeMarco, came directly from our fellowship program. She was with us. We trained her, and several offices were after her, but thankfully she stayed with us. And I'm convinced that's the way we hire in the future.
Okay, next question from Chairman Tillery.
Thank you, Director. Thank you also for acknowledging the investments the legislature made last year, the people in this audience, the $1.5 million for retention, the $240,000 for the fellowship program, and the $500,000 at Mercer. Again, prioritizing and recognizing that priority of medical examiners. My question is, does any other state have a licensing program for a mid-level position in pathology? We've seen mid-levels at other care, your primary care for positions, and we've used that to augment and supplement primary care. Is that something that another state does with forensic pathology? Of course, we don't want to sacrifice the quality. I'm wondering if that's something that we've looked at.
I don't know, and I apologize. I can find that out, and I'll get back with you by next week and let you know. I will tell you this, that I have, the marching orders, and they're probably tired of hearing me give them to them, but my marching orders over there is I want every possible stone overturned, to try anything outside the box, anything that we can do to help those numbers. I want it done. And so I don't know your answer directly, but I will unequivocally find out for you. And I'll report back to your office by next week and let you know that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next question is Representative Gerald Green, Chairman Green. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Senator Albers. My bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the compliment. Good morning, Director.
Good morning,
thank you
sir.
for your great service and that of the GBI. My question gets back a little bit to the work on the scientists. So whether it be DNA or toxicology or even your ballistics experts, obviously we're excited about the additional positions. Between that, and if you can comment on the work you've done with outsourcing some of that work, do you believe this will be able to keep us in real time up to date and be able to keep up with the demand moving forward based on the constant need for GBI resources?
That's a great question. So, and again, I will tell you, you've probably been one of our biggest supporters in this building, and I appreciate you and I appreciate all you've done for us. I will tell you that based on what I have seen, I don't want to I'm an extremely positive person, and I will tell you that new scientists will help us. If you don't believe it, look at what we've done on sexual assault kits. The reason those numbers have went down is because folks like you and this committee members have allowed us to hire additional scientists. Once we train them, because it may take 18 to 24 months to train up a scientist the way they need to work with the GBI, those numbers will start going down. I cannot look at you and tell you absolutely that we'll be at a zero-sum game where we as they come in the door, we're able to test them. I've asked, I think the lowest number of backlog cases that they've seen in years and years at the GBI have probably still been somewhere around 5,000 cases. I think they'll, just because of sheer volume, Senator, will always run a little bit of a lag. But I can tell you without any hesitation, we can do a lot more than we're doing, better than we're doing now. But the truth is, you push these scientists to a point where they reach a max point of volume. You've got, the only other way to resolve that is either through outsourcing, which we've done, or to have new scientists there. That's it. And so I think that with additional bodies, once they're trained up, and it'll take a little bit of a lag to make that happen, but once that training occurs, you'll see a substantial downward decrease in numbers.
Next question is from Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman. To Director Reynolds. I'm going to change the subject from forensics for a minute, and let's go back and talk about street gangs and what you all are going to do and what we can expect will be the result of this new emphasis on addressing street gangs.
Thank you. I think you have to remember and recall what the GBI's mission is on that side is to interdict and step in and to stop criminal activity. And so when the FBI is indicating to us that a good portion of violent criminal activity is committed by criminal street gang members, one of the missions that the governor challenged or charged me with is do something about that. And so these task forces, what we're trying to do is bring the locals and federal partners in together and concentrate on areas where there's heavy, extensive gang activity. That has to be some form of partnership with groups, societal groups that give these kids some opportunity to do something else. Give them some reason to say, I'm not going down this road to criminal street gang activity. I'm going down this road to become a productive member of society. I think the GBI's function is to enforce the law, to arrest people that violate the law. But I do think we have an obligation as well, maybe not legally, but morally and practically, to work with our locals, to work with nonprofits, to work with folks of that nature to make sure kids have another option. We try to do things even at headquarters where we have agents for a day and we bring kids in to say, look, these guys are on your side. They're good guys. You don't need to go down that road. But I think our task in fighting criminal street gangs is to make sure that if we're called in and we're asked to assist, because remember, we can't get involved in a gang case unless we're requested by the locals to do that. Once they request us to help, our job is then to get involved, to do all we can do to stop criminal activity. And the main way we do that is through arresting individuals who have violated the law. And if they do that, then we give it to the DA and allow the DA to decide how and when indictments occur, what type of sentences there are in conjunction with judges. But our job is to step in and interdict and do something about criminal activity. That doesn't mean we don't have, again, a moral obligation to work with the locals, nonprofits, things of that nature, to try to curb that activity and give kids another option. But in the end, when you shuck the corn, our main function is to stop criminal activity.
Director, we're short on time. We've
Yes,
got
sir.
one last question take 1 minute to answer it. I know there's a number of questions online, but I believe they've been answered by the director indirectly, if you will, through other questions. So Director, Representative Frazier from Augusta here. Since COVID began nearly 2 years ago, the unfortunate increase in deaths has occurred. We're nearly 2 years later. How have the number of autopsies been addressed in a timely manner for families?
They're addressed, they're not done as fast as I would like to see them done because of the sheer volume. As I said a moment ago, we're over 6,000 autopsies a year now by the GBI Crime Lab. In 2017, just 5 years ago, Our doctors did about 240 a year. That's what the National Association of Medical Examiners recommends. Don't let you folks do over 250 a year. Last year, we did 357 per doctor. That's an increase just in 5 years of 107 or so autopsies per doctor. And so it's obvious, I wouldn't want to mislead the representative. It's something that with increased autopsies, our turnaround time is not going to be as quick as it was when we had less to do. And so I'm hoping that eventually with additional doctors, if we're blessed enough to make that happen, or if we think outside the box and think of different ways to do it, that we'll push those autopsies down. But I will tell you this, when families have an issue with the timeliness, it's generally not with the autopsy itself. It's with what needs to be done forensically. For example, if this toxicology work needs to be done on blood, or DNA for identification, or things of that nature, that's generally where the time lapse occurs. There's a little bit more time in there it takes us maybe to do the physical autopsy than it did, but the majority of waiting time is waiting on certain tests to come back, that we may test blood and things of that nature. And if a family ever feels as if it's not being done as expeditiously or as it should be, and there's any issues, they're welcome to reach out directly. I talk to families weekly. They're welcome to reach out directly to me, and I will get involved in those matters.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is the Executive Director from the Public Defender Council. If you want to come up and join us at the podium. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
The microphone is yours.
Okay, I'm going to take all of it. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all of you this morning. This is a Georgia Public Defender Council, where we represent all the indigent defendants who need representation. It's quite interesting that the GBI director came before me, because he was able to tell you all the cases and tens and thousands of cases that we have to represent. But before I go into what we do and how we do it and what we need, I just want to say thank you for what you've done for us last year. It warms my heart to say thank you. It's been an unprecedented year, especially for public defenders. We have to go out to the jail. We have to see our clients, and our employees, they have gone above and beyond the call of duty, not only to represent, but to make sure that all the people that we represent who are back in the community, that we have the responsibility as well to restore them so they can be part of that taxpayer and increase the tax bracket. And without you, we would not have been able to do all of this. So I say thank you, and I mean, really thank you from the heart. Thank you for what you do for all of us. I also want to, I hope you indulge me to thank the governor's office and the OPB for providing us funds so that we can reduce the backlog. We have a huge backlog because of the COVID, and it's growing, but we just got some help from OPB and the governor's office, and I would be remiss in my duty if I just did not stop to say thank you. I say thank you as well. And like I said, your support has aided us to do all our duties. But I would like to highlight some of the achievements that we've had in the last year. Last year we came to you, we said we were going to do a bunch of things, and I'm going to highlight one of them that we actually were able to do that I hope everything's going to be excited about. But first of all, because of COVID, we had a budget cut. And that impacted our rent in the State Bar building where this agency has been for the past I believe, maybe 15 years. And because of that, we got some funds to move to 244 to Washington Street, and we've been able to do that. We completed that move in due time, and we want to thank the building authority. We want to thank you, the legislators, for providing those funds for us. We are really grateful for that. And it will be interesting to know that all the budget cuts that we had last year, we were able to do that without doing a furlough to any of our employees. And we paid particular attention to the courtroom because we know that's the core of our mission. We really cannot touch the courtrooms, and we were not, and we did not. We were able to keep all our employees, all our attorneys working in the courtroom in spite of the budget cut. We are doing everything we can to make sure that our attorneys provide the necessary representation, and they go above and beyond the call of duty, like I said early on. And one of the highlights that I would like to bring your attention to is that we welcome Columbia Judicial Circuit because we opened another office there, and that makes the 44th office that we have in the state of Georgia. I want to do a thank you to the Columbia government for extending their generosity to us and for helping us to make sure that we have adequate resources to open this office in addition to the funds that you provided to us. We also have added some appellate attorneys. You see with backlog, when you have a trial backlog, you're also going to have appellate cases. Appeals are growing, and we have been able to add attorneys so that we can provide appellate services to our clients and to the community to make sure that we don't have any lapse in representation. We have been able to do a whole lot providing services and adding attorneys. Please let me share with you that we have been able to do this because we can repurpose funds. We have been able to consolidate positions. We have been able to reduce some positions in some places to just make sure that we keep recycling the money that you've given to us to make sure that we can provide the services that we need to the community. We have also added conflict attorneys' offices throughout the state. We have added 3 in the last 6 months. We're going to add 4 we're hoping in the next 6 months, we should be able to add some more conflict attorneys statewide. What does this mean? It means that when we have second tier of cases, we have defendants, 2, 3 defendants in particular case, we cannot just depend on our CPD's officers. It creates a conflict. So in the past, we used our contractors, independent contractors, and I really have to thank them because they came in and they helped us to manage the lapses. They helped us to manage the caseload. But we're beginning to find out that it is more cost efficient to have regular attorneys, to use them for the second tier and use our independent contractors for the third tier. It is more cost efficient, it's more manageable, we can create training, and we have people that can respond to our judges when our judges need conflict attorneys. So right now, we've been able to create 3 more offices with the money that you have given to us. Probably for other purposes, we are repurposing money, we're creating offices, we're making sure that we can meet the mandate. Not just the Constitution, but as well as the statute. And in the next 4 to 6 months, we have to create 4 more. And I'm going to talk to you about that because now that we have repurposed every fund that we have in-house, we're going to come back to you to ask for funds to create more offices. We have increased the pay schedule for our independent contractors. Independent contractors were paid very, very low. To the point where we just have to say thank you for them for it. It almost became that they were giving us charitable duties. And so in the last 3 months, we have been able to increase that fee by 35% for the attorneys who work in Superior Court. And in Juvenile Court, we've been able to increase that by 100%. And when you hear 100%, you probably say, oh, that's a lot of money. No, that's how low it was that we had to get 100% for us to even attract and to get people to actually take some of these cases. So we've been able to do that in the last 4 months as well. And when we have the budget cut, our training got cut. But we have gone back in-house to start training. We will have the first one in Macon. Basically, what we're doing, we'll be going all over the state to establish training grounds to train our employees, to train our attorneys, and to extend it to our independent contractors as well. We have done very well in the last year, in spite of the circumstances. And I just cannot stop thanking the attorneys, the CPDs, and the administrators who work with me at GPDC for just going above and beyond to do what's the most difficult. We are representing indigent defendants, and from what Mr. Reynolds said, you look at the numbers that he put out, those are the numbers that we have to pick up and make sure that we can represent everybody, not just represent, but do it effectively. As CPDs have caseload, I sometimes start my phone call to some CPDs at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I can hear jail announcements in the background. They're usually at the jail. They have a caseload. They mentor the employees that are reporting to them, but they are also in the courtroom. And so in this last year, we have done a lot. And I just want to acknowledge everything that they have done. But that's not where we're stopping. We're moving to the future. In preparing for the future, we just completed transition to Office 365. And I know that means a lot to us. I know some offices are saying, really? But that's where we are. We have completed that so we can give flexibility to all our employees, to all our attorneys, so that when they're all over the state, they can have access to their records. And what's that going to do for us? It means that we can now bring our software suite into the 21st century. We're really proud of that because of what's going to allow us to do. Sometime last year, we were blessed to have Accenture, the consulting group, the big consulting group, to give us pro bono assessment of our operations. And what that's going to do, we're creating agency-wide reporting metrics so we can have more metrics to report to you the next time we talk with you. We are able to align GPDC with movements for data-driven courts, which means now that our data can talk to other data in other areas. Now we have that opportunity to do that. We can now proactively anticipate trends and forecast what our needs would actually be, because now we have metrics and now we have data to do that. That is a huge movement for us at GPDC, and we really thank Accenture for coming in with our pro bono engagement and what it's going to do for us and the taxpayers of the state of Georgia. We have a new website. It's phenomenal because it's going to give us the ability to provide real-time customer service. We're hoping that we'll be able to connect with the jails so that our clients don't have to keep writing letters. We can actually connect with them. That is something we've been able to do in the last year. We have gotten a 501c3 a license. Our statute allows us to raise money, and we're taking advantage of that. So we have applied, we have gotten a 501c, because we know we're going to be asking you for a lot of money, and we hope you're going to give us every penny that we ask you. But we also want to make sure that we can assist you in our request. And so that's the reason why we have this 501c that's allowed by the statute. And we just don't have a 501c. We have a board of reputable Georgians who have joined us to raise money so that when we need to do restorative functions, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, then we will have a little bit of fun to do that. And somebody had asked me, if you start raising money, are you going to get money from the legislators? Absolutely, because I believe the legislators will look at the efforts that we made to make sure that we can support what the taxpayers can give to us. We're partnering with Technical College System. I did talk a little bit about not just representing clients. Attorneys are the best. They go out of their way to make sure that they can provide effective assistance of counsel. But we also believe that we need to be part of the safety net for this community. What does that mean? That means that for those folks who are going to be returning back to their communities, we're looking for opportunities for them to go back to school, to get a skill so that they can be reconnected with their families. I used to work in juvenile court, and I did that for like 11 years. And to detain a child, I think at that time was 90 to 150,000. If we have families going back to their homes, if we have our clients going back to their homes to take care of their children, that is a cost that we can save the taxpayers. That is a cost that's going to allow individuals to get back to work and to help us to expand the tax bracket. So we are not just representing, we will do the representation now. We will fight in the courtroom. But at the end of the day, what happens to our clients? That's what we're working on, to make sure that we are part of the safety net in this community. And so to that effort, we have a program that's going to target the needs of individuals who live in the criminal justice system between the ages of 17 to 24. We already have a big partner with the Atlanta Technical Schools. The president of that university is on our board, and we will be able to report to you next time how many people have gone through the system when they leave the criminal justice system. And so as we go from year to year, we have increases in caseload, we have increases in backlog, and we have increases in resources. Everything is so time intensive. And the labor market, the labor disruption that you have in the whole country has not excluded us. We are struggling. You listen to Mr. Reynolds talking about how difficult it is to find employees. We are the same. In our case, we are almost competing with entities that don't even use attorneys. We're competing almost with gas stations because we cannot pay the money to attract our attorneys. As we go forward, I'm going to please appeal to you. The governor has made some recommendations, $5,000 increase as a supplement, cost of living adjustment, 401k, all of that is almost like an answer to what we need. It's going to boost the morale of our employees. It's going to help us to retain the employees that we have. Today, we have 14% attrition rate. And that means that when we bring people in, we train them for other industries to take them. That's a loss to the office, that's a loss to the clients, and that's a loss to the taxpayers. So I am appealing to you when we come back and we are asking, we will be requesting an increase to what our attorneys make. They make very, very low funds at this point. The salaries are low. We're going to be asking for an increase for our attorneys so that we just don't train them and lose them. Our CPDs, the circuit public defenders, they make very little money. I know that it is statutory. We're going to be asking for an increase. If nothing else, they can have equity with their counterparts in the district attorney's office. We're going to be asking for that.
We are running out of time to stay on schedule. Do you have any summarizing remarks?
Let me do that quickly. And we're going to be asking for a few just funds to continue with the conflict offices. And I didn't know that I've been talking that long. And we have it in PowerPoint. And as we look ahead, I just want to thank you again for all that you have done and to understand and to please know that we're going to do our best, not just to represent, but to make sure that we're part of this community that's making life better in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're obviously very passionate about what you do. We appreciate your presentation, and I know that our committee chairs will be working with you to try to figure out a solution to some of your challenges.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us today. I don't think we have any questions on the floor. Is there any other?
We do have one brief question. If you could help us with this, what is the median starting salary for a new attorney working for your agency?
55.
55,000. Representative Holcomb, that was your question.
55.
Thank you again for being here. We appreciate it. Up next is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is our commissioner from the Department of Community Supervision. Morning, sir. The floor is yours. The mic's hot.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here before you. I will be brief and hopefully keep you on schedule, if not get you a little ahead of schedule. I want to always start off with the mission of Department of Community Supervision. I think it's a driver of everything we do. At the end of the day, it's easily said, not easily done, but if you've been to prison, we don't want you going back. If you haven't been to prison, we don't want you to go to start with. I want to also commend the men and women of DCS who day in and day out serve our communities, and they serve them in a very, very professional, compassionate manner. And I never want to miss an opportunity to thank them. I want to go over the governor's recommendation, just an overview for FY22 and FY23. You'll see, of course, the $5,000 pay increase. There's also a request for vehicles. The other four that you see there are just state billings that are associated with those. And then there's a major maintenance and repair. So the FY22, we're talking one-time funds of just at 13 million. When we talk FY23, we're talking overall adjustment of about 23 million. We move to the amended 22. There are two programs I'd like to bring to your attention, or two items, I should say. The $5,000 salary increase, also the vehicle replacements. There will be 65 additional vehicles. As you're probably aware by now, these vehicles are our officer's office. That's where they do their work from, day in and day out. Just to give you an idea of how important these vehicle replacements are, we have an average vehicle rate of these replacements that are 134,000 miles, and we have an average of them at 9 years. Now, quite candidly, these are vehicles going to places there's no way I would take my personal vehicle into. You would not believe the repairs that we have to pay for undercarriages. They're short stops, continuous runs. So of course, the vehicles take a great deal of wear and tear. When we move to FY23, you'll see the summary there. Again, the cost of living adjustment with the other charges there that come along with it. And then the major maintenance and repair, as indicated before, that is a $23 million adjustment. When we talk about major maintenance and repair, we have two offices that are in dire straits of needing repairs and replacement. You'll see those outlined there. These are things that just make it inhabitable. We're talking a total of $940,000. As a reminder, our agency has been around for 6 years. We inherited 10 facilities from GDC at the time of the merger, and those facilities that we inherited average 30 years right now in age. In 2023, our capital request is a Savannah Day Reporting Center facility purchase of $4.7 million. We are currently in a closed GDC transition center trying to operate out of that. We're very gracious to have that opportunity. We would not have ended up there if we wouldn't have been evicted from our previous office. And why? Because quite candidly, once folks see the number and the type of clientels, they're no longer real thrilled to have us in their area. It is important that we provide a constant and steady place for these individuals, not just our employees, but also for those that we serve. We've worked closely with the State Properties Commission. This bond item represents really a $1.2 million savings over the term of a 15-year lease. So it is the fiscally sound thing to do. So I just bring that to your attention. And that will conclude. Again, I want to thank the men and women of DCS who work tirelessly to keep our community safe. I would also encourage you, if you've not gone on a ride along, that is the best way to see what we do. And I think your colleagues will tell you, those that have will share that as an eye-opening experience. But I certainly also thank you for your continued support. We know that your support is critical to our success, And with that, we would ask favorable consideration of the governor's budget. And of course, I will entertain any questions at this time.
Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for your great work, and I have done that right along.
Yes, sir.
And I think it would be beneficial for all our fellow legislators to do that. Certainly support your need for additional cars to get in and out of those places that you visit. If you could help us to understand what type of technology and innovation that your department is currently utilizing or looking to implement as we continue to evolve in supervising those who are in the state's care.
I will. Thank you, Senator. And I can't express appreciation enough to our IT department. We are, I will tell you, the best community supervision agency in the nation. That's not to brag, that's just stating fact. A lot of that is because of the technology we leverage. It's no longer a Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 world. And our officers, as I stated before, they work from their vehicles. They are completely mobile. We have a web-based portal that they enter their case notes on there. We also have an outward-facing portal where those that we are serving can access and provide any information that is needed. So our whole backbone is on technology. We do video interactions. I will share with you during the pandemic, it wasn't really a big hurdle for us. And what we found through a study, a pulse survey and a study, prior to that, we were spending about 6 minutes of time at a contact. Now, I don't know about you. I can't say that's quality when you're worrying about a dog in the background or you're worrying about somebody else in another room. You may have kids around. And when we went to the video contact, that increased our interaction time to 23 minutes with an individual. We polled the officers. Overwhelmingly, they felt more connected to those that were serving. They felt that the individuals they were serving were more responsive. We also asked through a pulse survey those individuals under our supervision, and they reported the exact same thing. They thought it was quality, it was beneficial, they felt more connected, and they felt that that officer was really vested in what they had. So that's just an example of what we can do. With that, we certainly lessened our footprint and gotten us out of brick and mortar offices. We still have a footprint where we have day reporting centers. I don't think we will ever be able to get away from that, but we have closed several offices, and that's been an ongoing process. In fact, we've consolidated 43 offices. So that's 43 leases that we no longer ask the state for. Hope that answers your question, Senator. Thank you.
To that point, is there any cost savings that you can pass along to this committee that consolidating those offices has led to?
That has already been done that prior to, and right now we're in the middle of continuing to do that. What our goal ultimately would be having one office along with a day reporting center in each judicial circuit. So I think it comes more of a reinvestment, but previously those savings have already been realized.
How about it?
Thank you and appreciate your effort to get us back on schedule.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't go unnoticed. The facility in Savannah, is that a existing facility that will be repurposed, or is it a new construction, or?
It's a new construction.
Right.
It's currently a built-to-suit lease with a new landlord. It's being constructed as we speak.
Okay. Do you have a timeline on?
The timeline, it should be finished by the end of this year.
Okay. Thank you.
If you don't mind restating that in the microphone so our friends on Zoom
Yes,
can hear.
and I apologize. It is a build to suit site. It is already being under construction. And I would look at the timeline anywhere from 6 to 9 months, given the weather and any other unforeseen delays. And by the way, this is Olivia Duke. My apologies. She is our Chief Financial Officer.
You're all good. We just have to try to take care of the 50 some odd folks on Zoom.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Again, as Chairman Burke said, thank you very much for keeping us on track, getting us back on track. So at this time, seeing no other questions, we appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Oliver and the Department of Juvenile Justice, if you will join us at the podium.
Morning, Chairman and members of the committee. It's always good to be back before you all this morning, and as I highlight some of the good stuff that the Department of Juvenile Justice is doing, and then go over the governor's recommendations outlined in our budget. I have a brief slideshow. Just want to update this body on our mission statement that we've actually updated since we last saw you all, and then also our vision and our culture. So we go over our mission statement really quickly. The mission of the Department of Juvenile Justice is to transform young lives by providing evidence-based rehabilitative treatment services and supervision, strengthening the well-being of our youth, families, and fostering safe communities. And that's kind of going along lines with updating it to conform with the code and the title that we're bound by. Next slide. And then our priorities are same as always, is operate safe and secure facilities and communities, provide a robust continuum of evidence-based behavioral health programs and services delivered to DJJ youth in facilities and communities, gang prevention and intervention, effective response to human trafficking victims and families, recruitment, retention, and succession planning. Next slide. And then our culture. This is something new that we want to embrace to encompass something that to go along with what you all did with the allowing us for the 10% increase that we did for our JCOs last fiscal year going into this fiscal that we're currently in now. But our culture wheel represents the culture at DJJ in which we want to represent. And let me just start by saying this, that each member of our of the agency has embraced this. Every spoke of this wheel actually came from our employee engagement survey, and they have a part in it. So they had some buy-in. All the employees had buy-in into the culture wheel. So the DJJ culture wheel represents the agency's values and reinforces the commitment we have to our employees and youth in our care. Each spoke of the culture wheel represents the different aspects important to the success of the agency. Next slide. And then last but not least is our core values in our inverted pyramid. The inverted pyramid displays DJJ's core values and emphasizes that the department's most important objective is to focus on youth, families, communities, and frontline workers, support staff, and serving them daily. And the culture wheel and the mission statement, culture wheel mission statement, and along with the inverted pyramid are displayed at our central office and some of our facilities around the state. So it reinforces our commitment to not only to our staff, but our youth and our care as well. And it sends a clear message that, that's what we're going to focus on, along with supporting things that's in the budget. So we'll go ahead and move into the amended FY 2022 budget. That should be located on page 249 in your tracking sheet. First off, we have our community service line item, and number one is most importantly increase funds by $5,000 to pay our full-time employees. That's going to go a long way for our employees. And let me just touch on this, and because it's going to carry over into the other programs as well. Last year I think I came before this body and we told we had a 97% turnover rate in our JCOs. Well, I'm proud to say this past fiscal year, we decreased that by 7%, still high, still 90%, but we were trending in the right direction. I think it's a direct reflection of what this body has done to provide that 10% increase that was self-funded last year, and along with our culture and things that we've changed within the organization. Overall, agency turnover rate has decreased by 5%. It was 45 this past fiscal year, or last fiscal year, I'm sorry. And this last year, it was 40%. So still high, but we're trending in the right direction. And I think with the 5% increase in salaries, it's going to continue to trend that way. And so we're just going to very supportive of the governor's recommendation on that. Number two is a transfer of funds from secure detention to provide a 20% increase for our juvenile program managers to provide parity with previous provided salary adjustments.
Prior to that, our program managers are our community service managers who run our community service probation officers. And when the 20% was given to law enforcement several years back, they didn't get it. And so they're typically underpaid for the people that they're supervising, anywhere between $14,000 to $18,000 a year. And so transferring these funds as self-funded from secure detention will get them in line with where they need to be as far as salary. Number three, increase funds to reflect the loss of Title IV funding associated with the October 1st, 2021 implementation of the Family First Prevention Act. And so that's going to be to the tune of the amended budget of $525,000. And number four, increase funds for our RWO program to reflect the loss for the Title IV federal funds. Next, we move into the Department of Administration budget in the amended 2022. And again, an increase to pay for all full-time employees by $5,000, and then transfer funds, number two, from secure detention again to fill the vacancies for our lapse factors and to increase those positions so we can fill those positions. That's critical need. That's a critical need for us as we recruit new employees and have them come in. They're our support. They're the admin services inside administration and finance, HR, investigations, and several other things to make sure that we're bringing in quality folks. And so it's important that we actually provide that line item there. Next is our YDCs, our secure commitment. And I won't belabor this and go through this. I'm just going to skip down. The $5,000 increase is going to translate through all programs, as you can see. But number two is increased fund to provide a one-time salary supplement for our certified teachers of $2,000. As you all are aware, DJJ we have our own school system, the 181st school district in the state of Georgia. And so we do have certified teachers. We're cognitive certified, accredited. And so the teachers do a wonderful job in there, coming in and day out, providing quality education to the youth in our care. So I'm very appreciative of the governor's recommendation on that to look after our teachers, especially within the Department of Juvenile Justice. And our RYDCs, our secure detention, again, I'd just like to draw your attention to number two. I'm skipping down after the $5,000. That's the amount that's going to be transferred for the self-funded salary increase to support our juvenile program managers that I previously spoke about. And then same thing for number three, and then number four for our teachers. So moving on to the FY 2023 budget. Again, I won't go into the $5,000 increase. I think that's self-explanatory. It's really helping our staff there. So we go down to number two. Number two is increased funds to allow eligible state employees to withdraw up to 40 hours of earned annual leave on their accrued balance. You know, when I sit there and I look at this, I think it's going to be a huge benefit for our employees, not only for DJJ, but across the state, because now they're going to be, it's kind of like a bonus. It rewards them for coming to work and building up that leave, and then they can choose to withdraw it at any time that they need it throughout that annual year or that fiscal year. And so they're able to get an extra 40 hours of pay as paid leave, as a check, as monetary gain into their pockets as need be. And they work hard day in and day out. And I think that's a very much needed recommendation from the governor, and I really appreciate him for putting that in there. Number 3 through 6 are the statewide adjustments. I won't go through them. I'll draw your attention to number 7. Again, that's the transfer of the funds to sustain the 20% increase for our juvenile program managers in our community. And number 8, to increase the funds for our Title IV that I spoke about in the amended budget. And then number 10, we'll skip down to number 10, the transfer of funds to Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for 1 juvenile detention alternative coordinator position. That JDI position traditionally sat, and we funded it at DJJ. I think just to make the books a little bit cleaner and put that money exactly where that position goes. We're requesting that those funds be transferred out of our budget and give to CJCC so they can monitor that on their end. Next, in the Department of Administration in the FY 2023, again, everything that I really spoke about in the community budget as far as number 2 and the statewide adjustments, so I won't go through that. I'll leave some time for questions and make sure we stay on track. here, but I draw your attention to number 7. Again, it's a transfer of funds from secure detention to fill that vacancy for that lapse factor that we had initially, and that we can fill those funded positions in our admin budget. And secure commitment, our YDCs, I'll draw your attention to number 7. That's the increased funds for teacher training and experience. As you know, we got to stay in line with the teachers out there and outside the wire, so to speak, and to make sure that we're paying them for their training and experience. And that's a minimum of $43,000 to make sure those teachers, when they go back to get those continual education, and then also their certificates, that we're paying for that experience. And again, the increased funding to provide that $2,000 pay increase for our teachers. That's in number 8. And then number 9 is to provide funds for capital maintenance and repairs. That's a $3.9 million ask that's put into the budget. I think that's very much needed as far as making sure that we're keeping up with our maintenance and repairs at our 25, in our 6 YDC locations around the state. Secure detention in our YDCs, I draw your attention to, again, number 9 is increase the funding for our teachers there for their training experience. And then the number 10, the base, the salary increase $2,000. And then finally, number 11 is the capital repairs to make sure that we keep in line and keeping up with our maintenance and repairs at our 19 locations around the state. That's about 1.8 million. And then our bond package, as you can see, we have a construction. I think that should be on page 392 in y'all's packet, and it's about middle ways of the page. It's construction of a YDC, Augusta, our YDC academic building, our educational building at Augusta. As you recall, this past fiscal year that we're currently in, you all funded the design for that building, and now we're asking for the construction, and we already have the design, and they should be starting the construction on that on our housing unit very soon. And then number 2 is the design for our Milledgeville YDC expansion project. That's currently a 30-bed old facility in Milledgeville. We're going to try to expand it to a 56-bed to meet our needs for our long-term youth in the state. And so that's going to be an expansion there. And let me just touch on Milledgeville for just a second. And you may ask, well, why are we going to try to expand that? There's several things. One, Milledgeville location, we don't have a kitchen there. So we bring our food in from outside to our youth, all the meals. And so that's one of the expansions is actually going to provide a kitchen so we can actually provide, we have quality food. Don't get me wrong, they get quality food, but make sure that it's not cold and the right temperature when they get there. So looking forward to that expansion and that project as well. And then also number 3 is design our Macon YDC. That's our all girls facility. Right now they're in cottages, they're cottage style campus, a very large campus, to condense that campus and bring it in a little bit so we can better manage that population along with the medical unit there in Macon Bibb County for our YDC. And that's all I have as far as the budget is concerned. But I just want to take a minute, if you will entertain, just to brag on our staff again for the job well done that they've done day in and day out. Not only especially during this pandemic. And oftentimes I sit and I think, some of us in some professions, they have the luxury of when they have COVID cases to work remotely, Zoom in, go home. But these men and women that work in these facilities, they can't do that. And they come in every day dedicated to providing a mentorship to the youth that they serve. And they go in every day and they do a phenomenal job. And our education does a phenomenal job too. Last year, we graduated 81, 31 of those were high school graduates, 50 were GED graduates, and then we had 144 graduates in our Connections program. And our Connections program is our post-high school program where the kids were able to get certificates in forklift, welding. Some were duly enrolled in college courses. And so I'm very proud of the work that they're doing over in education. And I know I said a lot. I'm trying to keep us on track with that. I'll yield the floor to any questions that you may have.
You're in good shape. Thank you very much. You do have quite a few questions. So
Okay.
if you'll bear with us, we'll start with Chairman Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your presentation and the work you and your staff do for Georgia. I don't think it's appropriate for today, but just make sure during the subcommittee process that you bring some level of detail and timeline on those maintenance and projects that you're describing on both the YDC sections.
Yes, sir.
We'll probably want to dig into that a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dukes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, I noticed that you said earlier that you had a 90-some% turnover,
Yes, sir.
and now it's down to 40.
No, so our overall turnover rate for our agency is 40. It was previously for the last 2 fiscal years was 45. Our JCO, our juvenile correctional officer turnover rate last fiscal year was 97. And now it's at 90%. So it's still high, but we're trending in the right direction. We're 70% reduction within the fiscal year.
Have you all developed an overall plan as far as salary so that we can be able to recruit and retain officers? Because basically there is a staggering cost in the training.
Correct.
So we're spending so much money in training and not enough money in retaining. Have you all done a comprehensive study such that you all can bring to us what it's going to take to be able to maintain those officers and keep them employed with the state? Have y'all done that?
Yes, sir. I think that's a good question. You know, we did an employee engagement survey last year. We did a poll survey this year. The number one thing that was on that list was pay. But I think you can see with the support of this body last fiscal year, this current fiscal year that we're in, with the self-funded 10%, you know, that and again with our culture change that we did at the department, I think that made tremendous strides in reducing it by 7%. I think with this $5,000 increase, it gets us in line on where we need to be. If you think about it, you know, the JCOs, that job class in itself, from this past fiscal year, this current fiscal year that we're in, and hopefully when this passes the $5,000 increase, they're going to receive a 26% increase. And so, you know, over the last 2 years, so that's pretty significant. And so when it translates into is that a JCO 1 coming into the door with no experience at all, walks in the door at around $35,000 per year. After they receive training, they're just shy of $40,000 per year. And that's huge coming from, you know, when I took over in 2019, I think we were in the 20s. And then right low 30s after graduation. So I think we're trending in the right direction. Again, thanks to the governor's recommendation, the support of this body, I think we're going to be in good shape. But to answer your question again, yeah, we have done an in-house study as far as polling our people and seeing what it's going to take to keep them. We do exit interviews. We look at that data, but it's all pointing to 2 things. Number 1 was pay, and then number 2 was the culture, which we've addressed as well.
Thank you. Reverend Williams, you up?
Excuse me for stuttering, but I'm about to freeze to death.
Well, I'm in the hot seat up here, so it feels pretty good.
This is the budget committee. We're trying to keep the save money.
Nobody went to sleep in here for the last 2 days, but let me follow up very quickly Representative Dukes' questions. A few years ago, before you became Commissioner, thank you for your job. You've got one of the toughest jobs in state government, and I know that.
Thanks,
well,
sir.
Before you became Commissioner, I raised the question, in another life, believe it or not, I made a living on looking at businesses' cost of doing business. And it's an overlooked cost that has been a contributing factor to bankrupting a lot of businesses, and that's the cost of turnover. I would like for you, again, I'm going to ask another commissioner now, when we come to subcommittee, bring us a cost of your turnover. There is a cost for that higher turnover because literally they don't get to know each other. I mean, 40% is big. So please attach a cost to that, and it brings into perspective that you're really not doing a lot of raising when you're lowering your costs for such high turnover. But please, would you do that by the time subcommittee comes?
Yes, so I can probably answer one for our highest turnover class. So currently it costs us, taking out our field training officers because they're already there and already paid. It costs us per cadet to train about roughly $5,300 per cadet to train. And so when you look at the amount of turnover we had to replace those JCOs this past fiscal year, it was around 552. So it's almost close to $3 million just in the JCO series that we had to that we lost in training costs replacing people. If you just look at, but we lose most of our people, looking at our data, we lose most of our people within the first 30 days. So some of them might not even make it to training. So when you break that cost down for our JCOs that we lost last year, just the onboarding cost alone cost us about $315 per cadet just to get them onboarded through the hiring process, as far as the medical screenings, our physicals, background checks, and things of that nature. And so you're looking somewhere around, what is that, 170 something, $175,000, $178,000 just to onboard them if they leave. According to the numbers that we lost last year, if they leave before they complete training.
$3 million.
Yes, sir.
Senator Albers, did you get your question answered? Okay. Senator Davenport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for what you do for the youth of our state. I had constituents who called me about these contracts and with the Department of Justice. I know you have a lot of them, but help me to understand this particular one. And it's from DFACS, Education System Management. I guess that's the state's only intensive substance abuse and mental health treatment facility. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, but I'm not sure about that one, ma'am.
I understand that's the only one that's contracted with the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Now, I know we have our own in-house behavioral health team there. They do a phenomenal job. Now, contracted out, I have to look, like you say, we have a lot of contracts, but I can follow back up with you on that one. And
okay, if you can follow up on that one, because I'm not sure. I was going to sit down with them, and I told the doctor that I would check and see, but I understand that there are only 5 children in the facility. And I'm trying to see, why are we housing children in the detention center who are waiting placement for treatment services in the detention center facility? I told him that couldn't be possible. And the other thing that he said to me is that the Department of Justice contracted with the National Youth Placement Corps, but the department did not want to pay for services and goods that are related to COVID-19. And I told him that couldn't be possible, but because the state of Georgia got funds from CARES Act, and we got money there for this purpose. So that couldn't be possible. I was going to email you about it, but then I said, since you were coming this morning, I would just ask you about it, because I need to understand this. I know one is in Jonesboro, and I haven't had time to go visit the facility or try to get over there. And I think one might be in Riverdale. I'm not sure, but I need to understand this, because if we have the money there and we have we have the resources, the state of Georgia has it. So I just need to understand what's happening here.
Okay, and I'll be happy to follow up with you and sit down and give you a call. Definitely, hopefully I can try to get answers for you today on that and follow back up with you sometime today. I'll be around.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner, I've got a couple of questions online that I'll give to you. Dean Smyrie says, Commissioner Oliver, I can't find the child welfare 10% provider rate increase in the DJJ community service program. The General Assembly has had to fix this when both DFACS and DJJ rates were not increased at the same time. Can you address this issue? It's of importance to me and the state of Georgia. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we recognize that too. We've made OPB aware of it and the governor's office aware of it. But in the event that the increase in funds for our RBWOs will be enough, we believe, to cover that 10% increase, but he's absolutely correct. It might have been an oversight and wasn't placed into our budget. So OPB is aware of it though.
Thank you very much. And I certainly would never speak for Dean Smyrie, but in the kind of vein of what's been said before, if you can firm that up and provide that
Absolutely.
directly to him and then in subcommittee as well.
Absolutely.
Next question from Chairman Burchett. Can you address how mental health issues are affecting those under your supervision and care?
Yeah, mental health is affecting us. But again, I think we have a phenomenal team. I want to say, we have a high percentage of youth that are in our care, in our detention centers and on our YDCs are on the mental health caseload. And I wish I had Dr. Doyle here as our director of behavioral health. She's actually not in town right now, but if she was here, she would tell you that most of our youth that are in our care have are on the mental health caseload, and somewhere between about 60 to 70% in our YDCs and over 50% in our RYDCs. I believe that's the correct number.
Thank you. And Chairman Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. And as one of those former JCOs, I appreciate all that you've done for the agency in the recent years since you've been there. And your leadership is profound, and I mean that sincerely. My question was talking about recidivism. I know COVID year kind of changes a lot of things, but is that on the right track as well?
It is. It's 35%. So I think it was a slight uptick. I think about a 0.3% from the previous year, but we're still holding steady at about 35% recidivism.
Thank you.
I believe our final question, we've all heard that turnover number. I know that's not new to you. It's not new for this committee. And I believe, unfortunately, we see that across a number of state agencies. For this committee, and if that's now or again in subcommittee process, we hear often that increasing pay may simply not be enough because then competitors, the private sector, are simply increasing pay. What other creative ways or adjustments have you made to go out and recruit? As a small business owner, I believe recruitment's very important, but retention
absolutely
is maybe more important. So could you speak to that a little bit now?
So, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's twofold, and I think you touched on it too. I think one, pay, but I think two, I think what we've done at the department, especially over the last couple of years, is we've done a good job of actually telling our story. We're on all social media sites. We have an excellent communications team, and that's where we actually recruit from, if you believe it or not. We had a lot of job fairs at our HR team. They do on-the-spot hiring. So, you can go to a job fair and have a contingent offer when you leave. But most of their people that come to that job fair, they come to us by way of our social media presence and advertising. And you can go on your phone, you can click and you can apply through Facebook for a position. And so we've been very successful with that aspect. But then again, it's also that retention piece. So we have that recruitment aspect in there that we're doing a good job with that. We also got to do a better job of retaining people. And Georgia's the #1 state in the nation to do business. And I think with things that's proposed in this budget, things in the last legislative process definitely helps us keep us on track with that and gets us on the right track as far as paying our state employees better. But we also got to do a better job also, and I'm just speaking for Department of Juvenile Justice, certainly making sure that we create a culture to where people want to stay. I've worked for numerous of agencies and seen places where they play extremely well, but if that culture is not right, and you can't cast that vision, people will leave. And so I think we've done a good job over the last couple of years in doing that. And looking at our numbers, I think it speaks to that, especially when you got that 7% decrease again in our JCO rates, our 5% decrease overall for the agency turnover rate. I think we're trending in the right direction. So we're just going to continue to do a better job creating that culture. Hopefully we get good support with the governor's recommendations here. And I think that's going to really propel us forward and keep us on track.
Thank you very much. And I forgive me, that was a question from Representative Roger Bruce. My last question, I'll close this out. Commissioner, what is that, in keeping with these questions we've been asking, what's the starting salary currently for that JCO?
Currently, right now, I think they're starting it without this supplement, without the 5%. Let me get you the exact number here. Currently, they start coming in the door at $30,730.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner, we appreciate your time. Thank you for
All right.
keeping us on track.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. General, if you will, we've been going all morning and we are ahead of schedule. If I could allow the committee a few minutes of break. So I have 11 o'clock. Let's come back at 10 after 11. We'll get started sharply and promptly. Thank you.
Yes, I have it right here. And then if you, I can run my son.
All right, members of the committee, it is 10 after. If you will, please come in and take your seat so we can make sure everybody has time for that nap over lunch. Again, to all our friends outside, we will get started in 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, we've given enough fair warning. General, thank you very much for being here. The podium is yours. The mic is hot.
Gentlemen, I'm Major General Tom Carden, and I'm honored to brief you today as a senior servant in the Georgia National Guard. I'm accompanied today by Mr. Joe Ferrero, our Deputy Adjutant General, and Mr. Kenley Finlayson, our Finance Director. As you all know, the 15,000 men and women that serve in the Georgia Army National Guard, Georgia Air National Guard, and Georgia State Defense Force continue to do amazing work for our state and our nation. We have service members today deployed in 6 out of 6 geographic combatant commands around the world. If you'll hit the next slide, please. As you may have heard recently about issues in Ukraine, elements of the Georgia Air National Guard's 116th Air Control Wing are currently deployed to Europe and supporting efforts to deter Russian aggression. At the same time, many of you may have heard that North Korea has recently test-fired missiles to threaten their neighbors as well as the rest of the free world. The Georgia Army National Guard has a unit currently deployed in South Korea that is serving along the demilitarized zone with North Korea. These are just a couple of examples to demonstrate that the Georgia National Guard is more relevant and globally engaged than ever. I couldn't be more proud of the men and women that have repeatedly answered the call here at home and around the world. If you'll hit the next slide, please. At the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, we deployed 3,206 service members to support a wide range of missions to help save lives and alleviate suffering of our fellow Georgians. During the Delta variant surge, we deployed 466 service members to help our overburdened hospitals, and today we have 245 service members supporting our public health professionals at 17 COVID testing sites, and we're supporting 11 hospitals with staffing augmentation. If you'll go to the next slide. And the next one. In addition to the previously mentioned requirements, we continue to operate a youth challenge program with campuses at Fort Stewart and Fort Gordon. In our 28 years of operation, we've graduated more than 18,000 cadets. We've worked hard to improve the program and to include the addition of a job challenge academy that focuses on helping many of our top youth challenge graduates earn a vocational certification. The Youth Challenge and Job Challenge programs continue to provide the young men and women of our state a much needed second chance. We endeavor to bend the odds toward their success thanks to your support. In terms of the adjusted fiscal year 22 budget, we have only 2 recommendations, both of which are included in Governor Kemp's budget proposal for 22. The first one can be found at 20.2.3 under military readiness on page 27. Is $63,873 for the operational cost associated with the bowling building in Milledgeville. As many of you may recall, we had a third youth challenge campus that was operated out of that building, but we had to shutter it during the budget cuts associated with the outset of the global pandemic. So we're having to upkeep and maintain that facility. It is backup space for overflow in case we have another hospitalization surge. And it's also part of our force structure strategic plan for the future of the Army National Guard in the event that we attract additional force structure to the state. The second one can be found at 20.2.2 under military readiness, also on page 27. It's $3,845,000. And this is for additional demolition work at the former Lorenzo Benz Youth Detention Center in Fulton County. This effort will continue to give us an expansion opportunity as we continue to compete for force structure, capability, and additional federal funding. As we transition to the state fiscal year 2023, we have only one additional recommendation from the flat budget proposal. This is also included in Governor Kemp's budget proposal for 23. It can be found at 20.2.6 under military readiness on page 35. And it's $127,747 for the operational cost of the bowling building in Milledgeville. And this is the same justification that I provided under the small budget for 22. Also in FY 2023, we have two bond recommendations that are part of Governor Kemp's plan, and those can be found on pages 141 and 142. And it's $12 million for site improvement and renovation of 6 readiness centers across the state. And this enables us to maintain our aging infrastructure and postures us for additional force structure as well as federal funding. The second one is a $4 million bond issue, and this is intended for our statewide readiness center repair and maintenance account. We appreciate your support and stand ready to answer any questions you might have.
General, thank you very much. We do have a couple. I'll start with a couple of maybe we're not used to here in the legislature, a couple of pats on the back, no difficult questions. But first, from Representative Anulowicz, General Cardin, it's wonderful to see you today. I'm grateful for your accessibility, and I encourage my colleagues to take advantage of your hospitality at the headquarters in Cobb County. From Chairman Carson, thank you, General Cardin. The Youth Challenge Academy is an excellent program for our state. And finally, a question online before we go to the members here in person. From Representative Bonner, can you explain to the committee the funding our Guard and Air Guard receives from the federal government and how that augments our training and equipment?
Well, you know, our budget is we have a very interesting funding model, to say the least. As this year with the ads, I think our state budget will be somewhere on the order of about $15 million, and it'll normalize a little bit next year at about $12 million. And by comparison, on the federal government side, we're probably somewhere in the order of somewhere between $550 and $600 million that essentially funds all the funding, force structure, and full-time manning associated with the federal mission. And it's sometimes complicated to try to explain that, but your investment, and I'm really thankful for this question from Representative Bonner, your investment in the Georgia National Guard, dollar for dollar, is returned to you in many cases 40-fold or more with respect to what you invest in your National Guard and what you get back in terms of your federal tax dollars coming back. And what it does for the governor and for all of you is it puts a capability in your toolkit that you can take that combat capability and bend it around a domestic crisis, as we have done time and time again. Obviously, if you look at our budget, our primary mission is to help be the primary combat reserve of the United States Army and the United States Air Force to fight and win America's wars. But we've taken that same capability, we've been it around the pandemic, and I can't tell you how many lives that our soldiers and airmen have changed or saved during this pandemic, but I can assure you it's been more than one, and it could not have been done without your leadership and without your support. So I'm thankful for that question. With respect to the comments, particularly from Representative Anulowicz and Cobb County, and I see we have Senator Kirkpatrick here from Cobb County, maybe others. I mean, our headquarters is open to you, and we want for you to come and see your investment. We jump at the opportunity to host you at our headquarters and to show you what we do and to do some static displays and meet some of the men and women that serve in your National Guard.
Amen. Thank you very much for that. Chairman Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, thanks again to you and your staff for the work you do every day. And I'm going to continue in that pat on the back vein there, Chairman. I know from my real job, the work that your team did with the long-term care facilities and the challenges that they were undergoing. I really and truly think there would have been catastrophic results if not for the work you did. And this was not the type of work that you normally associate with warriors, but it was extremely important to the grandmas and grandpas that we all love. So I want to personally thank you guys for that work, and appreciate all you do.
Thank you, sir. And we'll pass it on to the men and women in the formation.
All right, folks, we're going to do the best that we can. We have 9 minutes. Please keep that in mind. We have 5 questions. Senator Sims.
Thank you so very much. And thank you, General Cardin, for your service. And thank you for all that you do for the state. Quickly, your Youth Challenge Academies are amazing. They've been around for a very long time. It's just that in Southwest Georgia, we don't have one. We have relied heavily on the junior ROTCs, but the last few years, we can't get instructors to come and work with our schools. So having said that, we will find a campus, we will find land, whatever we need to become a part of, to get one started in Southwest Georgia. So maybe we need to talk offline.
Well,
Do we?
Representative Sims, thank you for the comment and the
Yes, sir.
support. And I will personally commit to you that myself and our staff will come to Sumter County. I'm from your county.
Yes,
And
great.
And we'll talk to your school superintendent.
Yes,
And
sir.
so you don't have to have a Youth Challenge campus in your county to get services from Youth Challenge. We serve all 159 counties in the state of Georgia. And so if there's some underserved youth in your area that want an opportunity to come to Youth Challenge, we want to make that opportunity available to them.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, thank you, as everyone else mentioned, for your great, extraordinary leadership and service. Can you give us a quick update on what role the Guard is currently playing in securing the southern border of the U.S. with the crisis at the border?
Senator Albers, thank you so much for that question. We just brought 283 soldiers back from the southwest border. They had a mission set there for a year. We replaced them. We've got 163 soldiers on the southwest border, and they have a support role with Customs and Border Protection. And so obviously you all have seen the news. This is not a new problem. There are pictures in my headquarters of the Georgia National Guard deployed on the southwest border in 1917 before World War I. So we've got quite a bit of experience on the southwest border. So the 100 Intelligence Battalion, obviously, they're looking south of the border, drugs and human trafficking coming across the border. They provide that information to Customs and Border Protection. You know, obviously, because of intelligence oversight laws, once that crosses in and has a U.S. nexus, we have to hand that off to Department of Homeland Security and Border Protection to deal with those issues. But they're looking deep into that issue before it ever gets to our border. And then we have an artillery battalion that we've essentially retooled to provide some command and control on the border, specifically in the Rio Grande Valley, where they have monitoring stations there. Soldiers from across the nation come in and monitor those, and that unit is providing some command and control there. So we've been very engaged on the southwest border in the modern era, really since Operation Jumpstart in 2006. We've had a near, not completely, but near continuous presence with members of the Georgia National Guard on the southwest border. And I think they're doing a great job for what it's worth, but I'm a little biased.
Chairman Knight.
Thank you. General, again, just following up, Senator Burt, thank you for all of what you and all of our folks have done to help the state during this COVID period. But I want to follow up on Senator Sims' comment and questions in regard to Youth Challenge Academy. And again, this is a program that is highly successful. And it is looking at, you know, our youth that are really at risk. They dropped out of high school, they're unemployed. Your success goes without question. Tell me, what's the secret sauce? What is that program, at the heart of that program, that is taking those individuals that are at risk and making them and letting them turn their lives around and reach the most potential? What is the secret sauce? What are the elements that these young people are coming out with?
Well, sir, thanks for that question. And the secret is there really is no secret. At the end of the day, we change the environment. This is a 22-week in-residence program. Our cadre come in there, they care about the kids. They just want to bend the odds in favor of those kids being successful. And if there is a secret, it's really the people that we have that invest in those kids. Every time I visit those campuses, our staff that, they don't get paid very much and they work a lot of long hours. And when I talk to them about retention, I heard some of the previous discussion here about staying on. Many of them will tell you it's not about the income, it's about the outcome. They get a lot of satisfaction seeing the success of these young people. And I just think when we change their environment and we put them in a place where people have a little bit of faith in them and gives them a little bit of confidence, that it changes the math for a lot of them. I mean, the current Surgeon General in the state of Alaska, a neurosurgeon, graduated from class 1. And I'm sure not every kid that graduated from our program goes on and does something on that order. But I'll tell you that investment and about the state I share, that's about $20,000 a kid for 22 weeks. I mean, versus $90,000 in a youth detention center, it's huge.
But, and again, it is the folks that are there and they care about these kids, but what are those kids learning? What is making them, what are we instilling in those kids that are making them confident, that are instilling within them the confidence, the ability, the values that they need to go out and then be successful?
I think structure, if I had to put it in one word, I'd just say it's a structured schedule. It's physical fitness every morning before the sun comes up. It's a regimen, it's a routine, and it puts them in the classroom and it enforces a set of standards that are uncompromising. I mean, if we got kids in the Youth Challenge program that want to fight or want to be a member of a gang, we don't keep them. We don't recruit from the Glee Club. And, to just be frank with you, but we're trying to help these kids to be successful and we provide some structure for them.
2 minutes remaining. Senator Kirkpatrick.
Sorry, at the risk of running out of time, Mr. Chairman, I'll keep it short, but I can't miss the opportunity to just mention that this is not what you thought you'd be doing when you raised your hand to do this job.
Yes, ma'am.
Being the chief cook and bottle washer for the state of Georgia. And thank you very much for that. And also for hosting the Joint Defense Commission on 2 different occasions, the group that's looking out for our military bases. Just one question about the Youth Challenge Academy. I went to a fundraiser for that couple of years, 3 years ago maybe, and I guess the pandemic has really interfered with your ability to try to get funds from other outside forces. Do you have plans to go back to that again?
Well, we have a foundation board for the Youth Challenge that does that outside of our organization. Obviously, in this uniform, I'm not in the fundraising business. That's but that foundation goes out there and does that. They provide some scholarships and that sort of thing for some of the most promising kids. And I know the foundation board is active. I think they'll have more opportunities as perhaps the pandemic lets us up off the mat. I pray it'll be that way in the coming year. But thanks for bringing that up.
Representative Williams, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, I represent Fort Stewart, and I heard what you just said. I know there's a criteria to get in, but I've been thinking that even a separate division, still Youth Challenge, I don't know what it would do nationally, but some alternatives sentencing hooking up with the gang folk from Commissioner Reynolds, the 30% that did not do a felony, the structure, the getting up 5 o'clock when they used to getting up at 1. I think we could really save some money because we sent a lot of kids through that program. That's just something to be considered.
Yes, sir. I mean, the standards for us, the 16 to 18-year-old young man or young woman out there that's not under a conviction. What we try to do is we try to catch them a little bit left of Department of Juvenile Justice or the Department of Corrections, and we try to bend those odds to keep them out of those facilities to start with. And we'll continue to partner with you and other members of the legislature to make sure we're getting at the right market.
General, one final comment. We are at the end of our rope here, time-wise. From Representative Howard in Augusta. Thank you, General Cardin, for your service to the state of Georgia. I concur with my colleagues about the Youth Challenge and it being a second to none program. Briefly, how have you been able to carry the program throughout the pandemic?
Well, quite frankly, Tom Cardin hadn't carried that program, and I'd just love to shine a light on the people that work in that program. I mean, Mr. Ferrero, Wallace Steinbrecher, and Tom Blackstock before him, and they work with the Department of Public Health to make sure that we came up with protocols where we continue to educate kids and we keep them safe. Those kids being home even during a pandemic is not helping them achieve their full potential. We opened back up as quick as we could. And we did that because we got great staff that are working down there at the user level. At best, all I can do is provide, essentially facilitate the success of the program by not getting in the way of the professionals that are down there at the user level. And so I try to stay out of their way and give them what they need and make sure Mr. Ferrero is working with them to give them a little guidance. And we're just so proud of what they've done for the youth of this state and wish we could just do more.
Well, again, thank you very much, and we appreciate all that you do. Thank you for your time and keeping us on schedule.
You bet. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward, are you with us? Commissioner Ward, if you're outside and you can hear us. Perfect. Thank you. We're well. That's okay. The podium's yours. The mic is hot. And just so you know, we are working diligently to stay on time and on task today. So you are only 1 minute. They only ate 1 minute into your time. So have at it.
I can assure you, I'm gonna keep us on schedule today, sir. Mr. Chairman and the House and Senate Appropriations Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity today to be before you. The mission of the Georgia Department of Corrections is to protect the public by operating safe and secure facilities through the development of professional staff and effective offender management. Our non-negotiable mission is continually tested, and I'm pleased to once again say that our team continues to rise to that challenge each and every day. Next slide, please. Next, I want to give you a quick GDC snapshot. Right now, we have a total of 92 facilities statewide. And that's considered of county camps and private prisons. There are a total of 35 state prisons. We have 7 detention centers, 12 transition centers, 11 residential substance abuse treatment centers, RSATs, and 2 integrated treatment facilities. Next slide, please. Next, you'll see a snapshot of our population for the last 2 years from 2020 to 2021. Our current prison population right now is 45,551. 73% of our offenders were convicted of a violent crime or a sex offense. 87% of our population has a security designation of close or medium. We have 14,103 that are validated gang affiliated, and those are ones that we validated using a scientific proven instrument. We know that number is much higher, but we have to use that validation instrument. In the last 24 months, we've averaged between 8,000 and 10,000 vacant beds system-wide, which has been a very big plus as we managed the pandemic over the year. We're able to close dormitories down, we're able to quarantine and make sure that those individuals are safe in our custody. Next slide, please. The next slide is a GDC snapshot of the sentencing for the Georgia prison population. Legacy legislation with the criminal justice reform stabilized the growing prison population by diverting individuals committing property crime and low-level drug offenses away from the prison system, but thus leaving us a more violent offender with a longer sentence. Current average length of sentence is almost 30 years for offender in our chart. Almost 65% of the offender population are serving sentences of 15 years or longer. 7,407 offenders are serving a life sentence, with 1,675 serving life without parole. Again, almost 1,700 individuals in my chart are serving life without parole. That's almost a whole facility with guys would have a life without parole sentence. Our current infrastructure was not designed to hold this more violent offender with a longer sentence, and the governor talked about that on yesterday when he addressed this body. Next slide, please. We began from a GDC snapshot as it relates to health. We began the fiscal year with approximately 9,873 offenders with a diagnosed mental health classification. That's almost 21% of our population has a diagnosed mental health condition. The top diagnosed mental health conditions are depression, anxiety, personality disorder, schizophrenia, with several of those having dual diagnosis with a substance abuse problem to go along with it also. Beginning in FY20 through FY21, GDC expanded our mental health bed services at 8 facilities by adding additional 550 beds statewide. In FY '22, we intend to expand our services to additional 10 facilities by creating another 375 additional beds system-wide, 375 beds. We have a total of 1,684 offenders that are classified level 3, 4, 5. And those individuals have a designated bed, but our largest group is our level 2 offenders. And the level 2 offenders are those individuals that if they're taking the medication, they're compliant, they can walk around just like we can in society and be free. But those are the ones that we're concentrating on expanding, having that mental health footprint statewide for those individuals if they decompensate and go into some sort of depressive issue. On average, we have about 11,000 plus offenders with a chronic care illness. We have cardiovascular disease, diabetes, respiratory COPD, cancer, liver disease, and HIV. The department dispenses over 90,000 prescriptions per month. That's mental health medications, whereas just general medications alone. That's 90,000 prescriptions a month. Now I would like to share with you some of the accomplishments during the past year. Even though we're dealing in a pandemic, I still want to talk about some of the successes that we've had during this past year. Some of the successes that we've had, we successfully had a successful procurement for our pharmacy and physical healthcare contract. On April 1st of 2021, we signed a contract with CorrectRx for pharmacy services. Services fully transitioned on June the 7th, 2021. We have seen month-over-month improvements in quality, efficiency, and cost reduction by going with CorrectRx. Our physical health contract, WellPath assumed management of responsibility on September 1st, 2021. We ended a 23-year relationship with Augusta State University. I think several of you have been in the past couple of years in the amended budget. We would have to come back and ask for more money for healthcare costs, but we put it on the street maybe, and now we got a vendor that beginning February, we got to have a vendor now that has the background in correctional healthcare delivery and can manage that cost for us. Beginning February the 1st, 2022, we will begin implementation of new technology solutions, including modernized telehealth, EHR and diagnostic solution for the lungs. We did not have electronic health records. We do have it now, starting February the 1st. Through the maximization of behind the wire care, we can have more predictable and sustainable costs, so we don't have to keep asking for additional money. Virtual courts, all 50 judicial circuits participate in virtual court hearings. We're averaging about 525 hearings per month. 5,034 virtual hearings were conducted in fiscal year 21, we're projecting 6,300 for fiscal year 22. And some of the type of hearings that we've conducted includes motions, pleas, sentencing, habeas, and arraignments. Also, I'm proud to say the American Correctional Association have accredited almost 63% of our state prisons, 100% of all our PDCs, 58% of our TC facilities have been accredited to date. And that's a national standard telling we're following policies and procedures at our facility. And that is an ongoing process. Our goal was to try to, by this date, to have been fully accredited, but due to the pandemic, we had to back out that process, but we're moving forward with that now. Next is another big accomplishment for the year was the offender tablet procurement. With offender tablets, improved security for web-based offender communication, mail scanning capabilities to accept legal communication. One of the biggest challenges that we have is contraband coming through the mail. But with this inmate tablet, we can scan the mail, send it to their tablets, and they can have it right there, and we hold that mail, don't have to worry about that. Only thing we have to screen after the process is legal mail coming in through the mail. Also, they'll be able to access virtual learning options for programming. They were all able to be scheduled sick call and telehealth appointments, complete electronic forms and grievances. And this will free up our correction officers from having to do those tasks and duties because the offender will have that capability at their hands and won't have to do those mundane tasks anymore. Electronic offender classification and management system. This system utilizes advanced analytics to assess factors to determine best placement for these individuals, including their educational programming needs, gang affiliation, health and physical condition, and overall goal is to enhance the security and promote reentry programming by using this management system. And also, we're pleased to say that we've been nationally accredited. We have a nationally accredited digital forensic unit accredited by the American National Standards Accreditation Board. So our forensic unit, we do a lot of things with as far as confiscated cell phones, getting data out of those cell phones and prevent those individuals for using illegal activity with those cell phones. We also, during this pandemic, we created an automated web-based visitation system. This allows family members to schedule visits online and allow GDC and allow us the ability to manage the visitation process more efficiently. Offender programming, we've created mobile classrooms to allow for movement of programs and instructors. We've used training simulators to support hands-on learning during this past year. We've increased OJT program by 17 programs for the fiscal year. And also, we provided almost 14,507 vital records to those offenders returning back into society. Those vital records are birth certificates, social security cards, and valid IDs to make sure those stumbling blocks are not there before them when they return. Also, the vaccination administration administer of vaccines in the system. 75% of our inmate population has received their first dose. We have 66% have been fully vaccinated. 26% have received their initial boosters. And this is an ongoing process. As those individuals become eligible, we'll administer those vaccines, but the vaccine is available for any offender in our population that wants to take a vaccine. You know, managing an agency and a population of this size does not come without challenges. Next slide, please. Workforce, our biggest challenge. Hiring is not an issue with us. The issue that we have is retention, a highly competitive job market due to increased opportunities and increased salaries. Our current turnover rate right now is sitting at 49% of our correctional officers. We have a challenging work environment. We have aging infrastructure. We have a more violent offenders with longer sentences and a lack of telework capability for our staff. You know, I tell a lot of people say, well, during the pandemic, a lot of individuals had the capability of teleworking. If you work inside a facility, you did not have that capability of teleworking. I tell all the time, my men and women each day had to go face an invisible enemy, try to protect those individuals in our charge. And they did an awesome job, a courageous job year in and year out to do that. Some of the accomplishments, well, also one of the other biggest challenges, younger workforce looking to use technology. A great deal of what happens inside a facility is manual. We have logbooks you have to write in. If you know any adult that you ask them to write something, their penmanship is awful. Population counts and locking controls, everything is manual. So that is a deterrent for a lot of our younger individuals who come and work for us. So we're pushing really hard to try to leverage technology for as a retention tool. And some of those accomplishments in that area is GDC has developed a strategic recruitment plan focused on recruitment and retention initiative, professional development for our sergeants and lieutenants. One of the things that we found out that during the process of exit interviews, a lot of our cadets and officers leave because of frontline supervision. So we made a concerted effort to concentrate on those frontline supervisors about how they talk and treat the individual. Next is creative advertising, a one-stop recruitment events that streamline the processes. GDPC, what we do, we pay for all the upfront costs for testing and reduce monetary barriers. So it's a cost to do a physical. We pay the physical. We do all of that. So it'll be one-stop shop. And so we eliminate all the barriers of a hiring process. And also we've increased the frequency of each hiring event. We're averaging about 217 hiring events each month statewide. We've hired almost 1,300 COs this past fiscal year. Leveraging technology remains a retention tool. One of the things that you'll see in the budgetary acts when I move forward is about officer tablets. We are integrating officer tablets for those individuals. Like I said earlier, a lot of what we do is paper driven. A lot of what we do is manual. So we have a officer tablet that the officer can do his rounds on that tablet. He can write dictionary reports. He can do his count right there at his fingertips. You don't have to do all the mundane things of using that pen and paper type drill. And also, I would like to thank this chamber for last year. They gave us a 10% raise internally to help increase the salary of those in our charge. And with the $5,000 that the governor's given, that's going to really push us up because the current minimum salary with the $5,000 for a individual at a minimum security prison will be $36,044. And with the governor's recommendation, the starting salary at a close security facility will be $39,144. After 6 months, we automatically give a 10%, after a year, we automatically give a 10% increase. So if a person at a minimum security facility stays with us for at least a year, they can be making $39,648. And at a closed facility, they stay with us a year, they can be making $43,058. So it's a really big boost up right there.
Absolutely. Commissioner, we're very short on time and we have lots of questions. I'd like to see if we could take just a couple of those, if you'd be agreeable to that.
Okay.
Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for the work of all the corrections and your leadership. Three very quick questions. First one is, how are we budgeting for putting cell phone jammers in every prison that the state is in charge of? The second question, what are we doing to break up the gang activity that is happening? And the last question is where does Georgia fit in pay parity versus other states in the Southeast, even with the $5,000 pay increase?
Right now, three great questions. Right now, we are implementing a Hawk tier technology at Hancock State Prison up in operation. Well, I think we had this question, and I didn't get to the governor's recommendation about he's giving me $600 million to purchase a facility and build a new one. One of the biggest challenges we have with cell phone jamming technologies is very hard to add that technology to aging infrastructure. But we have partnered with several vendors. We're at Hancock State Prison. We're in the process of Valdosta State Prison right now. We have Wilcox State Prison that's online to do that with the jamming technology. But again, it is a constant struggle to prevent those individuals to getting to that technology because of the aging infrastructure, but we haven't stopped. We'll continue to install those. And the issue with the capability with the gangs, as I spoke earlier, we've partnered with a company by the name of Optimo that gives us a unique perspective as far as classification and identifying individuals and placement of those individuals. And that has given us a better lead. We're identifying those individuals up front and making sure we have appropriate placement to put those individuals. And also, I think last year I spoke to you all about our evidence-based facilities. You know, we had to create a space for an individual who said, hey, I want to get out of a gang. And so we created evidence-based prison at Hancock State Prison. I want to say the number is small. We got like 98 who's already denounced. And the big key is, I don't care if you denounce it now, if you commit not to commit that criminal act, if you're still there, you know, not while you're in facility. So we're working on that. And the third question left, what was the third one?
It has to do with the salaries with the $5,000 raise of where we stand with other states in the Southeast.
Well, and kudos to the governor for giving us the 5,000 increase. But if you've looked at the local news or watched the local news like Tennessee, I think they are well over 40,000. They're giving 5,000 sign-on bonuses. South Carolina, as far as South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, we're kind of at the bottom as far as with our pay raises right now.
Thank you.
Okay. But again, everything is a shot in the arm, so I'll take it.
Senator Sims.
Thank you very much. And thank you so very much for your information this morning. It's very enlightening. And we appreciate very much you understanding that prison is not the Ritz-Carlton, like some of our folks think that everybody should have everything that they want just because they have committed a crime. And I applaud you and I applaud your officials for what you do to keep us safe. Because once a lot of them are let out, they come back into the neighborhoods and repeat everything that they did to get in the first time. Also, gangs are not just a big city problem anymore. We have a huge problem in the rural areas. My question is, gangs are being funded. They are poor. Where does the money come from? Gangs are being equipped with weapons. Where are they coming from? And how do we stop this problem? We always hear about the gang problems in the cities, but it's just as prevalent, if not more, in the rural areas because we have a lot of wannabes. But thank you, Commissioner, for what you do and for standing up for those of us that want safe neighborhoods, because that's exactly what your job is all about, keeping our neighborhoods safe. Thank you.
Was a question attached to that? Okay.
To the members of the committee online and here in the room, we are 1 minute past. There are too many lights here lit up. There are too many questions online for me to try to pick and choose those. Commissioner, I think if you will, that goes to show that there's still quite a bit of questions and comments that the committees in both chambers would like to make. So if you will, I'm sure there are members who will try to catch you in the hall and speak to you.
I will be outside and answer every question asked.
Thank you. And to those members online, if you will try to find someone, if you need a question answered, text it to them here. Commissioner, we appreciate you agreeing to be outside and thank you for being here today.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel Wright, if you are outside, Colonel Wright, and you can hear me, we are ready for you.
GBA should be raising the temperature.
Colonel Wright, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for what you do and what your department does. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor for me to speak with you this morning and the members of the committee on behalf of everyone at the Department of Public Safety. The employees of the Department of Public Safety are committed to working closely with you in a transparent and responsive manner. Our goal is to provide the highest level of law enforcement services to the citizens of our state, consistent with our core values of trust, compassion, professionalism, and fortitude. Next slide. Each member of this agency has worked extremely hard to build meaningful and lasting relationships with fellow citizens, community leaders, and other law enforcement organizations. The positive interactions that our employees make every single day will pay huge dividends, not only for this agency, but for this state and for the entire law enforcement community. We expect every single one of our members to be leaders in their community. I'd like to share with you some of the hard work that DPS has accomplished this year. Next slide. DPS is regularly involved in community-related activities to further support those we serve. This past year, we proudly participated in Faith in Blue events across the state. Each year, DPS partners with local Toys for Tots organizations and participates in annual Shop with a Cop and Clark's Christmas Kids events to help ensure children across our state have memorable Christmases. We also participate in countless community and recruiting events to promote our agency and represent Georgia. Troopers across the state conducted 480,000 traffic stops last year, which resulted in the issuance of 335,000 citations, 417,000 warnings. They also removed 14,443 impaired drivers from our roadways. Troopers also assisted 11,200 stranded motorists. Our motor carrier officers conducted more than 78,000 commercial vehicle inspections, which resulted in 188,000 discovered violations and almost 25,000 out-of-service violations. They too arrested 587 commercial vehicle drivers who were under the influence. The Capitol Police Division conducted over 60,000 area checks, 27,000 foot patrols, and monitored 92 protests here on Capitol Hill and investigated 28 suspicious packages. We continue to work with GBA to improve security in and around Capitol Hill. Under Governor Kemp's leadership and direction, DPS has been at the forefront of crime suppression in the city of Atlanta. Since April 9th, 2021, the crime suppression detail has conducted more than 18,000 traffic stops here in the city of Atlanta, which has resulted in 448 DUI arrests, 12,000 citations, 14,000 warnings, and impounded over 1,000 vehicles. The detail has recovered 260 stolen weapons and 256 stolen vehicles. The value of those stolen vehicles is estimated at $5.1 million. They have also apprehended 336 wanted fugitives, including 23 murder suspects. Next slide, please. Last year, our SWAT team answered 148 calls for service at the request of our local and federal agencies. These calls included barricaded gunmen, apprehension of murder suspects, hostage situations, high-risk warrant services, and drone operations for missing and wanted persons. Our dive team responded to 16 calls for service, including 7 body recoveries and 5 evidence recovery operations. DPS has worked to increase our K-9 footprint across the state. They have proven to be a very valuable resource to our operations. We currently have 23 K-9s throughout the state, which include 14 narcotic K-9s, 5 explosive K-9s, and 4 dual-purpose K-9s. We intend to expand this program this year to 30. Next slide, please. Our aviation division conducted 1,143 flights last year, including 324 search missions and 6 rescue missions. Next slide, please. Our Office of Public Safety Support helped more than 2,200 individuals in the public safety community following a critical incident in their lives. They also conducted 82 group stress debriefings after critical incidents within those various organizations throughout the state. The Office of Public Safety Support is committed to helping and supporting those in the public safety community. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the contributions made by each of our employees. While the mission of our agency must always remain our priority, we cannot achieve that success without those employees. Their commitment, courage, and professionalism are unparalleled. Whether on the front lines or behind the scenes, each are critical in keeping Georgia safe. Next slide, please. Mr. Chairman, please refer to the governor's budget book for our amended fiscal year 22 budget. It can be found on page 300, and the fiscal year 23 budget can be found on page 302. The Department of Public Safety fully supports the governor's recommendation for amended fiscal year 22, which includes funds for a $5,000 pay increase across all programs totaling $6.8 million. We believe this pay increase will be impactful for each of our employees and will be a major step in helping our agency recruit and retain our workforce. Next slide. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Governor Kemp, and all of our legislators for supporting the fiscal year 22 bond funding for our new headquarters project. The groundbreaking ceremony was held in August, and the construction is well underway, as you can see in the photo. We support the governor's amended fiscal year 22 recommendation of $6.6 million for furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the new headquarters project. The anticipated completion date is January 17th, 2023. Next slide, please. We support the governor's amended fiscal year budget recommendation of $12 million in one-time funds to purchase 314 vehicles. These funds will allow our agency to replace existing vehicles within our fleet. Next slide, please. Mr. Chairman, moving to fiscal year 23, we support the governor's budget recommendations to fund the proposed cost of living adjustment increase of $5,000 for all of our full-time benefit eligible employees for a total amount of $9.4 million. We support the governor's budget recommendation of $1.4 million to allow eligible employees the ability to withdraw up to 40 hours of earned annual leave. We also support the recommendation of 4.9 million to reflect the change in the employee retirement contributions for ERS and TRS. And DPS also supports the governor's recommendation of $582,345 to adjust agency premiums for DOAS insurance and $47,425 for an adjustment to the team's work billing. Next slide, please. We support the governor's budget recommendation of 3.1 million to fund a 75-person trooper school. We're currently recruiting for the 113th trooper school that is set to start on July of 22 and graduate in March of 23. Next slide, please. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we move to our fiscal year 23 bond recommendations totaling 7.5 million. DPS supports the governor's recommendation of additional bond funds that are needed due to the construction price escalation with these projects. They include $4.8 million to complete the construction of the new headquarters project, a $500,000 bond package to complete the construction of Post 33 Milledgeville, and a $500,000 bond package to complete the construction of Post 18 Reedsville. We also plan to renovate Post 8 Madison. The post was built in 1940 and is our oldest and most historical post. We have worked with GBA to get a budget estimate of $350,000 to complete that renovation, and we support that bond package to do that project. Next slide, please. DPS supports the governor's recommendation for a bond package of $750,000 for major maintenance and repair funding for our facilities statewide. We have benefited from this annual MMR funds to maintain and update our posts and our way stations across the state. We have 89 facilities. DPS also supports the recommendation for a bond package of $655,000 for the construction of 3 new stationary towers. They'll be in Post 12 Thomasville, Post 32 Athens, and Post 17 Washington. Next slide, please. Mr. Chairman, since 1937, the Department of Public Safety has had a rich reputation in getting the job done. We have a rich tradition of remaining focused on our mission and the citizens of this state. Whether we're fighting crime in Atlanta or responding to natural disasters such as tornado-ravaged communities, escorting brine and salt trucks, moving elderly from an assisted living center that lost power during a snowstorm, or delivering supplies during a pandemic, to extracting injured from a mountaintop in North Georgia, Georgians can be assured there is no task too small or too large. It is our desire to serve our state with a servant's heart. The Department of Public Safety serves with integrity, character, and professionalism. On March 19th, 2022, the Department of Public Safety will celebrate 85 years of wisdom, justice, and moderation to our great state. It is my honor and pleasure to congratulate all of our employees on this occasion. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation this morning, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Colonel. You have a few questions. Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you for the extraordinary work you and your team do. Question one of two. The first question is with the new trooper school, can your team handle yet another trooper school or expanded ones? My biggest concern is getting more troopers on the road to support you and your mission.
So we're currently running 2 schools a year. We try to put 100 people in those schools. We haven't been able to put 100 in those schools. We came close on one of them, but we're continuing to recruit and fill those schools as much as possible.
And could you provide a brief update on the work that you've been helping out with the task force for the crime problem in Atlanta?
Against what now?
If you could give us an update on the work you've been doing with the crime task force with the issues we're having in Atlanta.
So we have continued the crime suppression unit in Atlanta. We have a 10-man unit that is dedicated solely for that purpose. We also have been continuing to run operations on some of the weekends here in Atlanta, beefing up the personnel, saturating the city, working alongside the city of Atlanta and Fulton County Sheriff's Office to help them combat the crime problem. And as you can see from the numbers that I provided you in the presentation, it's been very, very successful.
Representative Dukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, we really appreciate the work that you have been doing and helping to address the crime situation, not here, just here in Atlanta, but throughout Georgia. We've seen your presence in Albany, and we're really appreciative of that. But my question to you is this, and that is, what challenges do you see that if you go to an event where there has been a shooting, say at a park or someplace where you have a lot of public, where the public is there, and there's a shooting, what challenge does it present to our officers if 40% of the people there have guns?
You said what challenge does it present to us if the people there have guns?
Yeah.
Well, I think anytime anyone has a weapon, there's a challenge, no matter what it is. But I mean, our officers are trained to deal with those challenges, and they meet those challenges head on and they deal with them.
Senator Payne.
Yes, Colonel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you as took the opportunity this past year to ride along with the crime suppression unit, staying out till 3 a.m. It's just a very eye-opening experience of what your troopers contend with, and just the admiration that I have for what they've done and what they're doing and what they continue to do is just absolutely amazing. Because and I just challenge anyone in this room to reach out and take that opportunity to do a ride along, because just the fact that you're stopping what could be literally, you're saving lives. And when I told someone, I said, I rode in a state trooper car and have now gone faster than I've ever been in a car because there were 4 cars on I-20 running in excess of 140 miles an hour together. And so, and the fact that, that gave pursuit to the crime suppression unit. And I just would say thank you, because you're literally saving lives for everything that you're doing, all your troopers. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you do. Thank you, Senator. We appreciate you taking that opportunity to ride with some of our troopers around the state. And we have seen many of your colleagues around the state from all 4 corners of the state who have taken that opportunity. And it is an eye-opening experience to be able to see what law enforcement is facing today. So thank you for doing that. And we would encourage anyone that would like that opportunity, would certainly like to provide it to you.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too appreciate the work that you do. I feel like I'm in my car more than I am at home or work. So I like for the roads to be safe. I do have 3 simple little questions. The Motor Carrier Compliance Division, is that the group of people that are in those black SUVs that say Department of Public Safety and pull the big trucks over on the side of the road for inspection?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. They're our commercial vehicle enforcement unit.
Okay, and is that program a mix of state and federal funding?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, so that means that there's some federal guidelines that they have to abide by. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any place where those guidelines can be obtained?
Absolutely. We can get those to you. I'd be more than happy to do that for you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I appreciate that. We have a lot of people ask questions about the work that's done by those officers and what they're looking for, and that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be glad to get that for you.
Colonel, thank you for being here today. I want to echo the comments of Senator Payne and others. We really appreciate what the men and women in blue and gray are doing to protect us daily. Thank you for your help. And we know it's a team effort of you and DNR and others who are on the crime suppression unit. And also when you're called out to do things like you did last weekend and may get called out again this weekend. Thank you for your work to keep our community safe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of y'all for the support. The support is so important to the people who put a uniform each and every day. And just to be able to hear that, and for them to be able to hear that, goes a very long way. And we have seen a lot of success this year, and it's because of the governor's leadership, obviously. But secondly, it's because of good partnerships between the state agencies and the local agencies. The relationship that we have with Atlanta PD and Fulton County Sheriff's Office is very, very strong, and that's important. And we need to do that good work on behalf of the citizens. So thank y'all.
Thank you. And thank you also for leaving time for questions. I know the members appreciate that. So appreciate that in your presentation. Members, we have reached our lunch break. It's 12:15. The good colonel was able to get us out 5 minutes earlier, so you can enjoy an extra peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We will be back at 1:30 to hear from the state school superintendent and the acting chancellor for USG. We stand a break.
You can get home in your
Yeah. Hey, if we can regather and everyone will take their seat. I trust you had a healthy and fulfilling lunch and are ready to re-engage for this afternoon. Appreciate Chairman Dubnick for standing in. As some of you may already know, Chairman England's mother-in-law passed away earlier this week, and he is dealing with the family matters now, so please keep the England family in your prayers. Chairman Dubnick, thank you for being here. Our next presenter is our state's school superintendent, Richard Woods from the Department of Education. I believe he's going to join us online. Superintendent Woods, are you there virtually with us?
Looks like I am.
All righty. Well, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, again, I want to just say thank you to each and all, today and for allowing us to be with you. I want to provide you a brief update from the Georgia Department of Education before turning it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Russ Rome. And afterwards, we'll be able to answer any questions that the membership has. So let's see, I'm not sure who's running the screen. If we can go to the next slide. Okay. Looking at this, goes without saying the last 2 years definitely have been shaped by the pandemic and our ongoing recovery. With that being said, I also want to just say that, it's essential to recognize that we are not in March 2020. We have a lot more tools in our toolkit than we had then, and that being from widespread availability of vaccines to better preparation, infrastructure, and at both the school and the district level. Recognizing that, in-person instruction is the most effective option for the vast majority of students. And, I continue to reiterate that and firmly believe that as an educator myself. Every Georgia school this year has offered in-person instruction for, since the fall of 2021. We did have, a little bit of interruption at the beginning with the Delta variant. Today, as we began the second semester or second half of the school year, after the new year, we did have a brief interruption in some of our counties. This was not necessarily due to the COVID itself, as far as having an impact on students, but it was in which when we had some short-term targeted closures that were based on staffing issues. And I want to iterate that it was a lot of what was based on the quarantining protocols at that time, and we continue to push forward with that. Not only are we talking about teachers, but bus drivers, cafeteria workers, essential personnel that are necessary to have our schools operational or face-to-face environment. But that as I said, we continue to move forward. Most, if not all, of our schools are back open. So I'm very pleased to see say that, and we'll continue to move forward and make adjustments as we have. But hopefully this new variant will kind of move through and we can level off pretty quickly, at least of what I've seen so far. But local districts, again, I want to reassure everyone, we are working to stay open for students, and at the state level, we continue to provide resources and supports, for each and all of our districts throughout the state. Next slide. Again, as we look at, combating, really, I won't say learning loss, but, the opportunity to learn throughout the state. That includes taking, decisive action to address the impact of learning loss opportunities and to get students back on track. That has been a priority for us, since starting back, is to make sure that our kids are not only just catching up where they need to be, but also ensuring that students that are ready to move on, that they push forward as well. One of the things we have done is provide a formative assessment aligned with our Georgia milestones at no cost to every district in the state. So that is one of the good things. That tool is called Beacon, and roughly we have about 120 plus districts that are now using that on a regular routine basis, and we've seen a good uptick throughout the state. Using our federal ESSER funds, what have we done? We funded state and regional academic recovery specialists, partnered with the Georgia statewide after-school network to expand summer and after-school learning. We developed new instructional supports for social studies, science, ELA, and math, and developed new instructional supports and therapeutic services for students with disabilities. So we continue to have education rolling in the state of Georgia, and I think have done a good job using our federal funds. Next slide, please. As we look at ESSER at the state level, we've worked to target the federal LEAF funds we've received from at the agency level towards statewide and mission critical needs. That has included establishing an Office of Rural Education and Innovation to support our rural schools and districts, funding retention bonuses for teachers and school staff, providing state level support for school nurses, psychologists, social workers, wraparound services, and military families, providing mental health awareness training, funding opportunity grants for school districts, covering the cost of teaching endorsements in critical area, providing $5 million to expand the school nurse program, and making sure that also that our kids are fed, whether they're inside the school or outside the school. We're also working to support school districts in their use of ESSER funds. You can use the link on screen to view the dashboard that was created by the Georgia Department of Education of the district level ESSER spending. And we're also working with the Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education to identify and disseminate specific best practices. And that report will be ongoing and hopefully will be out relatively soon. Okay, next slide, please. Again, one of the lasting lasting impacts of the pandemic is that parents and community members are more engaged than ever in their schools. This has resulted in a renewed appreciation for teaching, but also it led to questions and feedback about what students are learning. I have told school leaders that we in public education must welcome and not hide from those questions. Schools serve our communities, not the state, not the DOE, not the central office. And we need to be transparent and responsive to parent concerns. At the January State Board of Education meeting, I recommended a package of measures to increase transparency. Each school district would annually report to the Department of Education district adopted curriculum programs and local tests. The department would then create a dashboard to provide public access to that information. The rule would also require school districts to adopt a local policy to ensure transparency, ensure parental access to their child's educational record, publicly post the school district's annual operating budget, and provide a public review, board approval, and parental inspection of surveys administered to students. Our intent for the rule is to strengthen transparency and to provide a resource for school districts to inventory, align, and reduce redundant instructional programs, benchmarks, and professional learning. We cannot keep adding on to our teachers' plate. So again, this was a move not only to respect our parents and again their right to monitor and be engaged in their child's education, but also to provide insight to what goes on to reduce some of the bureaucracy that does invade the teachers in their classroom. So hopefully this will improve education throughout. But as I've shared with business leaders, well, not business, but our school leaders, there's not one single child, that enters public education that has the last name, the state of Georgia. And we need to make sure that we recognize that and respect that. The money and taxes that our community members and parents pay, that's what funds public education. So they have a right to be engaged in their child's education. We want to make sure that we honor that pledge and that cooperation. It's very important that we maintain and keep and earn the public trust in public education. All right, next slide, please. Again, likewise, I want to state that I strongly support the teacher raises and want to encourage the passage of that recommendation passed on by the governor. Supplemental increases for school staff and the full funding of the QBE formula, all which was mentioned in the governor's budget. And I appreciate the continued support of the General Assembly over the years and your continued support of public education. These measures will help immensely as we work to retain high quality educators and support staff within our school buildings. In 2020, 2021, we actually had a higher teacher retention rate than in the previous year. So I think the steps that we've taken and the proactive steps to support our teachers and educational staff definitely has played a big part. And I think the other things that I aforementioned will definitely help in that retention as well. At this time, I am going to turn this over to our Chief Financial Officer, Russ Reynolds. So Russ, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Superintendent. And thank you for the opportunity to present the governor's recommendations for our department's budget. Foremost, we are extremely appreciative of the governor and the legislature's continued consideration of the QBE formula and the K-12 funding. The governor's recommended budget includes restoring austerity, $2,000 teacher raises, and an influx of funding for buses. We are very appreciative of this, and we know that our districts are as well. Next slide, please. Now I want to cover a few slides to give you a quick overview of the significant changes to our fiscal year 2022 amended and our fiscal year 23 budgets based on the governor's recommendations. But before we look at the numbers, I think it's important to look at one of the most important cost factors of our QBE, which is our largest expenditure, which is the full-time equivalent student counts, which are obtained each March and October. An FTE is made up of 6 segments, which could be multiple combinations of our 18 QBE cost categories. Each of these cost categories is weighted differently, or in other words, funded at different amounts. Next slide, please. This slide shows the FTE QBE counts from fiscal year 16 through fiscal year 22. As you can see, we're experiencing growth from 2016 to 18. There was a slight decline and then it picked up. And in 2021, as y'all are aware, with COVID-19, we had a significant decrease of about 36,000 FTEs. In fiscal year 2022, we start to see these FTEs come back, and there's an increase of close to approximately 12,000. Next slide, please. This next slide shows the FTE changes by QB program. As you can see, there's a significant increase, approximately 11% in kindergarten. Normally, this would result in a significant increase in QB funding for our FY23. But as I will later show you, this is not the case, and because any growth has been offset by decreases in some of our higher cost categories, such as EIP. It is also important to note that we have not yet seen enrollment come back to the pre-COVID-19 numbers. And this is important because we do expect, these students and their FTEs to come back. Next slide. Now I'd like to discuss the significant changes in the governor's recommendation for our fiscal year 22 amended budget. It's important to note that while we did a significant FTE decline in some of the high cost categories, this will not result in any funding decreases for local districts in FY 2022 amended because they're held harmless. And on this slide, as you can see, some of the important QBE restorations, such as austerity being eliminated, which is about $383 million. You've got the one-time salary supplement for the $2,000 teacher bonuses, which is about $318 million. There is a midterm adjustment calculated at 11,000 FTE growth that I noted earlier, which is about $93 million. We've got a state charter school supplement, $14.5 million, and our special needs scholarship, which is close to $3 million. Also in our budget, non-QBE, some important recommendations in this budget includes funding for 1,747 buses statewide. And this is approximately $188 million. And then there is a one-time salary supplement for non-QBE funded instructional staff, which is approximately $28 million. In our non-QBE grant, other programs, austerity is also restored, which includes our ag ed programs, GNETs, preschool disability services, RESA, state schools, CTE, and tuition for multi-disabilities. And this is approximately $5.5 million. And you'll see in our budget across the programs for the $5,000 state employee raises will be an influx of about $2.5 million. And then we've got finally in the amended budget, the restoring of funding for Georgia milestones. As many of you may be aware, I think we were cut in our 22 budget by about $5 million. We have found other one-time funding sources to come up with about $2.6 million of that. However, we still need about $2.4 million in order to finish out the federally required law to test. Next slide, please. In our FY23 budget, it's very similar to our amended. We've got the austerity being eliminated of about $383 million. You've got the $2,000 pay raise, which will actually change the statewide teacher salary scale. That'll go into effect September 1st, 2022, and that's approximately $287 million. You've got our T&E, training experience for teachers, formula increase of about $43 million. Teachers retirement system adjustment, I believe 19.81 to 19.98%, which is about $13 million. You've got our state charter school supplement and FTE growth, about $40 million. Our special needs scholarship as an amended, an additional $3 million, and our increase for our charter system grant, which is about $4.2 million. Next slide. Other non-QBE programs significant is similar to the amended. As I said, the austerity cuts and the other grants are being restored with about $5.5 million. We've got the increase for the state employees across all our various programs of about $3.5 million. There is an increase in funds for employees to allow for up to 40 hours of earned annual leave of about $672,000. There's an increase for the increased contribution rates in the ERS retirement system for about $1.5 million. And then there's the $2,000 pay raise for the instructional staff in some of our non-QBE categories, which is also effective September 1st, 2022. And lastly, in our 23 budget, the major change is about $7.6 million for our sparsity, RTF, or residential treatment facilities, preschool handicap, GNETs, nutrition, pupil transportation. These are our other grant, and these are formula FTE type increases as well. Next slide. And that's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on the superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. We do have a couple of questions. First comes from. Is it Donahue? Representative Donahue. Sorry, I thought it was Chairman Knight in front of you for a second. Representative Donahue, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This is for Superintendent Mr. Woods. Last year, I had a constituent asked a question or two, and we asked, and now a year later, I would just like to ask one or two. Dr. Woods, can you confirm that the Georgia Department of Education does not use any Georgia taxpayer dollars to encourage children or their teachers to be taught that certain characteristics inherently designates them as either being privileged or oppressed within the K through 12 system? And for an example, let's say guidance counselors. I've just been asked that question several times. I thought I want to at least ask that here.
Well, as far as the State Department of Education is concerned, the question is no. One of the things we've looked at, we've already looked at our standards, again, what we issue and what our expectations are, and whether that's from counseling, to all of our academic classes. We have looked to make sure that we do not promote anything that you've mentioned. Also, one of the things we looked at was as far as teacher training and trainings that we sponsor at the Department of Education that we don't, and that we don't accept money that requires the acceptance of anything that you've mentioned as well. Again, now as far as local districts and with a curriculum, I can't necessarily speak to that on a district by district basis. But as far as the department is concerned, we do not push that forward. Our job is to educate our kids, provide them a great education, focus on reading, math, being able to articulate and just receive the information that we push forward in our standards, and that is the only expectation we have.
Appreciate that. So you said basically no, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so with that, I guess what I'm saying is Georgia funding the social emotion learning program? Or is it you would say that we're promoting that?
As far as social SEL, I don't think that I would say that we support that. I mean, we do have some things such as suicide, or at least attempted suicide, and areas of trauma that we have traditionally been in support of. But again, what individuals that I believe that we're talking about, and that's not something that we push forward with the social and emotional learning, or it could be DEI. I mean, there's various names that this may fall under. But what we do look at is the well-being of each child, and so there are things, whether it's drug addiction, or some of our health standards. We just trying to make sure that our kids are living safe lives, and so to that end, I guess that would be the only thing that I could say that potentially could fall under or consider that, but that's something we've been supporting for years, and just looking after the safety and well-being of our children.
Thank you, Representative Dudnick. Representative Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Direct my question to Superintendent Woods. You referred to the ESSER monies, and I wasn't listening closely enough. I think that relates to the CARES, COVID Rescue Act, all federal money you receive for the pandemic. And am I correct? I'm a little confused about this. None of the federal CARES COVID Rescue Act money is reflected anywhere in our budgets, that's totally a separate spending and budget items. Am I correct about that?
That would be correct, yes.
Is there a piece of paper, is there something you could give us that would tell me how much CARES Rescue Act money, COVID money came to the state of Georgia for education, and what went to your office and what went to the 180 sort of school districts? One of the issues is the loss of education achievement during the pandemic. And I'm aware of the metro area study, but I'm not aware if you or anybody has done a comprehensive study of all school districts to really understand what the educational loss may have been, and did it impact, which we assume it did, poor children more significantly. How have you used your COVID money for that, and how are you evaluating that use?
Okay, we can get you that information both at the state and district level. I'll just reach out to Mr. Matt Cardoza, who's been handling our ESSER funds and been our point person with the federal government. Looking at that, as I mentioned, we are having a study made by the Georgia Partnership and Excellence in Education, and they are creating a third-party study of the spending that has taken place with this funding. And so once that study is complete, we'll be pushing that forward, and we'll make sure that each member of the General Assembly, the governor, lieutenant governor, State Board of Education has that in their hands. But it is ongoing that we are definitely looking at trying to look at and improve. We have done multiple or taken multiple steps to reach out to our districts, provide them services, whether it's coming from the state or to support what's going on ongoing in the districts themselves. So we will get that information out to you as soon as we can, and we'll get Mr. Cardoza to reach out specifically on.
May I follow up, Chairman? When will we have that report?
The report, I think, should come out, I think, within the next couple of months. It's been ongoing, and again, trying to give us a little more time to see what this academic school year looks like. We will have our milestones testing. We've already had some of the milestones testing during December at our high school level, and probably in the month of April we'll have we will be having our milestones testing for grades 3 through 8 for the most part. So we're trying to get as much pertinent information as there, so we can give you a fuller picture. So it may be late April, early May, I think, when we'll see that, once we have some definitive information that can better give us a picture of what that looks like.
Superintendent Woods, this is Matt Cardoza. I am on here. If you would like for me to speak to that at all.
Sure, go ahead, Matt.
Good afternoon. To Superintendent Woods' point about the report, we're working on an impact study report with one of our nonprofits to look at what the best uses of the funds are. Of course, that'll be a 3-year process, so we'll go through the full time frame for the ESSER funding, which the last round will end September 30th of 2024. So we'll certainly have a better sense of how school districts are spending those funds, which ones are probably getting the best bang for the buck, so that we can then at some point look at what things we want additional funding for, whether that's in state or whether we go elsewhere for trying to sustain those funds.
Thank you.
Representative Knight.
Thank you. Question to Superintendent Woods. And if you would go back to your slide, I know you had a slide that was on the dashboard that you were talking about.
Okay. I think that may have been, let's see. Trying to see which slide that would be. It was slide, could be slide 4. I'm trying to think there. Yeah, district dashboard. You'll see it up there, georgiainsights.com/ESSER-budget.
All right, I think the next one, it was if you'll go, I think the one after it, there, well, go back one. Okay, that was one. One clarifying question, Superintendent, if you will, but you had mentioned when you had talked about the question as far as some of the issues that Representative Donahue had asked, that was no longer going on in the department, Georgia Department of Education, and that your standards, did not reflect, that curriculum or those issues, but you said you could not speak to the local school system. So I guess one clarifying question that I have is, if the state standards are there, then
are you saying that the local school boards or the local school systems aren't following the state standards?
No, sir. As far as that information, we're looking at is just that our standards are what we expect our teachers or our teachers that teach, to our kids. When you look at curriculum, in other words, that would be the resources that perhaps is being used by a local district. Again, that is made on a district by district basis, and so I can't speak to what may be in any, whether it's a media center, what's something online, or could be an online, program that the kids are using. It could be textbooks, ancillary materials. Those are things that again, we just do not have access to every single option that's being used. So I'm not saying that districts are doing anything. It's just I can't speak fully to that. I know that we are, working with the governor's office and members of the General Assembly to do some things that increase the transparency. And one of the things we did as well with our upcoming board rule that we hope we will pass next month, this will again hope to provide parents and our community with access to see what is being used within our classrooms, and to give that a little more scrutiny from or at least the ability for parents to really scrutinize the information and materials that are being used or their kids are using in their schools.
Well, and I appreciate that. But again, a couple follow-up questions.
Sure.
We're noticing that the Georgia Department of Education is outsourcing a lot of its learning platforms to third-party vendors. And we're also, starting to see that also at the local school level. Can you speak to that, please?
Well, I think that as we look at certain materials, it's something with our testing, but what we're expecting or as I shared earlier, the expectations of what we're presenting to our districts, is going through I would say a heightened level of scrutiny. We're scrubbing and making sure. I've asked our deputies, that anything we're involved in, that we're, begin to really look at that to make sure that we're staying true to our mission, our vision, and trying to catch things on the front end. So again, what we do or what we're, expecting of our districts, we will definitely make sure that we're following the same protocols at the Department of Education. And thus far, we've done that. So we've looked at our standards and went through those, very thoroughly. We've looked at our training, and again, in some areas, we've, postponed things or either, pulled out of some training because it did not follow the expectations that we have. So we'll continue to monitor that as we expect our local districts as well.
And one final question, if I can, Mr. Chairman, but one of your slides was in regards to again transparency here, and looking at and providing, for instance, parental inspection of surveys.
Yes.
So that's an after the fact. So we understand that some of the surveys they're doing, some of the schools are parent would not be in agreement with some of these surveys. So basically, there's no way in which a parent can be notified of particular surveys that are going on out there.
No.
So in other words, they are sending their kids to school. These kids are taking these surveys regardless of the parents' wishes or not.
Again, in many cases with this, again, I can't speak to if it's something given by the local district. Our policy, I think we need to look at, having, an opt-out, or at least maybe I would say better an opt-in, policy on the front end. It is our expectations that with the surveys, again, this is typically third-party surveys, that questions would be posted before a child, takes this. That way, if a parent did disagree with their child participating, they would be so on the front end. So, we're looking to make sure that we're being proactive and that parents have a front view instead of a rear view of the items that I mentioned. So that'll be ongoing, and again, trying to work to see what legislation will come up. But as far as looking at the current board rule that we proposed, I'm looking at that this will be on the front end and where parents will be able to see what questions are out there on the front end and see if they would prefer their child to participate or not participate.
Thank you. Superintendent, this is Matt Dubnik. We have a question online. Really, I think it's going to be a two-part comment from Senator Orrock that's probably going to require you to provide some more information.
Okay.
From Senator Orrock, thank you for your leadership in public education. Can you provide a deeper look at retention rates? Additionally, Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education strongly promotes workforce needs being met by our educational systems. Can you share info on K-12 and workforce prep? And in the interest of time, I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Tillery, and Superintendent asked that you provide that information to Senator Orrock since we are running past time.
Sure, we'll be glad to give that out.
Superintendent, I have one final question for you. You mentioned earlier on some other previous questions that some of the things that were mentioned, some of the questions asked that there were no state standards that address those things. Does the department scrutinize or investigate when a local system deviates from the state standards, and is there any penalty for that?
Well, again, when you look at the deviating from state standards, of course, a lot of this, it's specifically in grades K or 3 through 8, that's falls in line with our milestones testing in high school. Within the courses that have an end of course test that falls in that nature. If there's something that is not being taught or being, tossed out, definitely have concern with that. I mean, in the past, we typically have not had issues of districts not following the expectations that we have on state level in our courses. But of course, if that were, to come to our attention, we would address that within the district by district. Case wise.
Superintendent, thank you very much. We've gone past our time, and out of respect for our next presenter, we want to thank you for being with us today.
All right, we appreciate it. And if we can be of any help, always feel free to reach out either to myself, Russ Grome for finances, Dr. Tiffany Taylor, or Matt Cardoza, who leads our policy teams across the way.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we ask our chancellor to come up and talk to us about the university system. Podium is yours. The mic is hot.
Guys, I'm a little under the weather, and so my voice may go in and out speaking to you today. First of all, would like to thank, and I know Chairman England had to step away, but Chairman England, Chairman Tillery, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our budget request for the University System of Georgia. Before I start, and again, I know Terry had to leave, but on behalf of the system, I especially wanted to extend our deepest sympathies to him and Cindy for their loss, for their family, to their family for their recent loss. We are incredibly grateful to the General Assembly for your support and for the support of Governor Kemp, OPB Director Kelly Farr, and their team. When I left OPB, I thought I would never have to stand before you again presenting a budget. You probably hoped that too, but unfortunately, you're stuck with me today. I spent many years working in public service for the state of Georgia, and many of you know I had the privilege to work as the OPB Director for several years. In all my years in state government, this is the strongest higher ed budget that I've seen in my career. The $651.3 million recommendation for fiscal year 23 and the additional $233.4 million recommendation for amended fiscal year 22 are outstanding news for our students and families, provides critical support for learning and affordability that will impact student success. These dollars touch every aspect of USG all across the state. And that impact starts with campuses that this minute are fully engaged in teaching, research, and service missions. Our 26 presidents and their teams have worked hard to accomplish a successful return to on-campus learning, and our students, faculty, and staff have achieved so much. We have not let COVID control us. The number one ask by students and families this academic year has been to keep campuses open. A request focused not only on academics, but on students' mental health. Being on campus, walking into classrooms, and physically being able to interact with professors, staff, and other students has a profound effect on their success in college. We know we will continue to face hurdles as we carry out that mission to provide a world-class education to our students. I'm grateful for all of the hard work that has gotten us this far. Ultimately, everything we do has an impact on students. They are our number one focus, which has made how we respond to their needs and expectations this year all the more important. We know we need to do more, but we will also continue to improve. The number of USG degrees awarded annually has increased almost 33% since 2011, including an all-time high of 72,929 degrees earned by our students in 2021, despite the pandemic. At the same time, affordability remains a priority. We continue to increase our efforts with low-cost textbooks, saving students $49 million annually, expanding access to college by taking advantage of online offerings is a part of Chairman Martin's priorities, and we continue and appreciate his support and visits to our campuses to learn more and encourage these types of initiatives. Tuition increases have been kept to a minimum, and since 2016 have averaged 0.75% annually, with no increase this year and in 4 of the last 6 years. As you know, we have also made a commitment to do more to lessen the impact of fees on the cost of college for our students and their families. We are incredibly grateful for Governor Kemp's amended fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 budget recommendations that include a partial restoration of austerity cuts. At $229 million, this will allow USG institutions to remove the special institutional fee at all campuses. I really want to thank Chairman Tippins for leading our conversations on the Senate University Fee Study Committee this past year, which included President Lynn Riley, Chairman Jeff Mullis, and Senator Sally Harold. The meetings we had with Chairman Tippins and Senator Harold helped to emphasize why it's so important to do something like this. We both made it a priority, regardless of party, to come together to have good discussions about educational and financial impacts on not only on our institutions, but most importantly on our students. Doing away with this fee at Georgia Tech would save a student $544 a semester, not for the year, but every semester they are enrolled. At Georgia Southern, it would save a student $290 a semester. At Savannah State, $202 a semester. At South Georgia College, it would save a student $170 a semester. I know you get the point. For some, these savings could be the difference between completing college or stopping for financial reasons, and we strongly ask for your support to help us make this a reality. We have instituted other changes to keep our focus on student success, including updating post-tenure review for faculty. We want to ensure accountability for their effectiveness and recognize the positive impact faculty have on students in all of our sectors across the system. Stirring thoughts and ideas is an important component of student higher education. Free speech is a bedrock principle for this nation and one that we take seriously and continually to strive to protect on our campuses. We have received complaints related to free speech. We investigate these complaints thoroughly and take the necessary action to protect the rights of students, faculty, and staff. We want to ensure students learn workforce-ready skills they can deploy the moment they graduate. Institutions understand the need to prioritize aligning degree programs to the needs of Georgia's industry. Let me give you some examples. To develop not just better teachers, but more of them, we are maintaining rigorous standards and moving barriers for students to more quickly join the teaching profession. This means students have greater flexibility to structure their coursework, transfer credits between programs, and meet required credit hours for graduation. Institutions have increased their focus on teaching preparation through partnerships with local school systems, and programs such as one at Georgia College, which helps teachers learn how to make a bigger impact on children's reading proficiency. The governor's budget recommendation includes $300,000 in startup funds for the state's oldest public HBCU, Savannah State University, to begin a new degree program in elementary education, something that not only fills a need, but specifically meets requests from that local community. The recommendations would also provide another $620,000 to launch a new e-degree program in elementary education at Valdosta State. This program would help parapros in rural Georgia become full-time fledged teachers, and the funding would include scholarships to get them into the teaching pipeline and to support their progress. To keep expanding the reach of similar programs, the USG has system-wide agreements with the Technical College System of Georgia, which guarantees the credit transfer of 28 TCSG general education core courses. Institutions are also starting and expanding similar agreements for programs in high-demand careers. What does that look like? At Kennesaw State University, for example, students have a direct pathway from an early education program at Georgia Northwestern Technical College to a bachelor's degree in elementary education. Again, I know Chairman England is not here, but I also really wanted to emphasize the recommendations in the governor's budget would have a significant impact on expanding agricultural education capacity, research, extension services across the entire state. This means an additional $1.2 million for Fort Valley State University to increase services to farmers and communities in middle and rural Georgia, part of a land grant match that I know Representative Bentley is passionate about. It also includes $1.15 million for an integrated precision agriculture initiative at UGA's Agriculture Experiment Station and $632,000 for the Ag Tech Research Program at Georgia Tech. Why is it important? It would help our ag industry make better use of technology and data to improve ag production. These are initiatives that will make an impact on rural Georgia and our state's economic development. Among other capital improvements, the governor's recommendations would also help upgrade facilities at ABAC. Many of you know President Bridges is retiring, and we thank him for his service to the state, the system, and especially his students. Nurses also make a huge difference, and Georgia faces a nursing shortage that impacts our communities and has only, excuse me, has only been made more acute over the past 2 years. We have work to do in meeting the state's nursing needs, and it's already started. Institutions have increased nursing cohort sizes by an additional 750 students since last year alone, with expectations to add another 620 students over the next 5 years. Beyond these commitments, additional support of $1.2 million in the governor's recommendations would make a significant investment to expand USG's nursing programs beyond even those plans, quickly getting even more nursing candidates into the workforce pipeline. At the same time, partnerships with private providers has helped us increase the impact of these programs, giving nursing students hands-on experience and industry-desired skills that they can put to use immediately. This includes at KSU, where an $8.7 million donation from the Wellstar Health System will double nursing enrollment to the tune of 500 additional students over the next 5 years. In South Georgia, it's Phoebe Putney partnerships with Albany State and Fort Valley, including $240,000 donation last August to Fort Valley startup for a new Bachelor's of Science in Nursing program. We're much appreciative and supportive of the work from Senator Freddie Powell Sims has done to support us in these initiatives. Institutions in rural Georgia have focused on starting new nursing degrees and expanding related programs to address needs they say they see in their own communities. Georgia Southwestern is developing a new nursing associate's degree. Middle Georgia State is expanding its own associate's degree in Dublin. The University of North Georgia is approved to offer a Nexus degree at the College of Coastal Georgia in developing a pathway program for military medics to complete a nursing's associate degree. We also appreciate Governor Kemp's support in allocating $3.1 million federal GEARS funds towards supporting students and expanding nursing programs. Middle Georgia, Fort Valley, and Georgia Southwestern will all use these grants to create and update simulation labs for nursing students and expand educational healthcare facilities. This will make a significant impact towards increasing the state's desperately needed healthcare workforce. Across the university system, campuses have a renewed focus on aligning degrees to industry needs, not just in nursing and teaching, but in everything from logistics to aviation. Chairman Knight has been instrumental in prioritizing our state's aviation training, as has Chairman Tillery. We are grateful for their encouragement and support of great pilots and maintenance experts coming out of Middle Georgia State's flagship aviation school. Institutions understand they must listen to labor demands and work with local communities and employers. With the help of UGA's Carl Vinson Institute, local communities will soon be able to use a new data tool to see the gaps in supply and demand for entry-level jobs requiring bachelor's degrees across the state. By better understanding Georgia's workforce needs, USG and our institutions can better tailor programs to meet those needs and drive Georgia forward. We as a system, we have to be more flexible and we have to be more nimble moving forward to meet the workforce needs of the state. We're also doing more to help students with their well-being. I want to thank Speaker Ralston for his priority for improving mental health services. As he has noted, for Georgia to continue to be a great state, we must also focus on being a good state, one that cares for those in need. I can't agree more strongly, and with support from Governor Kemp and $17 million in Gears 1 and 2 funding, we have significantly expanded student mental health services at all USG public colleges and universities. This not only includes expanded care and counseling services for every student, but also increased training, educational programs, and professional development for faculty, staff, and students to be more aware about how to help colleges and peers find mental health resources. Mr. Chairman, I know you understand the importance of the funding formula for all USG institutions. The formula directly supports teaching and student success across Georgia, and I would appreciate your support for the formula funds, that they are vital in helping us carry out our mission. We also greatly appreciate Governor Kemp's recommendation to support $5,000 pay increases for state-funded full-time benefit eligible employees. For USG, this includes $197 million in the amended and $232 million in the big budget. These increases are a significant investment in our people. As Tracy will explain in a minute, USG is committed to extending them to all USG employees. And we'll need to look at other fund sources to do that, similar to other state agencies. This is an outstanding commitment towards retaining hardworking, talented employees, and we definitely appreciate your support. The past 2 years have presented challenges, but we continue to overcome them. Obstacles remain, but like our students, remain optimistic about what is ahead. We appreciate your support, and we have much work to do together, and we cannot get it done without your guidance and your help. We're grateful again for Governor Kemp, to you, and to your longstanding investment in the university system. We look forward to working with you this session. I do want to also point out and really recognize, and when I do this, I'm not mentioning everybody. And so just, if I don't mention your name, I know that you've probably been on our campuses. But in the last 6 months, I'll say I've been really impressed with you as legislators and you wanting to be on our campuses, wanting to meet with our presidents, wanting to understand the programs that we offer in this state. I had a great opportunity to sit down for a few hours with Representative Al Williams, Edna Jackson, and Mac Jackson, and to be able to really talk about higher ed. I had an opportunity to meet Chairwoman Sharon Cooper for breakfast and spend a couple hours with her of really understanding her concerns around healthcare and nursing in the state. It was great to be at Georgia Highlands College and to have Representative Matt Gamble and, Chairman Tippins and others that, again, are willing to come on our campus. Had an opportunity to sit down and have lunch with Majority Whip Matt Hatchett to also listen to him and his concerns within his community. Also, the minority House Whip, David Wilkerson. Again, I can go on and on and on, and and being able to have the opportunity to work with Dean Calvin Smyrie, and he will definitely be missed from us because he was a huge supporter of higher ed. I wanted to end by saying all of that I hope you as legislators know that you are always welcomed to come to our office. I would encourage you to kind of bypass our office and really get on our 26 campuses, because it's our presidents who are really that have the tough job in having to manage our institutions on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to turn it over to Tracy, and she's going to walk through some specific budget recommendations.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Dubnik, and other committee members. So today I'll try to be brief, but there's a lot in the budget, so we're very excited. But we'll talk briefly about the amended 22 budget and the fiscal year 23 budget. So I'll start with the recommendations in the fiscal year amended budget. As you can see from this slide, this includes a net increase of $233 million in state funds for the university system institutions and its pass-through organizations. These changes are reflected on pages 315 and 319 in your budget book. And so I will highlight and discuss each item on the slide. The first item is a total increase of $196.7 million across all programs to provide $5,000 salary increases to state-funded, full-time benefit eligible employees. The university system is committed to providing this increase to all full-time benefit eligible employees, and will look to other fund sources to cover the difference. Just of note, these fund sources include grant funding, departmental sales and services, as well as fees assessed to support auxiliary enterprises. We are very grateful, Teresa said this, and I can't stress it enough, very grateful for the governor's recommendation to provide this funding. We know it will help the University System of Georgia to retain talented faculty and staff. The next item is a $26.8 million in cash funding for 10 projects across the various institutions. The majority of these funds, or $4.6 million, are for furniture and fixtures and equipment for buildings that were previously constructed with GEO bond funds. These were in the fiscal year 22 Appropriations Acts. Some of the examples include the Brandy Gym at Dalton State, the Jack and Ruth Ann Hill Convocation Center at Georgia Southern, as well as the Nursing and Health Science Simulation Lab at Albany State University. The equipment for the 7 facilities were originally included in the fiscal year 23 amended capital request, but they're being recommended in the funding for the amended in the operating budget. Also in this amount is $5 million for 2 linear accelerators at Augusta University Cancer Center, $5 million for Georgia Research Alliance to provide research and equipment and infrastructure, and $1.3 million to equip the 4th floor of the expanded College of Science and Math building at Augusta University. The next addition is $1.15 million for the Integrated Precision Agriculture Initiative at UGA's Ag Experiment Station. This initiative has focus of using new technologies and big data to improve the efficiency of agriculture production through better decision-making and use of resources. These one-time funds would provide for infrastructure renovation, equipment, an international conference on precision agriculture, as well as targeted seed grants to faculty and startup and basic research that faculty members can then leverage to win external grant funding. Of note, funding for faculty positions to support this initiative was provided in the fiscal year 23 budget and will be mentioned later during the presentation. The governor has also recommended $1.2 million to support state fund matching requirements for Fort Valley State University's federal land grant match. As a part of the 1890 land grant system, Fort Valley annually receives federal funding for agriculture and research and extension work. This federal funding has increased significantly over the last 2 appropriation cycles to $7.4 million in fiscal year 22. The annual allocations are contingent upon the state of Georgia providing dollar-for-dollar match for these additional funds, and they will ensure Fort Valley is able to assess all the federal funds available to it. Next in the amended budget is $2 million for technology grant for public libraries administered by the Georgia Public Library Service. Technology grants are provided to library systems across the state for equipment such as computers, electronic readers, tag readers, PA systems, and more. These grants have frequently been funded from GO bonds in previous years and have been included in the amended operating budget this cycle. Next is the addition of $2 million in one-time funds for Skidaway Institute of Oceanography for refit of the research vessel, or RV Savannah. The RV Savannah supports basic research and applied research and is used by faculty and students from UGA as well as other USG institutions. This steel-hulled vessel is about 20 years old, and this funding will support a midlife refit. The addition in the state funding for the institution, in addition to the state funding, the institution is contributing a matching $2 million for a total of a $4 million project. USG has identified a number of enhancements that will increase research capabilities of the vessel and will be done in tandem with the refit. Another recommendation is the approval of $945,000 the removal of $945,000 for the Georgia Cyber Center related to the creation of a rural coding program. This funding was actually provided in the fiscal year 22 Appropriations Act, but spending will not occur until at least fiscal year 23. And lastly, these agencies, the three agencies attached to the Board of Regents for administrative purposes, have received a combined $4.4 million. Specifically, the three agencies are the Georgia Military College, the Georgia Public Telecommunications Commission, and the Georgia Commission on the Holocaust. The budget increases provided funds for pay increases at these three attached agencies, as well as enrollment growth and T&E, or training and experience, at the Georgia Military College Prep School. Again, the governor's recommended budget represents an increase of $233 million for the amended budget. So moving on to the fiscal year 23 operating budget, which can be found in pages 319 and 325 of your book, the governor is recommending a total net increase in state funds of $651 million to support the system. The next three slides will list the adjustment to the USG's budget. So here we have 4 statewide spread adjustments related to pay and benefits. These lines are found within all programs within the Board of Regents budgets, but are summarized on this slide. So the first is the $231 million that's included to provide $5,000 in salary increases to state-funded full-time benefit eligible employees. It's a lot to say. Our total estimated budget to provide these funds for all employees is roughly $320 million. And so we will look to our other fund sources to include some of the sources I named earlier to the tune of $110 million to make certain that all of our employees are provided with this pay increase. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I do think it's important to say it again, this is a huge retention tool for our faculty and staff, and we are very grateful for this recommendation. The next item is $9.3 million for increased employer share of health costs for the university system employees and its retirees. The Board of Regents provides healthcare coverage to approximately 44,000 active employees and retirees under the age of 65, and additionally provides healthcare coverage for almost 20,000 employees in the exchange program. The $9.1 million increase in the budget covers increased premium costs and growth in the number of retirees that are subsidized by the university system. Our premium cost increases are driven by mainly 3 items: growing specialty trends in pharmacy costs, rising catastrophic claims, and increasing behavioral health claims that we saw rise during the pandemic. The number of covered retirees also grew by about 4% year over year. To bring down costs to the state, we made 3 primary changes to our healthcare plans: an increase to pharmacy out-of-pocket costs for specialty drugs, an increase to out-of-pocket cost maximums for our HSA plans, and an increase to employee premiums. Employer healthcare costs from 21 to 22 are expected to increase about 6.5%, according to the PricewaterhouseCoopers Healthcare Trend Report. And the USG institutional costs are actually projected to increase about 2.5%, which means we are trending more favorable than national comparisons. The next common change is a $2 million increase to reflect the changes in employer costs for TRS and ERS employees. The fiscal year 23 TRS rate increased from 19.81 to 19.98, which creates a $1.6 million in state funds impact. The impact of the changes to TRS total $445,000 for the USG and include a rate increase, COLA adjustment for retirees, and an increase to our 400,000 match. So we are out of time. We are out of time.
You are. We have several questions, so if you don't mind, I'm going to
I wrote it
cut to your, thank you.
Thank you.
Chancellor, it's like you've been here before. So, and Tracy, thank you for your comments. We have several questions and we're going to try to get through them quickly. Members, there are 3 questions on the board. If you need to ask your question, please feel free to do so. If you don't, please turn off your light. I will start with Senator Dean Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. Several years ago, we passed legislation developing the Office of Health Strategy and Coordination, and Grant Thomas is doing a great job in that position. You spent a lot of your presentation on the nurse shortage challenge, and the only reason I've not been beating your door down about that issue is I've been dealing with it at my hospital for the last 6 months. I have never been contacted with as many people as I have in the last couple of months about that issue from people throughout the state. And again, the only comment I want to make is I know Commissioner Dozier's in the room, the nursing board, the hospitals folks, all of these people need to play a part in this developing a strategy. And one of the things that state government hasn't done very well is organizing these different people that are reacting to a problem and making sure we're not duplicating efforts, that we're not leaving something out that's super important. The education pipeline is important, but also the work-life balance of these nurses, their childcare issues. It's a super complex issue. But it in my mind is one of the areas that is a great challenge to our state going forward. This is not a one-year problem. This is a long-term problem, and I just want you to know that we in the Senate, and as I know the House has this as a priority issue, and we look forward to developing a strategy, working through Director Thomas and his agency to make sure everybody's at the table that plays a part in it.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the comments. I will let you know that we are trying to do a better job, to your point, of working with all of our partners. There was a meeting right before Christmas that Commissioner Noggle led through DCH of getting all of us at the table. Grady Hospital was there. Also, staff met with the Hospital Association this week. We have a new academic officer, Dr. Stuart Rayfield, and have tasked her to be super focused on this. And she's meeting with all of the deans of our healthcare related schools throughout the state. So I do make a commitment that we know we need to do better, but I also want to give a shout out to the nursing board with the changes that they propose. That is significant of changing those ratios that will allow us to be able to produce more nurses in the state.
Chairman Knight.
Thank you. Chancellor, thank you for your work and what the university system has done and continues to, I hope, be a good stewards of a lot of money and, quite frankly, the investment that we put into Georgia's education, because it is a true investment, and the return on investment is very important to citizens. One, a comment. Apparently our health cost has gone up, as I heard that, particularly in prescription drugs, specialty drugs. That is an issue. Second of all, thank you for your work in regards to, I know a lot of work that we've done, in particular interest to a couple of us, and that is in the aviation field. This goes back to the investment that we make into Georgia's university system and our technical college system, but particularly in this case, university system, where we have an industry and there's documented, well-documented need and demand of good jobs. The jobs there, and we need the educated workforce to come in. And I think this is also an opportunity, and I'll segue into something you and I've talked about, we will continue to talk about, and that is opportunity within our colleges, particularly in our outside of the metro area or our big research universities, where we're seeing decline in student enrollment versus in probably some of the other universities where, you know, enrollment's either steady or upticking. But our universities all across the state have a lot to offer. And I think this is a good example of Middle Georgia filling a need, and also, you know, an example of if we can get those enrollment up for this high demand areas of pilots and the aviation A&P maintenance folks, a good example where we are meeting the demands of Georgia and a return on investment. So I want to thank you for that. We're going to talk about that and the other issues of enrollment. One last thing, I want to make sure that we're still clear. Last year, Representative Donahue had done a letter to the chancellor. That letter had talked about teaching coming out of the university system and our college, our different universities in regards to teaching, you know, characteristics, privilege, oppressed, you know, definitions of that. I still want to make sure that the university system board of regents, and particularly the presidents who were asked those questions last year, still stand by those letters and the responses within their response to that request.
Absolutely. So first I'll start on the aviation, and I know we're meeting with you tomorrow to go through aviation needs in the state. And again, I really do appreciate your support there. And it really goes back to, and you referenced the declining in enrollment in a number of our institutions. For the fall, we had 21 of our 26 institutions that had declining in enrollment. And it goes back to part of my remarks earlier that we as a system, to your point, we have to be more flexible. We have to be more nimble to be able to make sure that we are shifting and changing what programs that we're offering to be able to meet the needs in those communities, because that's ultimately what's going to make our institutions successful. As far as the document from last year, we'll definitely go back to our 26 campuses to make sure that the information that they provided is accurate, and happy to continue to have those conversations with you. And you. You're welcome.
Final question, Chairman Tippins.
I actually don't have a question. I'd like to make a comment and thank Acting Chancellor McCartney for her attitude that she's had since she's been Acting Chancellor. She's been a delight to work with. I admire her tenacity and willingness to tackle controversial and tough issues. I know in the study committee that was referenced on the institutional fees, that was a great deal of money. It was a very clear change in direction and policy, but I appreciate the support of the university system, and especially the chancellor, in working through this to come to a good solution. And I appreciate the job you're doing in that capacity. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that, but I will also emphasize I am just one person, and really I want to acknowledge the team that's at the system. A Tracy Cook, an Ashley, a Casey, a Stewart, a Juanita Hicks, a John Fuchco. I can go on and on. They're the ones that really, you know, day in and day out put in, and when I say this, I'm not exaggerating, 12, 13, 14-hour days to make sure that we continue to move in the right direction. And again, I also want to stress that you as legislators, if you ever have questions or concerns, please never hesitate to call. We may not be able to get you an exact answer that you want to hear from me, but we will always be transparent and try to get you the information as soon as possible.
On that same topic, I'd like to have a final comment if I can. Chancellor, you have been a pleasure. You've been nothing but a servant to the state of Georgia throughout your entire career. And I just want to tell you, thank you.
He makes me nervous when you start talking. I'm just going to say. Respectfully, Chairman.
You've been the head of the higher ed department, or the University System of Georgia during a really challenging time. And the citizens of Georgia have paid for and developed a great system full of capable professors and brilliant students under your leadership, and we thank you for that. I do have one challenge I'd like to give the system though.
Absolutely.
During this time, and you've talked about flexibility and a focus on workforce needs, I would ask that the system, as we begin to come out of this difficult time of COVID, hopefully come out of this difficult time, that we begin to prioritize and possibly pivot where we're focusing now. We're seeing a shortage of problem solvers and critical thinkers. And I would ask that the university system really focus on critical thinking and problem solving in young adults that can draft and understand directions and can give and receive constructive feedback that's cohesive and cogent to application. That would be my challenge to the board, that they ask themselves, the next decisions, are we developing 21st century leaders for Georgia? And is it fulfilling the needs of the 21st century? Thank you for everything you've done.
Wholeheartedly agree with your comments, and we will continue to work on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for being here.
We're going to rebase our schedule a little bit. We're about 15 minutes off, so take your schedules and recalculate them accordingly. Our next presenter will be Commissioner Greg Dozier from the Technical College System of Georgia. Commissioner Dozier, I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, please prepare your comments that you can have questions at the end, because with education making up slightly around 54% of our state's budget, there are a lot of questions on our educational matters.
Mr. Chairman, I'll absolutely do that. That means I'll go pretty quickly through this PowerPoint. I do have a 4-minute video at the end if we have time. It's a great example that I think Mr. Burke will really appreciate. It's our nursing student of the year. And if I have time, I'd love to show that, but I'll go as quick as I can. If I go too quick, y'all slow me down though, because that's my goal, is to be able to take questions and that. First slide, I'm not going to go through this. I think that you guys will get this to you, but if we can click to the next one. Do I need to do that, or? Okay. Just this arrow right here. Okay. This first one really is, last year it was all about COVID and how are we staying open, keeping our students going, making sure they see the end, serving our nursing homes, getting PPE out, ventilators. This year is really about innovation. So if you have time, look through these next two charts at your leisure and see cloud computing, clean manufacturing, automated technologies. The things that we're doing is really impressive the last 2 years, along with statewide connections to DOT and others, making sure our workforce needs are met. This right here, I want to get to the end, because at the very end, we have a slide of a video of Miss Elizabeth Rodriguez. She's our student of the year. You all know that Kia partners with TCSG and provides a free vehicle to the student of the year. And Miss Rodriguez was that winner this year, and her story is just phenomenal. So hopefully we have time for that. Below that is Miss Casey Corbett. She was our instructor of the year. She does a phenomenal job. When you look at it, I think it's really important on key metrics. And you see Mr. Dusty Powell in that picture. Dusty is a graduate of Northwest Georgia Technical College. He now works at SpaceX. But more importantly is our student is average 26 years of age. That's down from 33 from years ago, from last year, 27. So we're moving, in my opinion, in the right direction, where TCSG is a first option for our students to meet the workforce demands. The average years of service in the workforce, even though we have a young population, is still 9 years of work service. 51% of our students are first-generation college students. You see the demographics there. You see that 74% of our staff, of our students, have a job. But the great thing that we're so proud of, and we say this each and every year, is 74% graduation rate, 99.1% placement rate, and 86.8% in field. The next slide here is just a real neat one. Thomas Dickerson's one of our students. He is the youngest person ever invited to SEMA. That's the Specialty Equipment Market Associates. They have it out at Vegas every year, and he was brought out as a young gun. He restored through the program at Athens Tech his 67 Ford Shelby GT350. He fabricated it. He did 3D printing to rebuild a lot of the components. He rebuilt the small block, transmission, the differential. He painted the vehicle himself. He upgraded it to have auto locks. But that's just some of the work that the students across this state are doing is just phenomenal, and they're being recognized. When you look at who we're serving, last year we served 294,000 students. When you look at that pie chart, the biggest area is our technical ed side, 133,000. With our customized training being the orange, that's right at 82,000. Our WIOA funding, 19,000. Our adult learner, 27. Our quick start program, 32,000 folks. The next slide gives you a history of our enrollment and our graduates. The main thing I want to point out is let's see if this, I don't know if I have a pointer or not. Oop, what'd I do? Just mess myself up. The main thing on there that you can't see anymore is right here is this year. We had 34,952 unduplicated graduates. Obviously, that's down because of the last 2 years and what we experienced. It's down from last year at 35 unduplicated and 37 the year before. But what's really important is I said we're getting our students to the end. If you look before that, we had higher enrollment numbers up to 151,000. But no other year have we had unduplicated graduates as high as we had last year, besides the prior 2 years. So when a student comes to TCSG, we're not just making sure they come to us, we're making sure they actually graduate with the skill set they need. I'm very, very proud of that. I never would have thought that our number of unduplicated graduates, 34 at 133,000, look back here, 134,000, and we were below that. 151,000, we were below that. That's a testament to our great colleges, our presidents, our staff. They do an awesome job for our communities, and I just couldn't be more proud. Breaking down our technical education side, one of the things that we really try to look at is dual enrollment and our traditional student and what type of courses are they taking. Of our technical education, 27,531 were in dual enrollment last year. And 32% of those students took a technical course while they were in dual enrollment. Of our 105,000 traditional students, when we looked at the high demand areas that we all focus on, 70,997 took a high demand technical course while they were taking their traditional pathway. Just to give you an example, last year we looked at those same numbers and I presented them to you. We had 108,000 students last year in that traditional area. So we did drop a little bit, as the prior slide showed. But of the 108, we had 67,693 students that took a high demand course. And so it's really awesome. Once again, our college presidents, our counselors, they're really making sure that our students know the opportunities and how it matches up with the jobs that are available. And looking at our awards, these are duplicated. So somebody could earn a couple of TCCs, a certificate, which add up to a diploma, which may add up to a degree. So these are not unduplicated. These are duplicated. But to give you an idea, we had, when you add those up, it's 61,770 awards last year. The prior year, even though we had more students, we had 59,235 awards. And the year before that, when we actually had the highest number of graduates, if you remember, we were pretty close. We had 61,180. But just a reminder, if you caught that, 2 years later with fewer students, we still issued more total awards, meaning the students that leave TCSG are higher skilled, higher qualified for our workforce. We already talked about the 34 graduates. This is, next slide, just a quick slide to say the focus of our colleges are those high areas. The light blue is this past year, the dark blue is the prior year. I won't go through each of those, but you see CDL, construction, health science, practical nursing, welding, all of those had slight increases. We're focusing on those areas that are important. We're also making sure at that college level that we're offering programs that make a difference. This is just an example of this year, how many programs have been terminated and how many have been started. So our presidents and our staff are watching those dynamics and they make those daily changes. These all have to go before state board, so they come up and that's how we record them. State board reviews them and they approve the stop of a program or the add of a program. And that typically is driving a lot of local decisions. And looking at the budget, we are very thankful to the governor's budget. The first two slides are just a global look. The supplemental budget has an additional $40 million in it, as you see here. The big budget 2023 has an additional 95.3 million. We'll dive into the details, and I did those together. You'll see that we have a chart for statewide changes. The pay raise that many of you have already heard from all the other agencies, $5,000 in the amended budgets, $19 million in the 2023 budgets, $27.1 million. The annual leave withdrawal in the 23 budgets, $2.4 million. The ERS increases, which is tied to the COLA for retirees, the employer share for the forfeited leave, as well as the 401k match is $5.7 million. TRS, $256,000. Our premiums for DOAS, $161,000. And our TeamWorks billing is $65,000. The governor has included in the detailed changes that are not those statewide changes across TCSG, new funding for the dual achievement program. Thank you, Chairman Tippins, for that. This is the high school pilot for 5 of our colleges. That pilot will be at Chat Tech, Athens Tech, Albany Tech, Gwinnett Tech, and Central Technical College. Those should be kicked off this coming fall, and the funding for that was $1.5 million in the supplemental budget and $5.1 million in the 2023 budget. We do have in the supplemental budget cash funding for the construction, the FF&E, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the projects that were funded last year for construction in the budget. That's Chattahoochee Tech at the Aviation Academy of $5.8 million. Athens Tech, the industrial systems at $2.44 million. Athens Tech, the transportation and logistics facility, $520,000. The Savannah Tech Culinary Institute at $720,000 for a total of the $9.48 million you see there. We also have equipment refresh, $10 million. That's typically in our bond package, and it covers our instructional equipment. Just to give you an idea, we have right at $341 million worth of equipment on our books, of which 82% is depreciated, fully depreciated. So that gives you an idea how important this $10 million for equipment refresh for our lab and instructional equipment is. The next item is the restoration of the austerity cut in both adult education, $1.6 million, the restoration of austerity cut in our technical education of $33.3 million, and the formula adjustment related to a decrease in enrollment. We had a 10.1% decrease in credit hours. When you add all those up, it's an $11.6 million add to our education budget, which will allow us to focus on those high demand areas such as CDL, nursing, and manufacturing. The next item is to provide for the MR&R, the major repairs and maintenance. That's the $22 million that you've typically seen in the bond package. It is cash funded in the 2023 budget. Just to give you an idea how far that goes, we have 22 colleges, 88 campuses. So the 22 million is truly needed across that system. But when you look at total square footage, we have 14 million square feet. And so as you look at those major repairs and maintenance, that 22 million is very, very important to us. As we continue to look, we have several items in here for the electric vehicle industry. The first one is a new quick start training facility. That's design money at $6.25 million. The next item is the customized training portion of that at $5,382,904. And the last part of that is in our workforce area for customized recruitment at $643,706. The next item, I want to thank a lot of work by several legislators, especially Leader Dugan. We've had several questions and communications in his office about apprenticeships. And I was very pleased to see the expansion of state-funded apprenticeships in the budget at $1.275 million. That's obviously a focus on the high career demand initiative, but also just the workforce issues across the state. The last item on this slide is the establishment of employment services and streamlining WIOA. That's the transfer of the funding from Department of Labor Employment Services to TCSG and joining it with the WIOA. That's the Title I and the Title III funding. The state funds is 7.2 million. The total funds is just over 63 million in that item. The last slide in the budget is our capital outlay recommendation. It is basically funding the two projects that was funded last year for planning and design. The first one is the Albany Technical College Diesel Equipment and Auto Collision Demo Center at 8.54 million. The next item is at Southern Regional Technical College down in Colquitt. It's a technical industrial education building at 28.5 million. And then we have one new project this year that you have not seen, and that is a renovation at Central Georgia Tech to help in the nursing program at 1.57 million. Those are the changes. Mr. Chairman, do we have time real quickly? It's a 4-minute video and I'd love to play it. If not, I just want to make sure everybody has a chance to see it after this meeting.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Can you play that? Great. Mr. Chairman, it looks like it's not going to play after I ran as fast as I could through it. We will, if we can't get it going, we'll get that out to you. Chairman Nix is going to be really upset with me that I didn't play it because it was from his area and he was very impressed with it. But I'm on 5 seconds on Miss Rodriguez. She is a first generation English speaking student that we had that came here, didn't know where she fit. She found her place at West Georgia Tech. She's a nurse. She got her dream job in the hospital up there. She won Student of the Year, won a brand new vehicle. Her neat story is really beyond her. And that's, as we found out that she was Student of the Year, I got to meet her husband, Matthew. And thank you to you guys, we were able to build a new campus up in Carrollton for West Georgia Tech. And he's actually part of the crew building the campus that his wife goes to. So that was really neat. And then as we kept talking to the family, we found out that Elizabeth's dad now works for Kia, where she got the vehicle. And it's just a neat connection there. And the best thing that you're going to miss out if you don't watch it is her passion and love for the technical college and the opportunity that she got through it. She's already less than a year having graduated and started her career. She has raised funds and she's already provided scholarships back to 2 students per semester to further their career in nursing. Just a phenomenal young lady. And I hope that as you get that video, you do take 4 minutes to watch it because it really sends a chill just talking about it here. But when you watch it, it really kind of brings to fruition why we do what we do, all of us in public service. Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude there and obviously be open for any questions.
Well, thank you for that at first, Commissioner Dozier. I think, sorry we could not watch the video, but your explanation was great. And I think we should give her a round of applause for being the Student of the Year. I know many of our members are familiar already with the GOAL program, but those of you who are not, you should look at that in your own communities. I think it will encourage you all every day. We do have one question online from Senator Orrock. Representative Dubnik, you got.
Commissioner, again from Senator Orrock, with the transfer of workforce training funds from the Labor Department to TCSG, how do unemployed workers get connected to the benefits of the federal training dollars?
Yeah, and I do not have a good answer on that specific question today. As we look at bringing in those employment services such as recruitment, my understanding of the employment service, doing resume building, interview skills, all the things that brings, along with the WIOA, which provides the funding for the training, whether it be at the technical college or a third-party provider. I believe the idea is just to bring continuity, but I'll have to obviously educate myself more to specifically answer that question that was asked.
And again, from Senator Orrock, so
Yes.
that you can follow up. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we have one in the room, Representative Chairman Knight.
Thank you. Commissioner, thank you for the work you're doing at our technical college system and, much needed. Obviously, the technical college system is at the heart serving the needs of our local communities. I mean, it was born in our communities, local communities, and certainly is there to serve our local communities as far as their needs. Couple of questions and a comment. Thank you for your also work in regards to the aviation issues that we've looked at this year, especially in these high need areas. I know that those are areas in which we have high demand. Good jobs are out there. We just need to get more of our graduates out of school and into these need areas. So I think we've got a meeting this afternoon, but I want to thank you personally for that work. Second thought is, in today's economy where we're seeing labor shortages all over, and this is a comment you and I have talked about, as we focus these needs on what we traditionally have looked in industries such as welding, plumbing, electrical, things like that are very, very important to our local communities. I want to make sure we're still focusing in those areas and making sure we're prioritizing, because I continue to hear from my members and their regions that these are areas that really have a huge need. So I want to see us continuing that. One fair question I want to ask you, even though you did not get formally asked last year, but as you were probably listening, there's a question regarding the issues of teaching through, and I'm going to ask this specifically the technical college, but teaching anything that a student or a person possesses certain characteristics inherently designates them as privileged or oppressed, the definitions of that. And, I would like to pose that same question to our technical colleges and see if again, from our technical colleges, if that is embedded in our curriculum or that the technical colleges are teaching that.
Yeah, I'll hit all three things if that's appropriate. First of all, thank you so much for bringing light on the aviation program of Technical College System of Georgia. Chairman Knight and his committee, I could name several of them, but your whole committee has come out and visited Savannah Tech, the aviation program there, Georgia Northwestern, several others. And I just thank you for bringing light to the hard work of those individuals. And they do a phenomenal job, and the partnerships that we have across the state with Delta, Gulfstream, and I could name many more there. It just has strengthened as we have brought light in that. So thank you much to you and your committee for making sure that our instructors and those focused in aviation are actually in a spotlight. That means a lot to them. As far as the core, I will assure yourself as well as everyone, the Technical College System of Georgia will never lose their focus on who we are and what we are. We're here to provide workforce, and those specific areas such as plumbing, electrical work, welding, I could keep naming them, construction management. That was one of the ones on the chart I showed earlier. That's one that's really hard, construction management, but it had a slight increase last year. We know that's our core. Our mission statement says we're here to build a quality workforce through education, and we know that that's what we're here for. So thank you for also that question, because it's the heart of what we are. The last one is we have not been asked that question, and to my knowledge, we do not have anything in our curriculum that teaches that. If I find out, we'll make sure that that is something that we focus in on. But to my knowledge, we do not have anything that goes down that line that you just mentioned. And should I find that out, obviously we'll address that. So thank you for that question. That is the first time I've been asked that.
Representative Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of workforce development, our young people in high school, we have a
group of college and career academies across our state. Last year, we funded, I think, 3 of them. And I don't see anything in the budget, in your budget for those.
Yes, sir.
Are you recommending any college and career academies this year?
We have, to my knowledge, Representative Dickey, that has never come out of the governor's recommendation. That's come through the process, but we would obviously love to see that come through the process. You're right. We had 3 last year, increased it from 52 to 55.
Okay.
And we hope to see more this year because we believe the college and career academies are truly impactful and make a difference on workforce.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
sir.
it, come out of the governor's.
It
your
has
budget.
not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, thank you so much for your presentation today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We look forward to following up with you more in subcommittees.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time and thank you for everything each of you do. Appreciate you.
Our next presenter will be the president of the Georgia Student Finance Commission, President Lynn Riley. President Riley, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Dugnick. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you this afternoon. I too am sorry that we did not see the video from Commissioner Dozier. I think it will be, when you see it, a true reflection of that what we do as student finance as well. And we're very proud to provide the funding and administer the funding that flows out to make those dreams of higher education become a reality. So I'm delighted to be here today to talk about how Georgia Student Finance partners with our post-secondary partners to achieve that. And thank you for the opportunity. I do have here with me today our External Affairs Director, Haley McLeod, and our Budget Manager, Aaron Greenberg, if there's questions later on, and pleased to have them on our team, as well as Executive Director Kirk Shook from our attached agency, Georgia Non-Public Post-Secondary. And he'll be here to answer questions as well. Quickly, an overview of our agency for those that might not be familiar. We were established in 1965, and we're responsible for administering the scholarship and grant programs in Georgia that provides that higher education funding. And our mission is to promote and increase access to education beyond high school for all Georgians. How we do that funding is illustrated by this next slide. In FY 2021, over $950 million was provided to students to achieve their higher education dreams. And as you can see, the predominant amount is for the HOPE programs, but we also fund tuition equalization grants, student access loans, dual enrollment program, military programs, and others as well. But this pie chart does reflect that the predominant amount of our funding each year that's appropriated through your process goes to the HOPE program. Some milestones that we'd like to celebrate with you today. The HOPE program has been in existence since 1993. And in FY 2022, we reached the 2 million student milestone. In its very first year, in FY 1994, the HOPE program provided 43,000 students with $21 million in awards. That was again in FY 94. Next slide. In FY 2021, the HOPE program provided 180,000 students with $822 million in scholarship and grants awards. And hopefully before the end of this month, we will have hit that $13 billion mark of funding provided for higher education purposes to our students. We're also celebrating a milestone this year. The REACH Scholarship Program was initiated in 2012 and is celebrating next month its 10-year anniversary. And you can see by watching this graphic that thousands of Georgia students across the state of limited financial means are receiving coaching and mentoring to help them perform well in high school, enroll in college, and move into the skilled workforce pipeline. This illustration just shows the growth as counties and school systems across the state have joined. And now we have been able to execute this program in all 180 public school systems across the state. And thank the General Assembly for that support year over year to make this happen. Our next milestone, when you're ready to move on, the Path to College 529 program is celebrating its 20-year anniversary this year. And currently we have over $4.7 billion under management by our program manager. This year it was nationally recognized by the Morningstar Rating Agency as a silver medalist for the accomplishments and the benefits it provides to the account owners. Over the lifetime of the program, over $1.5 billion in qualified withdrawals have been done for higher education purposes for our account owners, for their beneficiaries. And appreciation in the value of funds invested by account owners has grown 2.2 billion over that same 20-year period. So think of that, $2.2 billion has been saved and grown to provide for our young scholars. So with those milestones, I'll move into the budget details, and it's fairly simple. Our amended fiscal year 2022 budget has three simple items. Lottery funds provided for commission administration that will pay for the statewide adjustments that the governor has proposed. And we're pleased to see that as an effective tool for retention and recruitment of our valued employees. The Hope Scholarship Public is receiving an appropriation from the governor's recommendation of $2.2 million that will meet the projected need of the program through the remainder of this current year. And as mentioned, the Georgia Non-Public Post-Secondary Education Commission is receiving in the recommendation a $58,000 enhancement for also those statewide adjustments for the employee salaries. So in summary, no state funds are contemplated for use for student finance in the amended budget. 2.8 million of lottery funds will be used for the statewide changes and the HOPE program enhancements. And NPEC will receive 58,000 for their statewide changes in the amended budget. Moving on to the fiscal year 2023 budget. We have two items for commission administration. The first is 1.268 million of lottery funds for the statewide adjustments that the governor is recommending for employees across the state, and 161,000 of lottery dollars for commission administration to provide for 2 additional compliance officer positions. We assist in review, these compliance officers will assist in the reviews that we do to ensure compliance with regulations of all of our programs at our secondary and post-secondary partners across the state. And as the programs have grown over time, as we reflected earlier, the amount of compliance has grown as well. So the governor's recommendation is to add 2 additional compliance officers to ensure that funds are appropriately invested for our students. The dual enrollment program is recommended to have an appropriation in the fiscal 2023 budget of 3.14 million to increase projected needs as that program rebounds after the recession when we saw a bit of a decline due to classes going online. But we project that those enrollment needs will increase in FY23. The HOPE GED program is recommended to have an additional allotment of just under $1.4 million. And this is to modify the program to instead provide funding for high school equivalency tests and pay for those tests instead of providing vouchers for those who have received those high school equivalency credentials after they enroll in post-secondary. The HOPE grant program is governor's recommendation of $885,000 to add the criminal justice and law enforcement to the TCSG HOPE career grant program. And these funds will be utilized for those that enroll in that endeavor. And finally, 4.6 million lottery dollars are being recommended to add to the Hope Grant program, and this will increase the amount that the Hope Grant pays to a minimum threshold of 90% for the post-secondaries that provide those instructions. On the next slide, the Hope Scholarship Public Program is recommended for an increase of 52.8 million to increase the projected need in FY23. We are recognizing some significant growth at our public institutions enrollment, and our projections indicate that that additional appropriation will be required just to meet the demand in FY 2023. Also, 20.4 million is being provided for increasing the Hope Scholarship award rate to a minimum threshold of 90%. And this will impact the public USG institutions that provide the Hope Scholarship programs. And finally, on this slide, an appropriation of 89,800 to non-public post-secondary for the statewide adjustments as well for their workforce. So in summary, on the last slide, the funding sources are illustrated. State funds of 3.1 million, lottery funds of 81.5 million, and for our partner NPEC, $89,827 for their statewide changes. And with that, we continue to enjoy advancing our mission to increase access to education for our Georgians, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Could you go back? I think it's one or two slides there where you had that amount. One more. So just out of curiosity here, we're showing a $20 million increase to enhance the award factor to 90%. Roughly how many students does that $20 million impact? Or maybe another way, how many students are currently receiving the Hope Scholarship?
I wish I could give you an exact factor. We pay out about 200,000 students awards over the different Hope programs. This will apply at the universities that currently are paying, or the students enrolled in those universities are receiving less than 90% of the tuition reimbursed by the Hope program. But I'll be happy to get you specific student numbers as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just purely curious.
Got a couple of questions for you, President Riley. First will be Representative Hughley. I almost called you Representative Martin, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. To Commissioner Riley, I too was curious about that 90%. Can you, when you go back and look at that, can you tell us what it would cost to take those students to 100%? And then the other question I had was, how many or what percentage of the students lose their Hope eligibility on a yearly basis? Do you know that number?
Well, thank you for those questions, Representative Hughley. I'll answer the second one first by saying I'll get back to you on that. We do track persistence, and so we are able to give you some guidance and information on students that earn the Hope Scholarship or the Zell Miller Scholarship and do not retain it all the way through their higher education. So we will follow up on that with you. I will go back to the first question, which you asked how much would it cost to fully fund all tuition at Hope eligible institutions? This appropriation will bring all of those that are not being reimbursed at least 90% up to that floor. But if all institutions were to receive 100% funding for tuition, which would effectively eliminate the Zell Miller Scholarship, which currently provides that, it would be at least $70 million to fund that. I don't have an exact number because, again, we'll have to look at current enrollment rates to be able to say exactly how much. We know it would be at least $70 million and likely some more than that. And we will follow up with you on your other question about persistence.
Chairman Watson.
Just a ballpark, following up on that question, isn't the colleges and universities that do not fund at above 85%, aren't those usually the University of Georgia's, the Georgia Techs, the Georgia States? It's those three, and I think there are probably a couple others too that generally don't, are the lower ones percentage-wise. And those are the ones that turn students away generally to our other institutions, hopefully. Is that not sort of the ballpark figure on that, or ballpark thoughts?
Yes, there are just a few institutions that are currently providing tuition that Hope provides less than 90%. Augusta University, Georgia Gwinnett College, Georgia Institute of Technology, Georgia State University, University of Georgia, University of North Georgia, and the technical college system as well.
Representative Martin.
Thank you. I'll be brief. President, I think you just covered mine. I wanted to include, I think earlier in your remarks, you mentioned that this applied to the university system and failed to say, and the technical college system of Georgia. And isn't it true that it does? And in fact, I believe that our technical college system was about 76%.
That is correct, Chairman.
This will be a big hit to those in the technical, a big hit in a good way. I said a big add to them in a good way, that our technical college system, all the students there that are Hope eligible will see their grants go from 76% to 90%.
Thank you, Chairman Martin, for pointing that out, and I apologize that I did not include the technical college system will also receive an enhancement, and that is reflected by the Hope grant appropriation that you saw of $4.6 million.
Representative Diggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to my former colleague, I just want to say, it's not a question, just thank you for the direction and the support you've given Reach Scholarship Program. It's just a great program. It's just exciting to see it all throughout our all the systems in the state, and just hope we can continue to grow that and support that program. And so thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support, steadfast for the program as well.
For those members who don't know, that's a partnership with local areas as well, and it's great to see local businesses at times sponsor those among others. Representative Ron Stevens. Chairman Ron Stevens.
Thank you. Commissioner, I want to thank you for your jobs in the past, of course, with revenue and all the tough jobs you've had. But on this one specifically, and I want to call out our Senate for sending us a bill that may, if we can get it out of the House, send you $100 million to fully fund that gap. So just keep that in mind. Thank you to the Senate. We don't do this very often, but thank you for the job they did to get it to us, and we hope we'll be able to get the ball home to you. No pun intended.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Stevens, and thank you for your support of the Hope Scholarship and the other scholarship and grant programs that we provide for the state.
At this point in time, I'd like to give Representative Ron Stevens the floor to thank us for anything else he'd like to do at this point in time. I think we have one question online, then we got one more in the room.
I like how it goes quiet there, Mr. Chairman. From Representative Evans, again, I think this reiterates the need for this information as this question was asked. What would be the additional cost if Hope covered 100% of tuition at TCSG institutions? So I think there's reason that the members of both bodies would like to see some of those numbers, if you could help provide them to us.
Absolutely, and the $70+ million that I quoted would include TCSG. That would be a combination of all public institutions. But we can get a breakdown for you for that as well.
Chairman Knight.
Thank you. To my former colleague, also, thank you for the job that you're doing, and again, the great work that you're doing at the Student Finance Commission. A lot of work's gone in to what y'all have done, the data that you can produce, which I think is very helpful as we make decisions. One question though, in regards to, we saw in regards to the scholarship to our public institutions, but I know we also have that on some of our private colleges. They're an integral part of Georgia's education. They've been a longstanding partner. Was there anything in the budget in regards to part of the Hope Scholarship for the private colleges?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. No, the governor's recommendation did not indicate any changes to the compensation to the private institutions for Hope Scholarship reimbursement. The last adjustment to the reimbursement rates for the private colleges was in FY 2020.
Any other questions in the room? No more online? President Riley, thank you again for being here today, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you for your service and support of the Student Finance Commission.
Our next presenter will be the President of Georgia Lottery Corporation, President Gretchen Corbin. Almost back. President Corbin, we hear you may have some good news to share with us today.
Great news, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you. Representative Devenant, great to be with you and this entire committee. So exciting to really be in the room with our education partners to hear from Georgia Student Finance, from USG, from TCSG. So proud of all the education work that they are doing and all the support you are providing our students and the Georgia Lottery. So Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's an honor to be with you today. My name is Gretchen Corbin. I'm President and CEO of the Georgia Lottery Corporation. And as the esteemed chairman mentioned, I have great news to share today. The best news that any lottery president has ever had to share. Thank you for your service to the state and to the support you provide the Georgia Lottery Corporation. On behalf of Governor Kemp, the Georgia Lottery Board of Directors, our team, our education partners, and most importantly, on behalf of our Hope and our pre-K students who have benefited from your Georgia Lottery in the past 29 years, it's my privilege to provide you with this update in regards to the fiscal year 22 and 23 budgets. As you know, the Georgia Lottery was formed by a constitutional amendment in 1992 for the purpose of generating funds for education. And our lottery operates under several areas of oversight, which include a board of directors and legislative oversight committees. Probably the best news of the day, it's not news, just a quick reminder that the lottery does not receive state appropriations. So we only provide 100% of our proceeds to the state. And as you know, they are transferred quarterly to the Lottery for Education account. Governor Kemp and you, as members of the General Assembly, appropriate lottery funds annually. Really appreciated how President Riley just presented today, because it was very easy to see how those lottery and state funds are broken down. And that's an example of how our lottery funds are spent. Being that our mission is to maximize revenues for Hope and Pre-K responsibly, it's an honor to follow our education partners. To date, with the inclusion of this past Q2 of fiscal year 22, our lottery has now transferred more than $24.6 billion to education since inception. And those dollars have resulted in more than 2 million Hope Scholars and more than 1.6 million pre-K students. This is a trend line of our growth and our transfers annually since 1994. In fiscal year 94, our first year of returns was $362 million. And of course, our returns have continued to grow to, again, our largest amount to date, $1.54 billion. This fiscal year 21 year, we found unprecedented growth and had our largest annual transfer to the Lottery for Education account, again, equaling $1.54 billion. That was an increase of $307 million, an increase of $307 million, 24.9% from the previous year, and again, was the largest increase in our history. Fiscal year 21 was the 10th consecutive record-setting year and our 6th consecutive year to provide over $1 billion to the state. As you know, when we talk about our profits to education, we have to look at our product and how we bring in our revenues. The Georgia Lottery is proud to be one of the more forward-thinking lotteries in the country, and we're always looking forward to grow and offer our new products. Understanding that our responsibility is to grow revenues, we innovate daily through our product, whether scratchers, draw, or our iLottery platform, our sales locations, and with our technology. We continue our enhancements to our iLottery platform. Going into the pandemic, Georgia was one of only 6 states that had an online presence at the beginning of the pandemic, so that Georgians could continue to play online or at retail as they desired. We recently upgraded our platform. It was a 2-year undertaking, and we launched in August and are excited to provide an even better customer experience to those individuals who like to play lottery online. Our interactive platform grew from $170 million in fiscal year 20 to $360 million in 21, returning $80.5 million in profit. You may have noticed that we've added a third Powerball drawing now on Mondays, and we've created a new draw game, a core draw game in 2020 called Cash Pop. Cash Pop, our sales are now over $100 million at $101.7 million in 2021. And it is really it's starting to get into the thresholds of the Cash 3 and Cash 4. So we're really proud of that new draw product. We obviously continue to be innovative with our instant product, including adding new price points and launching 4 to 6 games every month. You probably see our continued marketing promotions to go alongside our products, Power Money Mondays, as well as our Dick Clark's New Year Rocking Eve, where 5 winners appeared. We're also we look for any opportunity really to share our beneficiary message, to remind Georgians who may have moved here since the lottery started, or just to remind others that any dollar spent with the Georgia Lottery goes back to education and to the beneficiaries of education. In addition to our traditional product, we also regulate COAM, which is coin-operated amusement machines. Our responsibilities within COAM include licensing, permitting, collections, and compliance. We license over 30,000 machines statewide, all connected to a centralized accounting system. We receive a revenue share of 10% from Class B machines, which equated to $145 million towards our bottom line last year. Our partnerships within the COAM industry and members of our COAM advisory board are very important to the success and future to the lottery and to the COAM industry. We feel that we've made significant strides in partnerships since 2013 when we received the regulation. The Department of Revenue was regulating prior, and we look forward to our continued partnership with the COAM industry. These are our recent returns. This slide shows a breakdown in the returns in the last 8 years since COAM became a part of the Georgia Lottery Corporation. The first 5 years, you will see that traditional lottery has continued to increase again since fiscal year 14. We were at $940 million, and now again, $1.4 million. COAM has also increased. Its first 5 years of increases were due to the revenues share incrementally increasing, beginning at fiscal year 15 at 5% and ending in fiscal year 20 at 10%. When the revenue percentage capped out. But you'll also see additional growth in the last year, and that has been due to an increase in COAM play, much like there was an increase in our traditional lottery play. To give you an idea, COAM makes up about 3% of our product portfolio revenues, with traditional lottery representing the other 97%. I always like to show a quick slide of where are these Georgia Lottery dollars going. When we bring in a dollar, where does that percent go? And when we look at the success of fiscal year 21, this is our example. This is our breakdown. Prizes, 63.9%, $3.7 billion. This is always our largest expense because this is our product. This is what we sell winning. And then, of course, education, our beneficiary, leads with 26.6%, $1.54 billion. Retailers earn 6% per statute, which was $342.91 million in fiscal year 21. Mr. Chairman, we're always very proud that many of our retailers, we think over 80% are all small businesses. Vendors received 2%, which is approximately 116 million. An example of one of our vendors is Scientific Games, a company that we're proud of in Georgia. They work with us on our scratch product. They also deliver throughout the world, the United States and the world. Our operating expenses are $94 million, which is 1.6%. This includes not just our operating, our salaries, our benefits, but also all of our marketing and advertising budgets. If you were to divvy up marketing and advertising versus all of our overhead, they would both be lower than 1%, and that has been the case since the last several years. What this really states is that over 96 cents of every Georgia lottery dollar goes back into a Georgia community. And I can tell you, I have the honor when I'm speaking to a community group, whether it's a Rotary or whether it's a Chamber of Commerce or any other group, to be able to state how much has gone back into one specific community in the existence of the Georgia Lottery. And it's pretty incredible, being an old economic developer, knowing what a 1 million, a 1 billion, a 300 million impact means to a community over a 20-year existence, to see the amount of money that goes back through education, through retailers' commissions, through winnings into our community. It goes through every Georgia community, and we're very excited and very proud of that always. In regards to the specific transfers and budget book, you will see here the lottery dollars from the budget book. Lottery dollars, although we do not, again, we are not appropriated lottery dollars, the location where they are appropriated in the budget can be found on page 38 and also within the estimated state returns on page 17. A quick note, excess cash, our operating funds, is transferred weekly from the Georgia Lottery to an account at the Office of the Treasurer, and the funds earn interest. The quarterly return is then transferred from the Georgia Lottery's account to the Georgia Lottery for Education account, where it is then sent to OPB for allocation for Hope and Pre-K. So we had an incredible fiscal year 21. How's 22 going to look? 22 looks strong also. Our profit to date, as we have finished our second quarter, is $741.3 million. We have just made our largest Q2 transfer to the state of Georgia in the amount of $376.5 million. It was also the 6th highest sales quarter in our history. Our year-to-date interactive sales are $190.3 million, which is $66.5 million or 53.7% higher than prior year. Our Q2 sales and our profit had some exciting fuel by our large Powerball jackpot, which provided an estimated incremental profit of $12 million in Q2. Our projected year-end profit is $1.415 billion. I very much enjoyed listening to our state economist as you did yesterday, because his consumer spending patterns that he outlined lined up exactly with the Georgia Lottery. The continued growth that we have seen over the last 5 years in Georgia with the peak in 21, that is very similar to what we have experienced at the Georgia Lottery. So, Mr. Chairman, I promised you I'd start with our record and end with our record in fiscal year 21, because these are the monies you are allocating this budget cycle. So obviously the most important information I have to share today. Fiscal year 21 was the most successful year in our 28-year history, with a record $1.54 billion, an increase of $307 million, or a 24.9% year-over-year increase, which was transferred to the Georgia Lottery for Education account. I cannot tell you how thankful I am to each one of you as legislators for your support, for your outreach to us, to your support of our team members, and specifically to our great retailers who are really our sales force. Just like all agencies, our corporation through the pandemic, we adjusted, right? And we had some great opportunities in front of us. I cannot say thank you enough to all of our team members. And when you think about it, to our retailers who were selling our product, to our visionaries who had a online iLottery product that we had worked on so that we were one of 6 states, to our draw team who sheltered together at WSB to make sure that our draws continued, to our prize validation team, to our district offices, who made sure that we were always in person for our Georgia Lottery players and winners to make sure that we could sell and validate and bring home to Georgia this great return of 1.54 billion. Thank you for your not just support, but to some of you beginning the Georgia Lottery, to your continued support and all of the support you provide. Mr. Chairman, as always, I look forward to being a transparent resource to this committee, as well as any legislator throughout the legislative process. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one question online. It says, it doesn't say who the senator or the representative is, but they asked if the correlation in the increased funds was tied to the lottery letting Brad Bohannon leave.
Brad Bohannon is just the best, isn't he? We miss Brad Bohannon. We're very proud that he's leading the governor's office policy.
We'll figure out who that
I
question
think
was
he
from,
probably snuck that in, and I can absolutely guess which senator from Noonan that may have been.
We'll just figure out who that was later on. We have one in the audience, Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing us such wonderful news today. One question, with the increase in the returns in the lottery, was there any change in behaviors related to gambling addiction or anything like that? Do we have any information along those lines?
We do not. I would need to check in with DBHDD. Thank you for bringing up that question, because it provides me the opportunity, the reminder to state that Georgia Lottery is always ahead of the curve in regards to responsible gaming. We're one of the few lotteries, and we are always ahead to make sure that we are working with all of the associations. In regards to your question, I'll reach out to DBHDD because, as you know, we provide monies to the Department of Behavioral and Health Disorders so that they have an actual gambling hotline, and I'll check out and see those numbers. Thank you.
And I had one question from your presentation, Madam President. Thank you for the monthly numbers and your projection, because it's right what I would have asked next for FY22. I'm wondering, I guess they weren't monthly numbers, the quarterly numbers and yearly numbers. I'm wondering more monthly and weekly. Are you beginning to see that trend line slow down? I can see the $330 million reduction you're expecting in FY22 from 21. I'm trying to project out for 23. We've got a lot of good ideas from legislators, but we need to figure out if they're sustainable for the long term.
We do think that we will normalize. So again, going back to the state economist's presentation yesterday, where 21 was a huge blip, if you remember, I think that we will continue growing as we have for the last 20 to 28 years. We will continue a steady growth pace. I think 21 is definitely an anomaly. We have seen that we expected these first 2 quarters to be our strongest, and then our third and fourth to normalize a little more. And Mr. Chairman, I will tell you that I watch the numbers on a daily basis, and our team is pushing on a daily basis. And we can see that it feels as though it is normalizing out this month. That being said, you've been on the other side on the line when I've called you March 13th, March 15th of 2020 and said, this is what's happening at the lottery. Sometimes it's a day-to-day business. Sometimes it's a week-to-week business. Sometimes it's a quarter-to-quarter business. And I have learned you really have to take it a year at a time. I think that we have budgeted, and that's why we always, of course, budget early so that we can project out and you can budget based on our projections. I think that we have budgeted in a way for this upcoming year that it is conservative, but it is also doable. So at this point in time, we feel that we will meet our budgeted number. And then we will begin now for our April board meeting to actually begin finalizing the fiscal year 24 budget.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from members of the audience or online? Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Our next presentation comes from the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, Commissioner Rebecca Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It is my honor to be the brand new Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Administrative Services, and we really appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to be here today to talk a little bit about DOAS as well as the governor's budget recommendations. The Department of Administrative Services really provides back office services in 5 business areas to state government: human resources administration, fleet management, state purchasing, risk management, and surplus property. So our goals are to generate efficiencies in these areas across the enterprise of state government and to promote the stewardship of taxpayer dollars. While our customer base varies somewhat by program, the primary customers of most of our programs are executive branch agencies, public colleges, and universities. Other state government entities, local governments, some small businesses, citizens, and state employees also benefit from some of our programs. We also consider suppliers to be our customers as we work to involve them in the state procurement process. We are a relatively small agency compared to most of the agencies that you've heard from today. Our head count is about 175 currently, but I hope that I can demonstrate to you that we provide an outsized value to the state. We have a very dedicated team of customer-oriented public servants on our staff that work every single day to make government more effective and help other governments, entities accomplish their missions more efficiently. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Human Resources Administration Division of DOAS. We call HRA. While Georgia has a mostly decentralized approach to human resources, HRA provides services to state entities, providing tools and resources to attract and retain and manage an effective workforce. HRA's primary programs are on the slide listed on the left. We provide consulting and development tools to state agencies. We manage the state's employee paid optional benefits program, which you may know is flexible benefits. We do draft enterprise HR policy and provide guidance, as well as provide tools for recruiting and onboarding state employees, among other things. Our goal in HRA is to serve as an enterprise human resources leader. We aim to promote collaboration and partnerships within the HR community, share information among agencies, and raise awareness about best practices. HRA is also tasked with preparing a workforce report every year. And at this time, I'd like to highlight a few statistics from the FY21 report. I think that you all are all too aware of the workforce challenges that are facing private industry today. The state is no different. While I've not been able to listen to every single budget presentation, I have heard several agency leaders, and I'm sure probably all of them have told you about the challenges that they are facing in this area. As you'll see from this chart, the state's workforce is shrinking. The state's active full-time headcount has decreased since 2008. We have more than 20,000 fewer employees than we did in 2008. In just the last 4 fiscal years, the number of full-time staff has fallen by about 10%. I did want to note that the full entirety of the FY21 workforce report, which was published back in November, is available on our website if you would like to go back and study that. And I wanted to go ahead and note that it is based on data that is in TeamWorks, the state's enterprise human resources information system, and it does exclude data regarding the university system. If you look at this chart, as a general matter, the data supports that agencies are having a hard time filling positions. The purple bar in the top right corner of the slide represents the number of new hires each year for the last 4 fiscal years. And the gray bar reflects the number of employee separations. So for many years, the state has managed to keep up with turnover through hiring. This was not true for FY21. The state hiring is declining at an increasing rate, and hiring is not keeping pace with turnover. The bottom chart will show you that the average applicant pool for an average posted job has shrunk dramatically. In FY18, we would have about an average of about 50 applications for any position. That shrunk to an average of 12 in FY21. Just a little bit about generations in the state's workforce. The 2 youngest generation in today's workforce make up about 71% of the state's new hires. The turnover rate for those two generations, particularly Gen Z, is much higher than that of the older generations. And the data shows that these younger generations on average do not stay in state employment as long. Of the Gen Zs that were hired into state government 3 years ago, only 8 out of 100 are still in the state's workforce. So as our hiring pools are now largely made up of millennials and Gen Z, it's harder to grow the workforce if they don't stay as long, and if our hiring can't keep pace with the turnover. And compounding the problem, we'll see in the bottom chart, over 8% of state employees could retire today. More than 20% could retire within 5 years. And if you count early retirement, about 1 in 4 state employees could retire within 3 years. So to address these trends, it's essential that the state improve its efforts to attract and retain employees so that we have an effective workforce that can provide the essential government services that are necessary for our citizens. And we believe that this data certainly supports the governor's recommended appropriation to provide a pay adjustment for state employees. But as you all know, increased compensation is not the only tool, nor should it be the only tool to address these challenges that are facing the state. And HRA has taken steps to assist agencies in this area. We have improved the Team Georgia Careers website, which is the recruiting and applicant tool that we make available for state agencies. And we consult and provide guidance regarding how to attract and retain employees. But obviously this is not enough, and we believe that it's time for an enterprise approach to address these challenges. So that's why I'm really excited to tell you today about a new initiative that DOAS kicked off last week in partnership with the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, the Carl Vinson Institute, the university system, the technical college system, and the Georgia Department of Education. This is we're calling the Workforce Strategy Partnership. The goal of this is to work collaboratively across the enterprise of state government to develop and implement strategies and programs to boost interest in state jobs and to promote retention. This will be accomplished by working in teams across the enterprise to create specific workforce development strategies, including career pipelines and career paths for jobs that are in multiple agencies. And as shown by the level of interest in our kickoff webinar last week, there appears to be considerable interest by state agencies in participating in this initiative. And we're very excited about this collaboration and hopeful to develop meaningful results. Our staff are in the process right now of putting up a webpage on our website. So please check back early next week and we'll have all sorts of information. And for those agencies that are listening, we really do hope that you participate in this collaborative partnership. I wanted to touch on the Office of Fleet Management at DOAS. This office is charged with assisting agencies in acquiring, utilizing, and maintaining an efficient fleet of vehicles. We provide tools, guidance, and oversight to state agencies in these areas. We manage the state's vehicle maintenance program, the state's fuel card program, and the fleet record system, among others. OFM also works very closely with the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget and developing statewide policies regarding fleet. Just a snapshot of the state's fleet. Right now, we have about 19,000 vehicles and about 55,000 approved drivers. Because the governor's budget recommendations includes appropriation to replace a number of vehicles for which the total cost of ownership exceeds the book value, I thought it would be helpful to touch today on the state vehicle acquisition process. State agency vehicle purchases must be approved by DOAS based on a total cost of ownership model. DOAS has recently worked closely with OPB in modernizing the process for evaluating whether state vehicles should be replaced, and that analysis is data-driven. In short, agencies cannot replace vehicles in their fleet if they have suitable vehicles that are underutilized in their fleet that could be reassigned or repurposed. If they have no underutilized vehicles, the total cost of ownership of the vehicles to be replaced must be compared against the book value of the vehicle. And DOAS certainly supports the governor's budget recommendations for vehicle replacement, as we think that this will help those agencies maintain an efficient fleet. A little bit about DOAS's state purchasing division. The State Purchasing Division of DOAS oversees the state procurement functions for state agencies in the university system and is responsible for promulgating policy regarding the procurement of goods and services other than personal and professional employment services. We procure statewide contracts for commonly needed goods and services by state agencies. Right now, we hold about 400 supplier agreements in over 80 commodity areas. We do collaborate with state agencies on large value, complex, or specialized procurement activities where they need that assistance. We manage the state's purchasing card programs and virtual payment methods and have an audit function where we assess compliance and provide guidance, training, and certifications. And we are also responsible for providing the procurement systems and tools to state agencies to utilize for suppliers to bid. Some of our goals right now, we're working on maximizing opportunities for small business to participate in the procurement process and improve procurement professional development. It's an important profession in this state, and we work very hard to provide the training that they need to do their jobs effectively. We are at DOAS have worked in partnership with the Georgians First Commission, small business partners, procurement professionals, and the supplier community to support the governor's small business initiative. The State Purchasing Division's objective is to increase small business training and outreach to grow the pool of viable small business suppliers in this state. Our Surplus Property Division is working to increase outreach to small businesses that are eligible to receive surplus property, in particular SBA 8A businesses, veteran-owned small businesses, and veteran service organizations. Georgia was one of the first states to implement a new U.S. SBA initiative to give access to U.S.-owned surplus property to small businesses owned and controlled by veterans. And our Surplus Property Division has embarked on a robust outreach campaign to organizations that are eligible to participate in that program. We also understand that participating in state procurement can be hard for businesses, and we try to make that easier. We constantly work to improve our electronic bidding systems to make it easier for small businesses to participate in that process. I also wanted to talk a little bit about our State Purchasing Division's outreach to small and minority businesses. We have placed a very strong emphasis on developing targeted training and outreach opportunities to the small business community. Recently, we've launched 2 new training programs, an annual small business symposium where we invite small business attendees to a day-long event with unique training sessions about how to do business with the state and networking events with state procurement staff. We've had 2 of those and looking forward to planning our 3rd. The Small Business Procurement Readiness Workshop Series we created in partnership with the University of Georgia Small Business Development Center's Multicultural Business Division. And this workshop intertwines the procurement process with essential small business development training on how to increase small business core capability and capacity. So we're very excited about that. We also conduct monthly supplier orientation training and webinars and quarterly information sessions for suppliers. And I hate to say if there's any good thing about the pandemic, we've had so many virtual events. It's pushed us to greater outreach because it's more cost efficient, more people can participate, and we have a much greater reach to the suppliers community with our virtual training. And we've engaged over 4,500 suppliers through 80+ virtual events for FY21. Touching on risk management services. DOAS Risk Management Services essentially operates as the state's insurance company. RMS administers self-funded insurance programs to protect state assets and state employees from claims while performing their official duties. RMS directs the state's insurance programs for auto liability, professional liability, workers' comp, property insurance, unemployment, cybersecurity liability, tort and general liability, and we also manage the Georgia State Indemnification Program. RMS oversees the administration of claims for each of these programs, and we also manage a comprehensive loss control program, which we call CLCP. The goal of CLCP is to assist state agencies in minimizing and mitigating their risk exposures and reduce costs and claims. While RMS programs are traditionally primarily funded through assessments to state entities through billings, essentially insurance premiums, the governor has recommended appropriations for RMS programs in amended FY '22. RMS supports the governor's recommendations, which will assist RMS in paying down future liabilities of the program. In a year when there are surplus funds, we think this is the perfect time to do so, and we believe it's a wise investment in sound fiscal policy. Moreover, this appropriation will assist us in paying down these liabilities without putting additional financial burden on our state agency customers that can better utilize those funds to accomplish their core missions. And lastly, I want to tell you a little bit about DOAS's surplus property division. DOAS surplus assists state agencies with properly disposing of state property and assisting eligible customers, which are state government entities, local governments, nonprofits, certain small businesses, acquire available surplus property. In addition to disposal of state property, we also participate in the federal surplus program administered by the General Services Administration. Donation requests are managed through an online platform operated by DOAS and accessed by our customers. And this process ensures appropriate redistribution of state property, as well as creates a third-party audit trail. Disposal methods for state property, for surplus property include redistribution, public sale, and recycling. Surplus does retain a portion of the purchase price for operating expenses, and then shares the additional revenue beyond that is what it is needed for their operation back with the agencies. In FY '21, surplus shared almost $6 million in revenue back from surplus sales with the agencies. So in closing, DOAS is very passionate about what we do. We're very appreciative of the governor's recommendation, and we are appreciative of the support of the General Assembly. At any time, please do not hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to take questions now, and we're available at any time.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, welcome to your new role at DOAS. We do have one question. It's from Senator Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Sullivan, thank you for that presentation. My question's on the HR help with other agencies. We had Commissioner Ward today from Department of Corrections talk about his turnover rate's 49%, which is mind-boggling. And I asked him how long it takes to train an employee. He said 5 weeks at a cost of $7,000. My question to you is, are you helping that department in any way to look at why the turnover rate's 49%? And are you doing any exit interviews to find out why people are leaving, or in any way helping that department to see if we can ease that turnover rate?
I don't know that we're currently engaged with the Department of Corrections, but we are more than happy to do so. One of the services that HRA provides is to go out and meet with the management teams of agencies, consult with them, hear about their problems, and try to come up with solutions that might help them. So we are more, I did see the commissioner's presentation, and that is a startling number, and we are happy to engage with them to address that. As far as why employees leave state government, it's largely undocumented because agencies don't always record the reason why employees leave, a generalized resignation versus a specific reason. So we do strongly encourage agencies to document the reason, conduct exit interviews and document the reason employees leave as well as why they stay, so that we can help replicate the policies and practices that will retain state employees. Thank you for that question.
Commissioner, we do not have any further questions. Thank you so much again for your presentation today, and good luck in your new role.
Thank you. We appreciate the invitation.
Our next and final presenter for the day will be Georgia's Chief Information Officer at the Georgia Technology Association, Ms. Shanzia Thomas. Ms. Thomas, welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Presentation up.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman
and committee members. I'm Shanzia Thomas. I'm your state CIO and the executive director for GTA. I want to thank you all for allowing me to come and speak to you today. I was recently appointed by Governor Kemp in July of 2021, so I'm 6 months in. And one thing I want to say, I just got this announcement that GTA has earned the Great Place to Work certification for the second consecutive year in a row. So I'm happy for my team, and it just shows how diligent they are in what they do. Since GTA does not receive any appropriations from state government, I just want to give you a brief overview of what we do and some of the projects that we're working on. This slide shows the responsibilities of GTA, which are to promote an enterprise approach to state IT and security, to deliver IT services and support to all the executive branch agencies, and to manage the state's central IT infrastructure. When I became the CIO, I wanted my team to focus on 4 areas. Those areas include customer service and citizen engagement, where we take tools to bring more operational efficiencies to our agencies. We also want to strengthen our cybersecurity posture by increasing our efforts to stay ahead of cyber threats and to equip agencies with tools and information needed to mitigate threats as well. We also want to aid agencies in implementing transformational solutions with an emphasis on migrating systems to the cloud. And last, to improve digital solutions required for our new modern workplace. We want tools to help support both in-home work or at-home work and in-office work. This next slide shows how we're organized. We have IT and related operational services. We have policy and oversight, and we have administration. On this slide, I want you to pay particular attention to our GETS program. Our GETS program is a state shared IT service program, which offers a full range of managed network and IT infrastructure services to 14 executive branch agencies, as well as a la carte services to a few other agencies. The managed technology services approach aligns directly with Governor Kemp's strategic goal to expand public-private partnership and to leverage technology to best utilize state limited resources. This next slide also talks about our GETS program, which it shows how our customers consume our services. Again, we provide full service IT support to 14 state agencies with approximately 40,000 users. There are 89 state agencies that purchase one or more services from GTA. And we provide phone and or network services for over 100,000 users in state and local government. As you see on this slide, the 14 GET service users cost us about $154 million. The 89 state agencies bring it costing an additional $13 million. And the 1,200 plus agencies costs about another $15 million, totaling $182 million. Agencies reported spending $715 million on IT infrastructure services, application development, and support and related activities. And of that, $182 million was spent on the GETS program. So you can see how much IT spend is within the state. This next slide, I won't go into all the services that we provide, but it will show the many products and services offered and managed by GTA, such as private and public cloud, managed services, networks, and digital services. COVID-19 has created many challenges for our great state, but it's also presented opportunities for us to provide more efficient access to state services. Despite the unparalleled demand and the supply chain shortages of laptops, we were able to work with our partner vendors to secure over 2,000 laptops for DPH's contact tracers. We were able to reduce our admin fees to reduce the IT costs to agencies in FY21 by $5.4 million. And when states were physically closed, call centers and agencies were overwhelmed with constituents calling, looking for answers, we deployed chatbots into 4 of our biggest agencies. To date, the chatbots have, the chatbots, we have more than 10 million interactions with these chatbots. The 4 agencies that we deployed the chatbots in were Department of Labor, Public Health, Driver Services, and the Governor's Office. Our Digital Services Georgia team manages the state's GovHub platform, where we host 86 agency websites. And we've received over 470 million page views in the calendar year for 2021. Our team strives to provide a streamlined and user-friendly web experience across state government, which is also available in 7 languages to meet the need of a large majority and diverse communities. Lastly, our collaboration with DCA and others have produced a broadband map that is considered a gold standard in the US. I want to talk about, I know I mentioned our Great Place to Work award we just received yesterday, but I do want to recognize some of our national recognitions. Georgia has earned an A rating for the 2nd consecutive year from the Center of Digital Government. This is the highest score possible, and there are only 5 states nationwide that has received this rating. We were ranked in the top 3 amongst leadership, and our state CISO, David Allen, was named Cybersecurity Leader of the Year. While I attended NASCIO in early November, Georgia was awarded 2 top honors. One was for the Department of Labor, their identity verification project, and another again for our Georgia Broadband Availability Map. Georgia's the first state to map broadband availability. We know who has access and who does not. The map allows states and its providers and our service providers to deploy services to unserved locations without the risk of overbill. In meeting the state changing needs, while we are proud of our successes, we're also focused on our future. With this, in September, I hired the nation's first Chief Cloud Officer to guide and develop our cloud-first strategy. We understand that cloud services provide us with greater efficiencies, security, and accessibility if done correctly. The second position that I created was the Chief Development Officer. And one of the key functions there, that role is to manage the strike team. Our strike team is a proactive team that engages and assists state agencies, as well as local agencies, or anyone who needs help in IT services to help move the needle in your agency. 2 other areas I want to talk about briefly is our cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is vitally important in today's world. We all know that our remote workplace has created a greater opportunity for cyber attacks. Our team is working to enhance security services and tools to protect our state systems. And it's also willing and able and ready to provide support, cyber support to state and local agencies in the event of an attack or a threat. The federal infrastructure bill will help in these efforts because it includes a $1 billion grant for states for cybersecurity projects, and 80% of that will go to local government. And of that 80%, 25% of that will go to rural areas. Lastly, broadband has become a necessity for schools, hospitals, and businesses to operate in today's society. Our broadband team is developing the state strategy for broadband and deployment. There's been over $500 million in federal grants that has been allocated to Georgia, and our team is assisting and providing resources along with technical expertise in this deployment process. So that concludes an overview of what GTA does. We are committed and supported to our fellow agencies by providing the finest service and support to make their jobs easier. If you or your constituents or anyone in your district need help, they can reach out to me directly. And that concludes our overview. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Thomas. You have quite a few questions. Senator Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for your presentation and the work you're doing. It's very impressive to think of Georgia as a leader in technology and
Thank you.
in our state government. And it's nice to be ranked #1 rather than number 50th sometimes, isn't it?
Yes.
I understand from the governor's budget some funds to work with your agency in coordination with the health strategy team on the all-payer claims database, and just wanted you to be aware that's a kind of a Senate priority, and we'd like to be engaged as your team goes to work on that, and want to make sure you get those folks over to meet us, and
Okay,
look forward to working with you guys on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Payne. Had issue with technology there, I see. Shanzi, I would like to make a couple of comments. Can we go back to that slide on cybersecurity? Can we go back one, Justin?
Yes.
On your federal infrastructure bill grants, are those, that $1 billion, is it a competitive grant process, or do we know the percentage that's coming to Georgia already? That's the first time I'd seen that one.
I think David, our CISO, he's looking into that. David, you want to speak on that?
Yes, sir. There's an apportionment formula based on census data. We haven't got all the data out on that exact apportionment, but based on census data, like somebody has said, 80% of the local data, that local tranche, 25% of the folks that are designated as ruled by that.
It's just for those listening online, it sounds like it's funding that it's not a competitive grant. It's funding that we know will come based on population to the state of Georgia. Then we will submit an application, I'm sure. Thank you. The next question I had was the FY years down there. I'm guessing those are federal years?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. And then the next is just a praise of your team. As someone who served on the state fiscal recovery team, I want to say that there is no way we could have made it through those applications without the intense, detailed work that your team put into things. And I want to praise you publicly. I really do appreciate the work that you did to help make that a more manageable process for us.
Thank you. And that team is led by Jessica Simmons. She's also here.
Thank you, Jessica. Any other questions you got online? None? There are, hand it over to Representative Dubnik for a second.
So just for everyone here and watching online, the presentations are posted on the House Budget and Research Office website under the Joint Hearings tab. So you can find all the presentations there. And we will meet tomorrow beginning at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Chairman Dubnik. If we don't mind, we're reporting back to Chairman England that you only got us out of here 1 minute late. So that was quite an accomplishment, and I appreciate that. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
What's our culture?